but you can't name who that person is. Number two, I asked you about rotation.
Well,
You said you've measured rotation.
I wouldn't even be
Yeah,
allowed to
you said.
further expound.
Yeah, hold on.
What about Australia and the Southern Cross, and
Okay.
the other constellations? How do you explain on a flat Earth why they have their own southern pole? This is another thing. I see.
Okay, so you're interrupting right now. I haven't interrupted you.
You.
Okay, hold on. Okay, just relax. We're almost there. Okay. So then number two, I asked you about axial rotation, and you look at dude. You got. Okay, listen.
New answers and evidence.
Yeah,
right?
you've come here. You've come to Flat Earth. You've come to a Flat Earth Discord server to talk to Flat Earthers, but it appears like you don't want to. You just want to keep interrupting as we're going through a conversation. So do you want to hear what I've got now, or you want to keep talking?
Just recite the question to
I
him.
really want to keep talking because.
Okay, Sin, you're not helping, dude.
I've been asked these questions.
Well, I am helping.
For quite a long time. It's not doing anything for me.
It's for both of us. As we were going through this, we're both talking about we're talking about the Earth. We're not talking. We're not talking. Okay.
This question. You go to another topic. Wait, isn't this something that I've been warned about before when I was checked in earlier today?
Okay, right at the very beginning, I told you that there, to understand where you're coming from with this idea of the globe Earth, there's 3 positive claims made by the globe Earth. And I asked 3 questions related to those 3 positive claims. It was to help understand where you're coming from and how I can then go on to answer your questions. So number one, just to rehash really very quickly before I turn it over to the floor, and you can ask all the questions you want after that. The issue is you have to be able to articulate what you're thinking. So the first thing I asked you was, do you know about measuring curvature? And you gave a solid hard pass on that. Someone else did it, and you don't know who. It's just a belief you have. Number 2 is axial rotation. You said that it is a toilet flush, and you've done this. But then when presented with other evidence showing the contrary, you still just believe that the toilet flush proves axial rotation. And then number 3, you pretty much did a hard pass also, and you referenced temperature gradients or something like that. You didn't talk about the container or gas pressure at all, and you wanted to deflect different meanings of the word sphere. So at this point, I'm going to say right now, my understanding is that you have a belief system. You don't know any of the stuff for yourself. So from that point of view, it's very easy to answer any flat Earth question you have, perfect down to the last detail, in reference to the Southern Cross thing, right?
There you go, Crit. There you go. You wrapped it up with a bow. He didn't. No.
Yeah. So right away, the Southern Cross is you are invoking an outer space that you first don't even know exists to begin with. Number 2, these rotations of the southern celestial pole are imaginary. They're not real. They don't exist. They're just points of rotation that the stars are doing things in the sky. And you can look up these definitions for yourself. They tell you the southern celestial pole is imaginary by definition. This is not a physical location. So how do I explain it in the flat Earth? We can get into that in very, very deep. I got actually a presentation I've given multiple different times on many different servers about how or why stars move the way they do. But what we're getting to at the point here is you realize it, and I realize the stars move, not the Earth.
Well done, Crit. Well done.
Do you have any more questions there from there?
Okay, I think I understood a little bit better. I thought you guys were trying to avoid my questions.
No. You're here. Everyone here is flat earthers. The problem is a lot of people like to talk about flat Earth, but don't like to talk with flat Earth. Here is your chance to talk to an actual bona fide flat earther. And I've got a list of bona fides I could present to you if you really want to know this, right? I used to think the Earth was a globe. I've passed multiple different tests. Like there's this guy called 8Ball on Jose JG's. He's got a globe Earth questionnaire. It's got some 30-something questions on it. I scored 100% without Google. I did in real time. He asked me, gave me the questions. I read them and answered them within, right away. I marked them up, and he said I scored 100%. He's like, how can you score 100% on my test and be a flat earther? I said, because I can learn a model and then regurgitate it doesn't mean it's true. Just because you can regurgitate something, I can give you all the different effects of kryptonite have on Superman, right? The blue, the red, the orange, and all that. Doesn't mean that Superman's real and kryptonite's real. Just knowing something isn't enough for science. You have to be able to prove it with experimentation. And that experiment has to be validated.
Why I asked you if you could show me why the Earth is flat.
Yeah, it's very simply, right? The Earth.
Questions. You can see why I would have a little.
Yeah, very simply. Very simply, the Earth is observed as flat. It's observed as stationary. And if you're going to use the Earth for any practical purpose at all, you will use it as flat and stationary.
Can you provide evidence for it to be flat and stationary?
Yeah, so you talked about the stars. So do you see the stars moving, or do you see the Earth moving?
I see all the stars moving, and then I see NASA with their videos showing the Earth moving, as well as they're moving around the Earth in a low Earth orbit.
Okay, so what you call that is why would they lie fallacy, basically. Your appeal to authority. You're letting NASA do the thinking for you. That they've shown you.
I didn't ask that. I didn't ask any of that. I have no reason to question them at all.
Okay, I'll give you many reasons to question NASA. Number one is government is not trustworthy at all. Even more so, government at the executive level. Now, if you want to tell me the executive level is so, you'll agree with me there, right? The executive level is so scummy, but NASA is the exception. Everything the executive branch does is below board, but NASA's above board. Well, here's some examples for you. NASA lied about global warming, aka climate data, aka weather. This was exposed in ClimateGate. That happened 2012 or something like that. I forget the exact details of the story now. But WikiLeaks and some other people got a hold of some emails that they said they were fudging the data because the data was not lining up with that hockey stick comment that Al Gore had done earlier, a decade prior. Because the whole problem was their models were predicting by 2020, like Florida would be underwater. That turned out to be bullshit.
I remember them saying that on TV.
Yeah, so now it's 2021 and Florida's still here. Matter of fact, there's people right now doing around-the-clock beach parties in Miami. They've lifted the curfew, okay, because everyone's tired of these lockdowns and whatnot. So the next thing I could tell you that they lied about would be the lunar mission for peace. Nixon supposedly sent 4 dudes to the moon. He signed a plaque to leave there for all of humanity. And on this plaque, he says, virtually, paraphrasing here, we do this, those guys plus Nixon, for the betterment of all humanity and for peace. And his next action was to carpet bomb Cambodia because he was angry at Vietnam because of the way they spend their money, the way their government finances were set up. And this also resulted in an event known as the Killing Fields. This carpet bombing of Cambodia so severely destabilized the region that basically the rest is history. I mean, look up the Killing Fields of Cambodia if you need more information about how this peace program for science really worked out. The next thing that NASA lied about were these photographs from space showing nuclear missiles pointed at Israel and Europe. It turned out there were no nuclear missiles. That all these photographs, at the very least, were misinterpreted. And if you want to say, well, it's not NASA's fault. Yes, it is. Okay, because they are the same level of authority that the people interpreting the photos were. They had the same level of agency. They could have said, what you are using these photos for is incorrect. This is supposed to be about science. It's supposed to be about understanding the world around us. And you are using them to perpetuate a war that should not even occur. And then the last thing is, I got a couple more, but here's a really good one actually. NASA lies about inventions. They're constantly taking credit for things other people have invented, and then buying the patent, and then selling the patent off for some sort of markdown profit sometimes. So this is how much government wastes money. Like if you find me an invention NASA invented, quote unquote, what they did was they bought a patent they thought they would want to use, then they throw it away when they don't want it, and the taxpayer picks up the burden for that. Yeah, I mean, is he still here or did he tap out?
He may have tapped out last. Doesn't matter, it's still good info. Familiar spirit. Like,
I'm here.
Okay, does any of that make sense to you? Did it resonate with you at all?
Crit, can we get a little bit of back and forth dialogue going? Familiar spirit, what do you got to say, man?
Why should I question their know-how, and why should I make it frivolous the fact that they know how to make things that you don't?
who said that they know how to make things we don't?
You have an ISS in your backyard right now?
I could claim to, could I not? I could claim to, though, could I not?
You can, but I'm going to ask for proof.
Oh, are you? Can you give me proof that they have an ISS up, that actually is what they say it is?
Ever heard of a live stream?
Do you know the melting temperature of aluminium?
I do.
Oh, what is it?
It's about like 400. 400 and
Uh-oh.
660.3 degrees Celsius, right?
That's the problem.
Oh, wait. How hot is it up in...
I'm very
5,000
know.
motherfucking degrees, crack.
Wait, isn't it 5,000 degrees up where the ISS is? Wait there.
No, of course it's not. It's having.
Yeah.
All right, I've
Direct
been-
radiation from the sun, my friend.
Direct radiation from the sun itself.
They even say the very small particles up there of gas that are flying around are heated up. The temperature's hotter than that.
Yes, sir. I don't know what you're talking about or anything, but
Whoa, really? So there's no gas in low Earth orbit?
what's going up? What's going up with all those people in the
Wait,
the rocket
is
ship?
there any gas where the moon is?
Are they going to Narnia?
Listen, is there any
Yeah,
gas?
it's in Narnia.
Wait there, is there any gas where the moon is?
Yes, of course, bro.
What's higher, the ISS or the moon?
There's gas
What's
everywhere.
higher? What's higher, ISS or moon?
Come on, you know this one.
What one? I don't
What's
know. what
higher,
this-
the ISS or the moon?
There's gas everywhere.
You said there was no gas where the ISS was a minute ago.
Which is higher, the ISS or the moon? Familiar.
The moon, obviously.
Right, so how can there be no gas where the ISS is?
The moon, it has gas because there's no way it doesn't. Do you know what you're saying?
Yeah, I know what I'm saying. I didn't say it didn't have gas. I said, how does the ISS not have gas, but the moon does?
It has gas. How are they going to breathe?
Who? Not in it. I'm saying around it, outside of it.
Yeah, there's gas particles. There's plenty of gas particles flying around because there's atmospheric loss of gas. How do you think the Earth cools down? If your container is existent, then why does it not retain heat?
It does. You can measure it.
Where's the giant Earth refrigerator?
On Earth. What do you mean?
Where on Earth?
You can measure the differential temperature and even pressure mediation as the sun goes out of view. When the sun leaves our field of view and there's something called night, you can actually measure the temperature. You can measure the pressure as well, and it changes. There's a direct correlation.
Here, real quick. That's what. Real quick.
Admitted.
Familiar, hold on.
right?
Listen. Hold the thought. Familiar. Familiar. Listen. Hold the thought, dude. Okay. Hey, Crack. Do you think you can give him 3-point participant? It may be like I guess you can whatever. You can't give him globe Earth roll yet because he hasn't given why he thinks Earth is a globe. But if he gets 3-point participant, then that way at least someone will see he did validate that it's a belief system he has.
I don't think he even knows what's happening, to be honest.
No, he's got it. He went through the 3 points and he's still here, so he knows what's happening. He's got agency. I just want to make sure before anyone forgets.
Just so they don't do it again.
Yeah, they have to go through it again. Yeah, exactly. And because that would get quite tedious and boring. You'd be like, "Hey, Familiar, I see you're new to the server. Let's go over the 3 points." You're like, "What? This again?" You know?
Yeah.
And if Familiar, if you want a globe Earth roll, you quite simply have to give 3 proofs for why you think the Earth is a globe.
The Southern Cross, the rotation of the sky, the fact that constellations they're rotating according to our globe Earth, sir. What is the problem? What I don't think you've really.
No, they are not rotating according to the globe model. They are rotating according to much, much older models.
Yeah, the problem
you
too.
You do not know, and you disregard. You never talk about this. You didn't even mention. But mankind has huge libraries.
Yeah, the problem too, Familiar.
These other models. Yeah.
If I ask you, if I ask you for proof, whether your reasons are proof for the globe, you should be able to talk about the globe if globe, not deflect. I mean, really, at the end of the day, you should be able to factor out all the stars. That the stars have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It cause and reflect relationship, right? Stars don't determine shape. So if you have proof of a shape, other people can do this, dude. So if you look on the server, there's lots of globe Earth people. So maybe you want to check with them and come back when you're smarter?
Maybe I will check back when I'm smarter when you leave the server, sir. I don't really care if it's a triangle or not, but it's spinning because I can see it.
You can see the Earth spinning. How so?
I already explained it to me. I've already told you, right? You can see the
so
sky.
Therefore, sky rotates, therefore floor does. Have you ever heard of the vestibular system? You know, the 3 semi-canals in your ears that have liquid in it that detect angular movement and motion. You know, you lean to the left and right.
What that is?
I wonder why you're not addressing what I just spoke.
That's what you said. You can see the stars move above your head, right? And I'm telling you that you cannot address and say that because I see something above me rotate, that means what below me rotates. So
I'm not addressing what's rotating below me too much. I don't really care about the shape, but it's happening.
Rotation is not a shape, obviously. But it's a cool.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You don't understand.
It's a cool thing.
The shape doesn't matter. It's rotating. This is the subject we're speaking upon. You want to say,
but you have no way of proving.
I don't care about the roundness right now. I'm talking about it is rotating.
Cool. We agree. The stars you're looking at rotate, yeah, at a fixed position with Polaris. Never changed. Never have changed. Well done. Well done. You're correct.
Okay, here's a citation from Wikipedia to show you that you don't know what you're talking about. You don't even know your model well enough to present 3 points for why you think the Earth is a globe. To get a globe Earth roll here on this server, you can have a globe Earth roll. You can be a globe Earther on this server. You just need to be able to articulate why you think this. So right now,
not even a glober. He's a fanatic believer.
Yeah, so
well, listen, guys, wait there. Let me just say this, dude. You
like a 2.5 point question, sir, because I don't even think you got to the third point, and you think you did.
Well, I'll go to the third point eventually, dude. Listen, you can't say that something. Right, you do observe the stars to rotate above you. I don't mean saying the word rotate, because rotate just means to circle, right? So they're rotating above you, above your head, even orbiting, right? Whatever. But what is that?
That's what I read as.
That doesn't prove the rotation of the Earth beneath your feet. That just proves the rotation of the things above your head.
It proves there's a shape that is not flat.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
How? So therefore, my bulbs in my therefore the bulbs of my ceiling are round. Therefore, my floor isn't flat. Shut up! Come on.
So put the bong down. You're way too high if you're trying to talk about flat Earth. I'm trying to make sense over here.
You're not, and stop with that condescending attitude right away.
But you're not making any sense because.
All right, let's just go to the third point. Let's just go to the third point. So how do you even proclaim to exist next to the vacuum of space, which is a 10 to the 17 negative taut vacuum, okay, while we live in a pressurized system?
Yeah.
While we live in a pressurized system, how do you compute that you live in a second order thermodynamics violation in an open system that's pressurized next to the privation of space, which is lower pressure, so that which we exist in? Yeah.
Exactly. This is perfect. Thank you, sir. All right. Do I get the floor now?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Everybody, I want you to learn from gravity. This is something that is very important.
Do you know what gravity is? Wait. You just said.
Wait. Let me do this. Let me do it, dude.
I had the floor.
You have. Carry on. We'll let you hang yourself. Let's go.
All right. Thank you. Now, let me start over again. I thought you guys
please don't.
I want you guys to understand it, because gravity, it gets stronger and stronger exponentially the further you get close to the mass, right? Whether or not it doesn't mean I have to explain it at this point. It's a fact.
What?
Right?
Mm.
All right. So
is it a fact?
Again, let's go back. Let's go back even further. Where is your proof of this container? This.
Oh, wait there. Before we do that, we'll address the first thing you said. Okay. Proof of a container would actually be just natural law. You cannot show me one instance of gas pressure without a container, without asserting a force such as gravity. That actually gravity has no scientific validation or proof for it whatsoever, because gravity cannot be manipulated. Okay. So to say that gravity is a fact, when actually gravity is accepted widely in the scientific community as a theory, I'll use a hostile witness. Right now,
don't talk
over me.
You need to correct yourself.
Don't talk over me.
Yes, it's accepted as self-evidence. It's
someone muted. Right. So, listen, dude. What form of gravity are you invoking first? Okay. Mass attracting mass, for one, right? For two, okay, buddy, the issue that you're going to have here is that you asserted gravity as a fact. You're going to have to validate that to the hilt. We've got hostile witnesses such as Neil deGrasse Tyson that will state, when told and asked, what is gravity? And he goes, next question, we don't know, move on. I'll give you the mic.
All right, so where's the container?
Answer what I just said. About gravity
That's
first.
your problem to show us.
You brought up gravity as your cause, as your explanation for what I said about gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum. Okay.
This is
You told us that
Listen,
you
I
can
don't
have
even
an
believe there's a
atmosphere.
vacuum. I don't believe there's a vacuum at all.
Yeah.
Who's to say there's any vacuum whatsoever, bro? I'm not making any positive. I'm not making a positive claim about anything, bro.
He's the one
You-
saying atmospheric pressure is next to a vacuum without a container barrier, nothing.
You're the one saying that, yeah, not me.
Yeah, you have to demonstrate that.
Yeah, but you said gravity was a container. No, listen, you asserted gravity. You asserted gravity as a fact. So now I want the validation for gravity, and I want the scientific evidence therein that proves it. Citations, because you said it was a fact. And I want rebuttals of Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I want rebuttals of Brian Cox. I want rebuttals of literally Einstein, Newton, all of them, because they all asserted this thing as not only a theory, but something that could only be thought of as a pseudo force, something that could not be verified or proven actually whatsoever. So, carry on.
Yeah, Crack, can I please ask him something? Because he made
Let
a
him answer
very
this and
bold
then
claim.
afterwards.
Go ahead.
Yeah, after that. Yeah, of course. Let him answer. I want him to answer what type of gravity he's talking about and to validate that type of gravity. He's probably going to run away though at this point.
Or he's looking it up. A lot of times these guys don't know that there's gravity as a cause and gravity's effect. They don't know about Newton. They don't know about Einstein.
No, he's gone.
Oh, did he leave? Okay.
Oh yeah, trust me, mate. When you off mic for now, give me 3 minutes to recess this. Yeah, exactly. Like that's the point. Like when they realise that we actually know what we're talking about. You know, he's talking to us. I need you to understand about gravity. He thinks we don't know what it is even. Because he's been told we're dumb flat earthers, right?
Yeah. See,
I wanted.
If you look in text chat. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I just want to say a short thing that he made the claim that gravity is growing exponentially when the further you are from the center of mass. He
said it was more powerful closer to the center.
Yeah. It grows exponentially, yeah. And I wanted academic.
Who said that?
Yeah, I want to see who said that.
Okay, hold on. I want to say you guys did really good. That was a really good job. That's the classic example of what usually happens, by the way. So that's
a terrible claim you made, because how can you have a gradient upon average of 9.8 meters per second when apparently gravity grows exponentially more powerful the closer you get to its surface? So does that mean that there shouldn't be a uniform fall rate if we move things further away? Should they fall slower? Do they fall slower in a vacuum, for instance, because of their distance to the center of mass? No.
Yeah, he was saying that the further you go from Earth, then gravity, the stronger it pulls you.
He was saying actually the further away you go from Earth, the weaker the gravity is what he was saying. But still,
no, he was saying that the stronger it's pulling you.
I understand what he's saying. He said it gets exponentially stronger as you get closer to the mass, though. Which means, as you get closer, the closer in proximity to the mass itself, the gravity's stronger then. That's how I heard him say it. Maybe I have to rewind it. Maybe both of us, one of us is wrong, but I swear I heard him say. But he's still wrong, because that's to then assert that, if I was to take something 200 meters up in a gas vacuum chamber, right, 200 meters up, it should technically fall slower at first and then start to get faster.
I was listening him at that time when he said that, and I'm pretty sure he said so.
It sounded like, I know what you mean, because it sounded like that. I agree. But I don't know. I just, because I was listening to it, I did sound like that. But I've got a weird feeling.
that's very funny when you think about their ISS. They say they are floating, zero gravity there,
Falling.
because they are
They say,
very high
they say
up.
they're falling. They actually say they're
Yeah,
falling. Don't they?
falling.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
around the
constant
earth, and then
falling.
it's catching it, and then bam, bam.
Mm.
Brilliant.
And it was contradicting also Einstein relativity, the bending of space-time. The space-time is warped near Earth, and the further you go, is less bent. You know, so gravity is weaker at longer distance.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't even answer you when you asked him about atmosphere, moon's atmosphere. In the 70s and 80s, they were saying that the moon's atmosphere is like 2 inches high, 6 centimeters. They made a lot of shows and debate why the US flag was not flapping, because there is no air there, so it cannot be flapping. There's no wind. And the scientists explained that to us for decades here. But now, 2019, NASA corrects themselves and they say that Earth's atmosphere is 600,000 kilometer high. So the moon is still in Earth's atmosphere in their model.
Anybody there?
Yeah.
I'm here.
So, any of you are prepared to demonstrate this container that you guys speak so highly about, as if it's your flat Earth god? I'd like to see it.
Yeah, this is the necessary antecedent to gas pressure in the container.
May I meet your necessary antecedent?
Yeah, certainly.
Please introduce me. I'd like to meet them.
Okay, do you know the definition of gas pressure?
I'm not going any further, sir. Go ahead and demonstrate your container that you tout so heavily, and we can go further. For now, I'm.
Actually, the positive claim and the burden of proof is actually on your ass, believe it or not.
Not today.
No. You made the claim first, right? We didn't claim a container. Let's just say we could even instantly just say, well, actually, we don't need a container.
Antecedents. It was.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah, I got this.
Who was it?
Yeah,
You
it's
said-
crit. I got this. I got you right here. Okay. So do you agree that there is gas pressure right now that you are breathing?
Yeah, you can measure it with a barometer.
Okay, so there we go. We both agree it's gas pressure. Now, what is gas pressure? How do you measure gas pressure? How do you have gas pressure to begin with?
You have gas pressure through multiple forces.
Yep.
There's-
Okay.
Especially through a weather cell, right? So
Okay. Can you read this right here? Okay, read what. Okay, read what I just posted.
And this cold front actually pushes hot air upwards. All right.
Yeah, I got you on that. You did. I did. And your Miggy, if you see it in voice text, I did your answer to number 3. Well, you said temperature gradient or changes is what your container is. Now, will you read below what I just posted? This is actually just a simple Google search that anyone can do, and it says here, what is gas pressure and what causes it? Can you read that right there?
Particles hit the walls of the container. The more often the particles hit the walls, the faster they are moving. When they do this, the higher the pressure. This is why the pressure in the tire of the balloon goes up when the air is pumped in. But do you acknowledge what a cold front is? Do you understand any of this, what I'm speaking?
Yep, and that's a different type of thing. You're talking.
Do you know
dude, you can't interrupt, dude. If you want to have a nice, pleasant conversation, you have to let people talk when you say something and let them come back with something. Okay, there's no way in this definition to talk about weather. Okay, that's a totally different topic. That's called a red herring. Okay, right now the conversation is about gas pressure in the container.
This is a sign that I'm bringing up, actually.
Okay, go ahead, post your science if you will.
Cold air has a lot more weight and therefore gives more pressure. If you don't understand that, I'll
Post
say
it.
it again until you understand.
Or post it. So let me see what you're talking about. Show me cold
did you
air
say?
as a. He's saying cold air can be a container. Can you show me this cold air as a container?
So wait a minute, wait there. You asserted that gravity was the container, actually.
Yeah. Well, he's back now with a different answer.
No, it's temperature.
Yeah. I'm okay. Hey, familiar spirit. Don't go with it. Don't go to Adham. Familiar. I'm okay with you saying that cold temperatures can be a container. Now, will you demonstrate this scientifically for me, please?
No, I'm not going to, because you're going to use it against me and say, you're going to say that I had a wrong answer in the beginning and that I've changed it, when really there's multiple supporting scientific.
No, if you
Okay, hold on, you guys. I got this right. That's called appeal. Well, listen. No, familiar. You gotta let people talk. Okay, you gotta let other people talk. I understood your answer, and no, that's called appeal to motive fallacy. I've got no motive here. I'm not invoking you at all. I'm only talking about gas pressure in the science. That's it. Nothing is being used for or against you. I'm simply, so if you want to invoke me, that is really weird. Okay, you're being weird right now. You don't need to be weird.
I'm taking mental notes. I'm not being weird.
You're being weird, dude. I asked you. No, I asked you. Listen, let me try to talk. I'll explain it. Okay. I asked. No, I'm not. Okay, that's appeal to motive fallacy. I asked you. And you listen. No, I'm not going to use it against you. Okay. I asked you. Can you show? I've never seen cold air as a container before for gas pressure. If you have this, I would be interested in seeing it. Not because of you, not because of me, for my own scientific growth, my own understanding of the world around me. If you can show me gas pressure being held by a container and this container being cold gas pressure, I would be like, that would be a Nobel Prize. I would like to see it. So as maybe I could refine your experiment and then win a Nobel Prize.
All right. I feel like you are trying to knock on a door and expecting nobody to answer right now, but I've given you the answer several times.
Appeal to motive fallacy. Okay, you can't just keep rolling out these fallacies, okay? Don't talk about me. I'm talking about the science with you. So do you say is there somebody you will present this cold air container to? Is there anybody in the world? Can you pick, if it's not Crit, who will you present this evidence to? The scientific evidence.
Clear it up for the rest of the stream, because I don't get it either. What are your motives?
Yeah, my motives are basically to present Flat Earth so people can understand where I'm coming from, where other people are coming from. At the end of the day, this is about logic, reason, and science. It's not about people. When people come in here and want to talk about people, it shows me a level of tribalism in why basically humanity has started to reject science as a method. Why people like you come in here want to show you proof. Like, prove it to you. That's not science, dude. That's called pseudoscience. Because you expect things to be shown to you, and then you deny it. You just flat out deny it ever happened, then claim you're right due to an effect called the Dunning-Kruger effect. You think you're right based on because you know I am wrong. And the more wrong you think I am, the more right you think you are. So I'm saying here that now you've got a chance to talk one-on-one in real time with a flat earther, and I tell you that I've never seen gas pressure without a container, and you tell me, yes, you have, and you've seen this with cold air, cold gas pressure, or cold gas. And all I'm saying is, can you please show me this?
I really don't want to talk to you right
Okay, who do you want to talk to? I can tap out. You can pick anyone on the server. They're all pretty much, almost all the people here right now are all flat earthers. The server is roughly 50-50 because, you know, in the grand scope of everything, there isn't that many flat earthers compared to globe earthers. A lot of globe earthers like to come here to pick flat earthers' brains. So if I'm not doing it for you,
now. Anybody but you right now would be fine.
okay, pick your choice. You pick. You got control of the mic. You got control of the conversation. Pick anyone you want.
Anybody? Better
Start off with a question. How about you start off with your best flat Earth proof and see if we can react to it.
Flat Earth proof is
No, you make globe Earth. Your best
Globe
globe
Earth
Earth.
proof. I'll tell you the flat Earth proof. Yeah, a
Yeah.
globe Earth proof if you have any.
At this point, I've gotten zero proof for a container that you guys keep invoking.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's
So-
just gas pressure without a container, my friend.
It's a hard
your
one.
proof is the lack of proof.
No, that is actually a fact. It's reality.
It's a natural law. It's a natural law.
You see how this
Yeah.
is a fallacy, right?
It always just is.
What fallacy?
Okay, let me jump in one more thing real quick. I'm not talking with you. I know you don't want to talk with me. I just like below at the very bottom of the server, there's an area called additional information, A through M and M through Z. Maybe if you read this stuff and come back with some better questions, because it's all a lot of
I
these
have a
stuff.
question for him.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you know what is the electrostatic charge of cold gas? Is it positive or negative?
That's a trick question. He's still
So
struggling
you
with
don't
gravity.
know about...
Is this
Sorry?
an answer to my question or another question that I've yet to answer until the end of time?
Yeah, what do you think? A cold gas is electrostatically charged more positive or negative?
I think
Which one of them?
well, if I would be perfectly honest, I know you guys love honesty, so I'm gonna just
Yeah.
put it out right here. I don't want to talk to you either. Next.
Oh, you don't want to talk to me either. You came into a flat Earth server, and who do you want to talk to? With clowns?
Familiar. Do you want to talk with me? I'll have a conversation with you, man.
Can I
Okay,
get
go
proof of the
ahead.
container?
How about you say what you want to say, and then we'll kind of meet you where you're at.
I want to see a container.
Well, we have
The container is...
we have a logical explanation for why there is a container. You haven't dismissed it. You just said I don't like that, but you didn't. You're just denying our logical argument here.
I don't like being deprived of answers when I've been giving nothing but answers myself, honestly and scientifically.
You haven't done anything related to science yet. You've just made claims. And both of us have, but our claim of gas pressure requires a container, that's a logical argument. And you could even back it with science.
A logical claim right there, You have to.
A natural law.
Now the burden is.
A claim, it's a natural law, bro.
It is. That's where we. Yeah, exactly right.
At this point in the conversation where we sit, it's your point you have to prove. Your burden.
We did that. Do you know that when we cite the second law of thermodynamics, when we say gas pressure requires a container, we're referring to the Earth as a closed system. Now, you can pick any modern-day science communicator, Bill Nye, pick any popular person you want. They will agree that the Earth is a closed system. Now, that's based on the second law of thermodynamics. That says you have gas pressure because there is a closed system. We don't have problems with accepting science. Now, why you would disagree with that, that's the onus is on you to disagree with it, and you have to tell us why.
Really, you're gonna make me think about Latin words right now?
No. I'm not.
What? You appeal to incantations, spells, magic words, magic speeds.
Familia. Hey, let's keep it
Words
simple.
like container that
Just the-
exists.
Familia.
Guys, where are we right now? Are we on a flat Earth with a container? Or are we on a sphere Earth or not?
We're on a flat Earth.
With
For
a
damn
container
sure.
or not?
Yeah,
Is
we
it-
have a container. You're damn
Prove
right.
it. Damn, this is the first question. Man, you guys.
Pressure. Okay, so let's simplify. Let's simplify. What is pressure? Pressure implies, even in the description or the definition, that it's gas pressing on something. That
Yes,
would
pressing
imply
down.
a container, wouldn't it?
Pressing downwards to the source of the fucking gravity.
No. We know
No.
gravity is a contentious thing, and I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. But would you agree that pressure implies a container of some sort?
It can be a gravitational container. How about that? Is there any problem with that with you guys?
No, it has
Gravitational
never been
container. Just listen to
demonstrated.
those
Can
words,
you
man.
demonstrate that? Can you demonstrate that? What type of gravity? Wait there. What type of gravity?
Physical gravity. Your physical.
What type?
No.
Physical.
Define gravity.
Physical. Have you ever touched gravity? Have you ever saw it? Have you ever measured it?
Yeah, I've touched gravity. What do you mean?
When?
Since
You can
I've
feel
been,
No, you don't assert the metaphysical. You do realize that gravity is not even asserted as something that's physical, right?
man, since I
Gravity is
stopped
not the
up-
thing
since I
that holds you down to the ground.
Wait there, get me get. You realize that, yeah?
realized what I've got like
That
15.
gravity is not something ever to be asserted or has never been asserted as something that is physical in nature.
You realize the CIA is listening right now, and you guys are probably in trouble.
We've been doing this for years, mate.
You guys can't even show.
No, stop obfuscating right now. Can you give me the validate? What form of gravity are you invoking, please? What form? Mass attracting mass? Newtonian mass attracting mass, right?
No.
What?
Are you
Relativistic.
new to this subject?
Huh?
How long have you been trying to have scientific debates?
I've been debating this for a very long time. So, okay, so you are up to date on your rhetoric, right?
I really thought you guys would be more rough with me, but you guys have been great. So where's
Yeah, we're not
Thank you,
trying
man.
to-
Thank you, bro.
Thank you.
so where's the
Fuck.
container again?
Dude, stop obfuscating because you've already asserted a container. We haven't asserted any form of container. We've just said the antecedent. We've just told you about the antecedent relationship with gas pressure, which is that it is a container.
The physical container keeps coming up on the conversation, yet it's still not demonstrated.
I don't care. You're talking to me right now. I'm telling you, bro. I'm not asserting a physical container, right? Okay? At all. Whatsoever. I'm not asserting that as a positive claim. And I'm not going to. Because I cannot validate a physical container. All I can say is that naturally pointing towards containment being needed for gas pressure. That's all I can say at
Is
this
it
point.
right now? Is it right now that
I
you
can't. Can me right? Both of us can try and find an example right now of gas pressure without a container, and I've struggled to find one, mate.
I'm struggling to find gas pressure with a container.
With a container.
Yeah.
Search the second
Are
law
you,
of
are you fucking
thermodynamics.
serious?
Control, man.
Wait there, guys. I don't need help. So, you know, Lynx can or an axe can, right?
Are we in a can?
No. This is what I'm saying. You know, you just said you're struggling to find gas pressure with a container.
I'm looking for a proper explanation, demonstration, some sort of proof.
Of
Container.
Yeah.
container. Okay. Antecedent relationship to having gas pressure is container everywhere.
Have you ever blown up a balloon?
I've blown up a building, but never a balloon.
Well, actually, saying that, the pressurized gases that start off at a velocity from either, depending on what explosives we used in demolition, the explosive gases, they expand rapidly, and actually they slow down ever so slightly, the concussive wave, but actually when it hits the walls of the actual inside of the building, it compunctuates, as in it literally compresses against the walls, doubles back on itself, and continues to hit the further concussive wave that emanates from the explosive, thus speeding up and compressing and speeding up and compressing, right? So
Yeah.
we have a change in gas pressure because of the container stopping it until the point that the actual container bursts. And then guess what happens? Guess what happens with the explosive? It literally eventually, once all the walls are blown off, the gas pressure in the area equilibrializes. After you blow up a building, entropy means it equilibrializes through entropy. So, if gas pressure was a wave,
Even the temperature will equalize.
of course, that's the same thing, isn't it? It was the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah.
Talks about thermal exchange. Gas is the medium in which the thermal exchange takes place. The familiar spirit made the very positive claim that gravity is the container. Then he invoked Charles's law as the other claim, and then said it was a multitude of mixed forces. When he invoked a pseudo force and he invoked a gas law, not a single force. And I feel like he thinks he's winning.
What am I supposed to tell my peers when I say that you guys have sufficiently proved gas pressure with a container, that the Earth is contained?
Oh, I can prove gas pressure with a container. Wait there. I can prove gas pressure with a container right now.
I actually want to see the container that you guys keep invoking.
Oh, no. Oh, you want to see that, do you?
Yes. Very badly.
So, wait there. Okay, I can do it for you. I can do
I
it.
want to see it right now.
All right, sweet. Do you believe in, so you know the pictures of Mars? Do you like the pictures of Mars?
Is this container related or?
No,
Mars?
yeah, it is. It is. No, it is. I promise you, it is.
Okay, so what does it have to do with anything?
Well, I'm going to show you. Right there. So, the pictures of Mars, for instance, right? Okay. And the pictures of, let's say, Jupiter, all these places. Does that validate that they're spherical planets to you, right?
I still haven't seen the image you're talking about.
I'm about to show you it, but I'm asking you something first because I need to know your level of understanding on this. The images taken from your own telescope, if you have one, of Mars, you see a sphere, right?
Look, yeah, of course. It looks like a fucking sphere, bro.
Yeah, you can validate that to be a sphere. The moon's a sphere, right?
Yeah, it has
So a
curves.
picture of the moon validates it's a sphere, right?
You can see shadows on the craters.
All right, right there.
Can you? I do.
Right there.
The rest of the world does, right?
Right there, dude. I'll show you now the container. Let me just find it.
I see Vlad on Flat Earth says not a ball planet.
Light in the sky.
What is that? And is that even an image or what is that? That's not even a video. I couldn't play it.
First one or the second one?
The second one.
First one is just a photo. Second one is just a
Dude,
couple
I'm
seconds.
literally gonna have to do this for you very quickly, but I'll do it. It's fine. It's gonna take me a little while to find it, but I'll find you your container. Since you're
By the way, circle is not a sphere.
Yeah, you got to remember, this is kind of an after effect of us debunking your curvature. You got to remember that. You don't have
Oh, yeah.
curvature. We're not rotating or flying through space. You're asking about something that's kind of unrelated to the shape of the Earth in many ways, by the way. And that's fine, but Crack Villain's going to go out of his way to prove something to you that really doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth. It just
oh no, it doesn't.
is us debunking your model and your religion, in a sense, whether you
But I
know
could
it is
just
or
choose
not.
it in a premise. He believes that these planets are spherical based off of images in the sky, right? So therefore, if I can show him an image of a container that appears to be encapsulating the Earth, therefore I can assert that as much as a valid claim as because your level of proof is pretty low. I could assert that that would be an image therein of a proof of containment on the Earth because you would say that a proof of a spherical thing in the sky that you can only see in a 2D shape is actually proof of a 3D shape or spherical object in the sky. I could assert that logically under your own logical framework. So, get wrecked. Well, anyone disagree?
See, here's the thing, Crackpot. I think you're going above and beyond.
I
This is a rabbit hole. He doesn't know how to prove curvature. He doesn't know how to
You wanna
explain
know-
why he thinks
listen.
the Earth is flying through space.
How many of you guys could say though that your mum's a flat earther, that everyone that you know is a flat earther, like that all of your god kids are like they're like literally like every person you fucking know is.
Everyone I know knows that I know. We
No,
live
yeah,
on a
I'm on
flat
about.
Earth.
I'm saying like everyone you know for a fact knows it's flat.
Well, that's like a psychological thing. When you're
No, I'm
confronted
saying-
with flat Earth, it's a memorable incident that
I never
people don't
confront
forget.
people with it. I never confront people with it. Like this is why
Oh,
this.
I love to. That's the enjoyment of it. That's the best part. Why do you limit yourself?
Well, no, I confront like physicists and that on here, and then basically show the people that I know what I'm doing, right?
No, yeah, that's the fun part. That's the fun part, the debate aspect.
Yeah,
But if
so I
you-
debate
yeah.
people in front of my friends, so they don't have to be emotionally invested in the debate and be destroyed by me. And therefore they can
you're like listen, correct.
And then
You
then they're
are like the
objective.
destroyer of. You're kind of like every other flat earther that knows enough to. I don't know how you would say it. you are an exception to the rule, I think, Crack Villain. And a lot of people on here happen to be, but that's what you would expect. But most people don't really know how to deal with Flat Earth when they're confronted with it in real life, is what I was saying.
You could say that again.
They're kind of even weirded out that they even heard someone tell them the Earth is flat, from what I understand. And most people really aren't even argumentative about it. They're kind of... they're typically intrigued by the idea. They're never aggressive or angry, and if they are, then that's a whole other psychological train wreck. You shouldn't be mad about discovering things. That's just my belief, I guess, though.
No, I agree with that.
But Crack, you, like a lot of other people on this server, and even in this whole, whatever you call it, community, we are so enthralled and entranced by the idea of, oh my god, Flat Earth there's so much content to it, there's so much depth and material there for us to dive into. So we're a little bit deeper in the rabbit hole than most people, so that's why I'm always curious. I'm like, don't overwhelm them, it's gonna be an information overload.
Bro, can you container ping me, bro?
Yeah, we're gonna get that. Jesus Christ.
You haven't got the container yet, mate. For your own model, because you're set at 2 different causalities, so...
You've got damage to your container upstairs,
Wait,
bro.
there, you made a positive claim, right? I never made a positive claim. I never made a positive claim of a container. I said, if I could show you a container, you would have to accept it. Therefore, because you've accepted images of space and then asserted that they're 3D when you can only see in 2D, that you would have to accept the container on that logical framework. That isn't still me asserting the container exists. I'm just destroying the logic. Right?
You see in 2D because you think the Earth is flat?
No, you see in 2D.
No, I don't.
You do when you look for a telescope at a ball in the sky. You see in 2D. Fact.
I heard fact, but I didn't hear actual facts.
You see in 2D when you look in the sky and look at a ball or anything
2D.
round, you see it in 2D.
That's not 2D.
When you look for a telescope, you can only see in 2D at the celestial bodies. Fact.
Bruh, your inner monologue is like crickets right now. I'm asking for a container.
I don't get it, mate. You don't get to run the server, mate. You've asserted that actually you have a container, gravity. Can you give me one scientific experiment that validates gravity, please? Thank you.
You're not a flat earther.
Alright, cool. You're either going to assert your proof for gravity as your claim, or you're going to be banned.
Well, Familiar, hold on, Familiar. We're literally asking you to follow the logic of our argument. Our logic is completely sound by even the understanding of what pressure is. Pressure requires there's something to be pressing, right? There's no trick about this. It's just, it is what it is.
On this whole word, and you're not really looking into the facts.
Okay, what facts have I overlooked?
The fact that you can't demonstrate a container, the fact that you completely disregarded.
You can demonstrate it by implication with sundogs and parhelions. It looks like the sun shining off of the surface.
Why? And who do you think you are interrupting my conversation with these gentlemen right here?
Shut the fuck up.
There's a lot of people. Yeah, there's a lot of people here. Familiar.
Well, I don't know who this guy is and why he.
I'll tell you who the guy is. He's a moderator.
Parhelions for your container. Please continue.
Morning, Lemon. Good to hear you. Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah. We're not trying to overwhelm you, mate, and I don't want you to think that it's one versus all here. It's just us getting down to what we know to be true.
No, I think it's ball versus all because y'all are just really going nuts to the wall. I don't know.
It's just info, mate. Just info, mate. Don't worry about it.
I think the density, right? The density of the cold air is what creates the container, dude.
Whoever just said it's just info, mate. It's just info, mate. DM me right now. Your voice is brilliant. You need to do a promo for this fucking server. Whoever that was, DM me.
Just info, mate.
Who was it?
I don't know who
There's your
said that.
container right there if you're talking about a firmament dome.
There you go. Well, by his own logic, he said that he can see
That's
3D
what I'm
objects
saying.
through a telescope,
What are you
right?
talking about?
He said you said by your own logic you can see 3D objects through a telescope, which doesn't give you 3D view. It's not monocular, dude. It's telescopic. Therefore, you have a telescopic view. You cannot see 3D shapes through a telescope. So therefore, what I said to you is, if I can show you anything that resembles a container above our Earth, therefore you, by your own logic, would have to accept that it is a container because you're willing to attribute physicality and 3 dimensions to things in the sky all at the same motherfucking time, right? From a telescope, where logically you're wrong. So therefore, your logic would follow that the video Lemon Bird just posted at 3 minutes past the hour above me, Mr. Aurelius's post, that you would have to accept the fact that that is a dome. I wouldn't necessarily have to accept it because I'm not claiming it at this point.
Elves, sprites, air pressure, sun dogs, parhellions all look like a dome. In live stream voice text, I put some videos about sun dogs and parhellions, and elves and sprites. It looks like a firmamental barrier of some sort.
I've opened up this epic sundog scene video, right? So if this is proof of container, then maybe you guys are off the hook. But for now, I'm not the one denying science. Whoever
You're hand waving at the argument.
We're denying science. Okay, so like I said,
I'm not the one. I didn't actually point any fingers. So
you're not the one, and neither are we, right? Because science. What is science? Is astronomy science?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. You're actually obfuscating right now.
I'm not obfuscating. I'm asking you a question.
Earlier, right?
Shut up.
I was getting on the point and not
Shut up. Shut up. You don't get to choose who to talk to, all right? You're being completely vitriolic. You're trying to control the server. You're talking over moderators. You're telling Lemon to be quiet when you come in. You are asserting things such as gravity and then not as a container, then Charles's law as a container, not providing validation of therein of which of either of them, right? For you to assert gravity and Charles's law as a container all at the same time, you would have to show the point in the atmosphere, as I stated before, where gases cool down and then somehow as a lower pressure system above the higher pressure system below, where the gases are then pressing off of the gravitational wall, are then coming backwards on themselves to double back for us to be able to have a reading of a barometer in the middle of mid-air at 14.7 psi at ground level. But the issue that you would have there with the Charles's law above that layer, up in the upper layer of the atmosphere, is that entropy would dictate the higher pressure point of where the gases press off of in order to come back on themselves to double back to have an inward vector, because gases have no inherent inward vector, is that you would have to assert that those higher pressure gases, for some reason, wouldn't move to the lower pressure parts that are higher up via entropy, which would break natural law, which is the second law of thermodynamics, another violation, which is inside our own atmosphere, let alone the violation of the actual vacuum space. So you are completely incorrect, and it's objective.
Exactly. The second law implies a closed system.
I want to talk to Lemon since they think they're so important.
Metalark? He left. He's not here.
Metalark.
He's not here.
Metalark's left. Where's Lemon?
That is Lemon.
That is Lemon.
Oh. Brilliant. Right. So I'm gonna watch his video and then he's not even here.
Yes, sir.
I'm not gonna watch his video. I lied. I'm not watching his video.
You don't have to watch the video. It's up to you, man.
He left because I came in, probably.
Why are you scaring Lemon off? Lemon is a legend.
Because Lemon's afraid of Mimas Aurelius. That's Mimas Aurelius, dude. Alright?
Okay.
That's Mimas Aurelius, mate. Alright?
It's because the only model I need is measurement. That's why. So we get into it sometimes.
Mimas Aurelius, you sound like some sort of forgotten Roman emperor.
He is.
But with more memes, I guess.
No, that is my favorite
He's
emperor, Marcus
Dude.
Aurelius, the
Literally,
greatest
dude,
stoic ever.
I gave him the name right, and
Yeah,
I
he
was
did.
like, what? I literally one day was just like, "Yo, Mimas," like his name is Meme Morvet or whatever. So I was like, "Yo, Mimas Aurelius," and he was like, "Oh my god, that's my name now. It's forever."
The meme emperor, maybe.
It's the
I don't
best
know.
name. I'm jealous of the name still.
If I ever have to change it again, it's going to be Agamemnon.
Agamemnon, yeah, Agamemnon Aurelius.
Hey, that's a good one too.
Agamemnon Aurelius. Agamemnon Aurelius.
I'm
What
gonna be
about
worried if I find an
all
ancient
day?
coin that says Mimas Aurelius. I'll be very worried.
Well, there will be one.
That's just the meme magic. That's just the meme magic working through me. Then
Well, have you ever heard of the Mandela effect? I'm joking.
The meme Della effect. No, I've not.
Yeah, the meme Della effect.
I like that.
What, you haven't heard of the meme Della effect? Oh,
We're gonna know what that is in the next probably 10 years. There's
It's
gonna
in
be
the
a meme Della
contradictionary.
effect. You're gonna be thinking back, damn, I saw that meme like 10 years ago. What was that meme I was thinking about? And it may have not have been a meme. It may have just been a
Right
news
now,
YouTube video.
I think right now you guys are making a whole Mexican siesta meme because it seems like you're really taking a break from reality.
All right, familiar Jesus. What a fuck. Okay, what do you want to talk about? We'll get back to you.
I want somebody who is here to explain where this container is that you guys keep talking about.
What container? What are you talking about?
They keep saying
What container? Stop talking about a container, bro. We're literally talking about the antecedent. We're talking about the antecedent relationship to gas pressure. That's all we keep saying. That's just
and
that's just a
all you keep
fact.
saying. Yes, that's what all you keep saying. You're not proving it.
It's just
Hey,
an
how do you-
objective
hold on.
fact.
Hold on. Can you have a coffee cup without the cup?
No, because there wouldn't be a fucking cup involved.
Right,
bro.
right. If you can't have a coffee cup without a cup, you cannot have gas pressure without that first part, press. It has to be pressing on the walls of its container. That's the necessary existing condition for gas pressure.
This whole conversation is pressing on my balls. I've really been wanting a conversation about.
That's your hands because you're a Kuma. We all know it. But
You're
listen,
getting off
that's
to
why
it,
you're on
man.
Discord at 8:30 in the morning. Okay. So listen, what's the necessary existing condition for gas pressure?
Press. Pressure.
Necessary existing
Condition. The
condition.
necessary conditions for gas pressure to exist. It's in the name gas pressure.
With that second rephrasing, you literally just said
It's the
there's
same
one,
thing.
right?
Yeah. I'm trying to tell you the same thing.
You do know there is two. There's at least two different methods in which pressure can a pressure gradient can exist.
No, we're not asking. That's not what I'm asking. What do you mean? Can either one of them exist without a container?
Yeah, I absolutely can.
How?
What do you consider a container? Please
No.
define it.
How? You tell me.
I-
You're the one claiming it. Don't tell me to do your work for you.
I'm not claiming any container.
You just claimed it. You just said they don't need to be in a container. You claimed it, and I'm asking you how. And you said, well, what kind of container? Then you started asking me, what kind of container? What? You're asking me to do all your work. No. You made the claim. Now tell me.
The only work I'm asking you to do is
No, you said you don't need a container. And I said, how? And you said, well, what do you mean container? You keep asking me to do your work for you because you're lazy. Go ahead. Tell me.
I'm not lazy, bro. The whole time you guys.
Then why don't you tell me what? Then why don't you tell me how it can exist without a container? Go ahead.
I'm getting ripped. That's how. The container is me getting ripped. I mean, I'm trying to figure out.
You're not ripped.
where
You're a
the
Coomer.
truth is.
You're a 19-year-old Coomer. Stop it.
Any
I've
Coomers?
been coomed since I was like 1 year old, bro.
Awesome. Now, where's the container?
Exactly. Where is
I'm
it?
asking you. What is this container? The non-containment of gas pressure you're talking about?
Non-containment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you said it didn't need a container. What's the volume of Earth's containment? The volume of Earth's atmosphere?
All right, that's too far. Come on.
No,
We don't
so-
punch downwards. Come on, man.
Yes, we do.
Every time I ask this question, y'all getting twisted big time, and it
It's
hurts my
because
head.
you want to ask a derivative instead of asking something that's based on a principle.
No, what? So, I'm assuming that you've not been listening.
We're not going to give you gas pressure or a gas pressure gradient, which is downstream of gas pressure. You have to give us gas pressure without a container before we move on.
That's fair, right?
Define gas pressure.
Ow.
Gas that is pressurized.
Oh, and what is this measurement of pressure?
This is your argument. This is your
PSI.
argument. Why are you
It's
asking
not
me for all the
actually-
definitions? You should already know this if you're defending it.
Yeah,
I've actually
has he
seen it.
ever
This
read?
is all stuff you should already know.
I'm being
It's 1
forced
hour
into
now.
it.
He's
Every-
talking
every word-
about
every
the second
word
law
I'm being
of
forced into
thermodynamics
it.
and
Hold on,
gas
hold on, get
pressure.
Baguette. Hold on, get Baguette. Hold on a second.
Yeah,
So I asked this guy, what is he talking about? And he starts asking me a whole bunch of questions of like what he needs to
yeah.
provide. It's like,
Yeah.
well, it's his claim.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've been
He,
waiting.
he
answer.
was asking you back, like, what would you consider a container? Like he was
No, I'm
expecting
not
for
giving
you
it.
to give him a fallacious definition.
No,
Yeah,
we don't do that.
Yeah.
We don't do that. We don't
Exactly.
help them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we
we don't help
do
them.
science only. Fact.
Hold on. Familiar, you're not going to get any help here. You're going to back up your claims 100%.
Yeah.
Not question.
I'm gonna back
Answer.
up my claim if you guys actually
You
have been listening.
said,
My claim
you said we
is
don't need a
that you
container
guys
for
have
gas
not answered
pressure.
My question.
I
one
said
bit.
how. You said we don't need a container for gas pressure. I asked how. And then you asked me, well, what kind of container? It's like, well, wait a minute. This is your claim. Why are you asking me? It's
I
your
don't
claim. You
recall
don't need.
saying that. I don't recall saying no.
Well, you can
It's
go
not
rewind the
down
stream
to
if you'd
that.
like.
Familiar.
You said there's two
Have
ways to
you-
measure gas pressure and all this stuff, and you don't always need a container.
Yeah, Familiar, this is streamed, man. You can rewind it and hear yourself if you want.
Yeah.
Familiar. Have you read the second law of
You know what?
thermodynamics by now?
Actually, I'll rewind it to the point where I asked you a question, and nobody answered.
You need to go before that to where I asked you a
The
question.
whole time I was here. There was a whole time I was here. Nobody answered my question. Where's the fucking
Familiar, how do you
container?
have gas pressure without a container?
Where's the container?
You tell me. It's your model.
I know where it is. It fucked off with the last guy. He didn't fucking stay.
Did you realize that we don't actually even need a container, though, right?
That's what
Right.
that's what I think's happening. That's what it really. It sounds.
That's
really
because
apparent.
Lemon. That's
Can't even
because
argue
Meadow.
with it.
That's because Lemon is perfectly fine giving people a drug to get off their current drug. I'm not.
Yeah.
So
He likes to
you're
ease
saying
people off of it and give them
sundogs
something
cannot
else
prove
to
a
think
container?
about. I don't care about you finding a coping mechanism like, oh, can y'all show me the container? I don't care. I don't care about a container. I care about what we can test and physically assess right here in front of us. That's it. I don't need a
Science
model.
doesn't have feelings. Science is fact and reality.
And I don't have feelings towards you, but you didn't answer my question either, so I'm not interested in you.
Well, hold on. Hold on. Maybe you're
When-
overwhelmed.
When you guys can
This is
actually
probably
demonstrate-
overwhelming for you.
Familiar.
when you
Familiar.
can demonstrate a sundog
How are
on
you
every
claiming
single-
that there's gas pressure
Doesn't need
without a
specific
container?
conditions?
You said there was a way to have gas pressure without a container. Now, are you going to provide that or not?
Demonstrate it to us.
I'm not going to. Let me finish, please. I'm very worn out on this single question that has not been answered. Now, for one
You ask
thing,
it again, I'm going to ban you.
first attempt.
No, don't ban him out. Let him stay on for hours today. Get a lot of material.
All right, mate. But it's
Yeah.
getting.
Exactly.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, just
Yourself.
let him keep us saying the same thing 'cause he's an idiot. Yeah, I get it. I agree with that. It's like when they told me to mute Jazza earlier and they boyed him out of the thing after I destroyed him.
All
Oh,
right,
Jazza.
Jazza. Come back, Jazza. We miss you. This is worse.
Exactly.
I'm okay with Jazza. I'm okay with Jazza. I don't try and I'm not trying to change people's minds, so that's why it's easy for me now to just let them talk and argue with them.
Familiar, you have a lot to learn if you're asking us questions. We thought you knew the answers.
Yeah, why would you come debate people and you don't have any answers? Why would you do that, Familiar?
I've answered the.
You didn't answer a single question.
Hands. I actually don't have enough hands with enough fingers with enough time.
What was the question you asked? What was the question? The question you asked was a derivative.
Questions I've answered.
The question you asked was a derivative. Where is the container we would need? Well, I mean, think about your question. Where is the container we would need? I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea what the system is. I only know what I can measure right in front of me.
We might not even need a container.
I do know this, that in your model, the entire damn universe is the container.
Good luck proving that one, though. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And where's the edge of your universe? How is atmosphere contained within your universe? Do you not get that? That your whole system is open.
I don't put pressure containers either.
You do. You do need a containment system. Your universe is your containment system in your model. Because you have no barrier. The volume. Tell me where the volume of Earth's. Tell me where the volume of Earth's atmosphere ends.
Well, gravity and the Van Allen.
No. Where it ends.
You're not taking it seriously because you're.
I am taking this very seriously. I believed what you believed for 35 years. I sure am.
Yeah, that's a good point. We all used to believe what you believe, Familiar. That's why we're here. Apart from fucking Crack Villain, maybe. Jesus Christ, Crack. God damn it.
Belief in religion right now.
I was hardcore. I was hardcore on board. I still have all my NASA models and all my Star Wars stuff.
All right, brother. Same.
I have the answer.
What's the answer?
Right. Buckle up. Here we go.
It's gravity.
Yeah. For honestly, to give Familiar credit, he hasn't really said gravity.
Not much.
Too many times.
He said he did qualify that with saying he hasn't said gravity much.
He didn't abuse it yet, but he'll eventually want to.
Wait there, guys. It was the very first thing invoked, actually. Sorry.
I'm sure. But
geez.
he hasn't said it too much, so he's not doing too much God of the Gaps there, because that's all gravity is. Gravity is just a God of the Gaps.
The biggest
for things they don't understand.
Yeah, it's a great point. It's the biggest fucking fill-in-the-blank explanation for why we don't know what's happening in the Baller model. Yeah,
it's far more God of the Gaps than even like the most fundamentalist of religions, who just need one gap filled. But the gravity globe believers have to fill thousands of gaps with gravity.
Dude, I love that.
Yeah.
Gravity is the God of the Gaps. That's well said. But hold on,
like
Familiar. He just fucking left. God damn.
Yeah, he just left.
We're scaring him off, you guys.
It's fine. Let him get scared off, and let him come back. Hey, my technique is frustrate. Look up a word called pill pull. PILPUL. PILPUL. And buddy, that's how you argue. Argue to frustrate. I don't argue to win.
Well, I've always heard that the truth will piss you off before it sets you free.
Yes.
So the fact that he's wrestling with these ideas
right now?
Yeah.
Well, sorry, you just came back. We thought you left for good.
No, I told you to come back.
They always come back. Once they learn about Flat Earth, they're addicted.
I really didn't leave, but what's going on? Like, what do you really think that I'm just denying everything you're saying? But I've been answering you. You know what? I don't know what the fuck I've been besides just a play toy at this point.
Bro, we've been doing this.
You've
with
been a
people
good
for 5
sport.
years.
You've been a good sport. I'll give you that.
Yeah, you're a good sport. I don't mind.
She said.
Like I said, I'm not even trying to help you. I just do this for fun now.
I see. You playing with containers that don't exist.
Sure.
Familiar. When you get to the point that I think most of the people here are in, this is us just shooting the shit and laughing that we've gone down this rabbit hole long enough to get excited that you've just now begun. If you know what I mean.
Sounds like you're shooting yourself in the foot, though.
Not really.
How so? I'd like to hear his reasoning.
Because I've literally been educating you folk for like the whole time I've been here, and now
you have? What's the hold on? Familiar, what's the modern cause of gravity? In the modern conception of astrophysics, what's the cause of gravity?
Cause of gravity is obviously the bending and warping of space-time.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but you just have to say one word. You just have to say one word, though, because there's an actual first cause. Now, if you've read Black Holes and Baby Universes, you already know what it is.
You're quickly finding you're out of your depth.
I don't really entertain theoretical kind of stuff like that, like the Baby Universes.
But you assert gravity.
It's just time. Time is the cause. That's it. You just have to say time.
He asserted warping and bending in space-time. Gravity.
Yeah. So how does that work? How does the bending and warping of space-time work? Go ahead and tell me. Like, let's say you're standing on Earth. How would you measure the difference between space-time? Familiar? Familiar.
I really couldn't hear you. What was that?
How can you measure the difference in space-time if you're in between two places?
It's distance.
Distance? No.
What?
Or do you mean distance from what? Distance from what?
Distance from the mass.
Distance from the mass. And what's causing density then?
Yeah.
This all explained in your model. I know it too.
Bro, yes. Do I have an Einstein profile pic? I don't think so.
So what's happening is closer to the Earth's hold on. Closer to the Earth's surface, time is moving a little bit more slowly than farther off. And so that creates density. Because they say gravity is just an effect, it's a consequence, it's not a cause of anything. It is caused itself. Right?
What?
So all you have is density. You don't have a force. Gravity is not a force in the modern concept. You know that, right?
Gravity is an effect.
Gravity is not, it's an effect, not a cause. It is not a force. In relativity.
Stop.
So how does that hold gas down?
No.
Nope.
Familiar. I think he's hot micing.
Sorry.
Familiar. How does a non-force hold gas down?
See, there's things that you're really not looking at.
Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah.
There's not just a bending and warping of space-time. You do realize that.
We were talking about gravity here. And in the bending and warping of space-time, gravity is described as a consequence, no longer a force. So you don't have a force that's holding these gas particles down, which are moving omnidirectionally at 2,000 miles per hour. Every direction. Up, down, left, right. You don't have a force holding them down. So how do you keep them from going off into space?
You know what? I think you benefit from this. There actually is the gas that goes in. There's heat loss in outer space.
Hold on, say all that again. I didn't get you.
We do lose some gas pressure.
Yeah, sure. We're supposed to lose what, 20 tons a day of hydrogen at the upper atmosphere? My godson, if the hydrogen is blowing off from the Earth at the upper atmosphere because there's no container, then you don't have a container. How did it get gas pressure in the first place?
We don't have a container. That's the whole point.
Yeah. Listen to me. How did we get gas pressure?
Well, the fact that gas is escaping is enough to...
How did we get gas pressure? The first gas, if you have
There is gas
a
pressure.
vacuum, if you have a vacuum and you release helium into it, it just blows everywhere, doesn't it? If you blow hydrogen into it, it blows everywhere. If you blow oxygen into it, it blows everywhere. How did you get water?
How did,
How did you get gas? How did you get water? How did you get gas?
It's because the system is pressurized. Is that what you're trying to talk
Wait. You're saying the system was pressurized before there was gas?
No, the gas pressurized it.
The gas pressurized itself. Against what? Against what?
What do you? There's nothing to stop it.
Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Snacks in the back.
All right, so
There's nothing to stop it. You just said it.
I see the
You're
container.
right. There's nothing to stop it.
So there's a container now that I can see. Now I'm in Flat Earth, right?
Well, you don't know you are, but you are. You might not believe it.
I are contained. I was Kang.
Yes, you are contained. Sure. Do you have gas pressure? Do you have a gas pressure gradient? Both of those require the necessary antecedent, which is a container.
And the necessary antecedent for your claim is proof right now.
Actually, yeah, there is proof. Do you have gas pressure? Do you have gas pressure? What is the necessary requirement for the existence of gas pressure?
What do you guys drive me into?
What is the necessary requirement for the existence of gas pressure?
The lungs.
Speed bumps.
The lungs.
What is the necessary requirement for the existence of gas pressure? Familiar?
Every time I get run down this Flat Earth road, you guys run me into a dead end. I got to turn around and run over the same speed bumps, aka explanations.
That is because you think that you can start from the second floor and start building. We are starting from the foundation.
No, I'm starting from.
No, you're starting on the roof. You're starting on the weather vane on the top, thinking you can build your way down.
You guys
You
are
can't.
telling me point C is point B. but
You're
it's not.
you're taking a model that you think is true and trying to work all your assumptions from that. We're starting without a model from the foundation principles. That's why you keep coming back over the speed bumps. That's not our fault. That's your fault. You're not getting it.
Bro,
You don't get B without A. You don't get Z without Y.
If I told you that my sister squirts Capri Sun out of her titties, do you think that you would want to see that?
Then I would come over to your house and I would breastfeed off your sister.
And rightfully, because that sounds amazing, even for me. I'm her brother, but
I'll take the right one. You take the left one, okay?
Yeah.
Capri Sun. But the thing is, it looks like we're on a flat, motionless plane based off the laser test, infrared, and long-distance imaging. We're not seeing 8 inches per mile squared of curvature like we should if we were on a ball.
So
Here, Lemon's back for you. I gotta go anyway, so y'all have fun this morning.
Have a good day.
See you, Lemon.
You
All right,
too,
thanks.
Mimis.
See y'all.
So, what? Like, what did you say again? Who was that?
I was just saying we need to have 8 inches per mile squared down and away from some sort of straight laser or some sort of straight standard for us to have a ball. That's what's expected on the globe, 8 inches per mile squared of curvature, down and away from the initial observer.
But sir, I haven't gotten past the point that you still have the burden of proof for a container, that you are basing the fact on gas pressure. The
Are you talking
precious.
about being able to go up to the container and touch it? Because we have shown you
Look at-
sundogs and parhelions. That would lead one
Look
to
at the
do with reductive logic say that there's probably some sort of containment right there.
Right, press. Right, press isn't the word precious. Right, press is pressure.
They sound.
Where is your
similar,
press?
but you need to press.
Where's your precious gas pressure? And where is your precious container? It
Precious
is
relates
doing
to
all the-
price. Pressure relates to pressing. They come from different roots. They sound similar, but they come from different roots.
So in this container is the
container going up and down? Is that why we have pressure gradients?
A container would cover the surface on some level.
The pressure,
like a
the
lid.
pressure gradient is given by the electrostatic charge.
And are you familiar with gravity now that you're invoking electrostatics?
Gravity is not a down vector in the world. The incoherent electrostatic acceleration is the cause for the down vector. It is incoherent electrostatic acceleration between two Gaussian planes, positive and negative.
Incoherent in that the field isn't concentrated in one place. It's spread out over an area. So you don't have a concentrated magnetic force in one area. It's spread out. The strength of the field is spread out.
And all elements in nature, they have electrostatic property.
So there's a move to absorb gravity under electromagnetism.
Yeah.
Perhaps that's what we're having over a flat plane.
Yeah.
So you said it's
at MIT in USA, they teach. This is what they teach in physics for the down vector. At MIT also, only in astrophysics, they teach gravity. They don't deny gravity, but they say that it belongs exclusively to astrophysics. The pseudoscience, which you cannot prove, you cannot demonstrate, it's pure theoretic, tooth fairy.
So I'd go with electromagnetism instead of gravity. Gravity seems to only be necessary to explain why we don't fall off the ball, but if we're on a flat plane, that's not necessary. Not in that way, anyway.
If you claim gravity exists, you have to show me anti-gravity.
So
anti-gravity is officially non-existing.
Show the fact that there is disturbances in gravity instead of disturbances.
No, do you understand what I just asked you?
I wasn't asking you. I don't really even want to talk to you. Remember?
It doesn't matter if you want to or not. I'm a flat earther. I'm here, and you are talking with flat earther.
Yeah, you're not
talk to you.
The line of conversation, though, bro. Yeah. I think you're disqualified from it now.
He's very informed. He is right about electromagnetics being used instead of gravity. What are you saying?
I didn't say he was misinformed. I said, I actually was saying that he doesn't follow the conversation. He's contributing nothing but for his own gain and his own ego.
He's basically talking about how electromagnetism can be used instead of gravity. And we have two planes that basically are like the ends of an electrode, with the flat plane on one end and the firmament dome being the other side of the electrode, essentially.
And you, for doing this, you're being a clown in here, because you came into our house and you are telling me you're not talking to me.
I'm talking to you, but you're not following the conversation, so you're disrespecting me.
It doesn't matter if I'm not following the conversation as you would wish or like. Not all people in this world are born native with speaking English language.
I don't even think you know
together. You don't think that electromagnetism can be used instead of gravity?
No, not instead. Why would I use it instead? It affects gravity, right? Yeah, but it doesn't. It's not the only effect that is what we call gravity. You know what I mean?
Well, gravity appears to be this ball-making force that sticks us to the underside of a ball, but that's all. We don't really see a real demonstration that it's even a thing.
What's a thing? Gravity?
That we have this gravity force making things into balls. sticking stuff to the underside of a ball.
I don't want to talk about underside of balls. That sounds kind of fucking gay. But
But you are using these words. You bring them in here. You have brought the gravity into discussion here, and you have no clue what it is.
Yeah,
You don't know what. You don't know the second law of thermodynamics. Nothing. You don't know what vacuum is. You don't know what gas pressure is.
Yeah, we're just talking about the implications of what you're talking about. We need to see this gravity force. We need to see it.
You just come in here. He's just coming in here, and he just likes to ramble and babbles himself.
We're talking about the shape of the Earth, and this gravity force is invoked
exactly.
as the
Demonstrate
thing
to
that's
us.
curved.
Demonstrate now that you have proof for curvature, that you have proof for speeding. Show us a speedometer mounted to the Earth, and you show us how fast it's spinning.
I don't think so, Big Guy.
Show us that.
Speedometer to Earth. I don't know what the fuck that came from.
Something that shows that the Earth is moving. So since we have no way to prove this, it's going to tend to be dismissed because we see a flat and feel a motionless plane.
Wait. Hold the thought right there. I wasn't listening. Dude, go take another bite out of your disillusionment, bro. You have no idea what
you
I'm
are the one.
You don't follow conversations.
You don't come here to talk about Tooth Fairy and being a clown in here.
What proof do we have of curvature again?
I know there was a moderator in here before, but this guy, he is just really just tearing this apart. It's not happening. He's devolving the conversation. I'm about to fucking leave.
Bye, Felicia.
You're welcome to leave.
Just go.
Yeah.
How about this? I'll just turn.
Amelia.
You're very welcome to leave and bang your head into your walls.
Amelia, just 1 second. Can I make it easy for you, bro? Can you just tell me your best reason why you believe you're in a globe? Number one thing that convinces you in your mind. Why do you believe you're in a globe?
I was too busy not giving.
Making it easy for you, bro. Just answer that question.
So, why?
Answer that question.
Is there a container? Is there? Yes or no?
Just to make it easy for you.
Is yes.
Your reason.
The question, so it sounds like you need time to think about this. Go think about this. We have some Flat Earth info for you. I'll put the Flat Earth starter pack in the chat. Go check it out and let us know what you think.
How about when you posted that video and you left, you didn't have any context to provide me with that video? How about I watch it right now with you? I really couldn't hear you. You were really quiet right there because I turned you way down, bro.
Sure, it should be pretty short. I think it's just a little 2-3 second video. The globe excuse of ice crystals forming the parhelion is kind of weak because each of those ice crystals would make its own little parhelion. It wouldn't make a coherent image. It looks like the sun shining off what appears to be a curved surface otherwise. So I'm going to take that as evidence of some sort of dome covering.
Is a parhelion proof of this dome, just like your sundog, which is not constant observable phenomenon, right? You don't know that? Do you know it's not constantly observable, a sundog? Have you even looked into this? Dude, let me look at this embarrassing photo. Oh yeah, I think I'm done. I'm halfway through it and it's done nothing for me already. So why don't you explain to me where in this sundog phenomenon that is not always observable do I see a container that you guys keep claiming, invoking, and shoving down my throat, which you will not answer or prove?
Why does it have to be always observable? You have to be at the right angle to see what is present. The sun
Because you don't know
tend
why
to be in
sun
colder
dogs
regions.
exist.
Parhelions tend to be in warmer regions.
You don't know why sun dogs exist, do you?
Like you know. Anything.
Otherwise, it offers what appears to be prima facie evidence of the sun shining off of a surface based off of the appearance alone. The excuse of ice crystals or whatever just sounds weak.
I don't know about you, but you're not a prima, Facila.
Prima facie on its face. It's just evidence on its face that needs little to no interpretation via some other means. You just
Yeah,
look
well,
at it, looks like the
kind
sun
of
shining
throwing.
off the surface.
I was kind of
without much
throwing.
interpretation.
Yeah, I was throwing a lighthearted insult at you, saying prima, meaning that you're not the number one female in here.
Oh no, prima is like a Italian for first. It's a way they say first or something like that. First face. The
Right, I
evidence
know.
on its first face.
But I don't see Sundog every day. But does that mean that the container disappears?
The sun probably just goes in a different position. But it looks like there's some sort of covering at the very least.
The only position that sun changes is in its path from the Big Bang. You know what? I mean, it doesn't have a path over us, guys. We have a path around the sun.
Did he say Big
He
Bang?
said that, yeah.
Holy
He said
shit.
Big
Dude.
Bang.
Violation of the first law. Wow.
Masturbation caused civilizations.
Oh yeah.
So where is your explanation of this Sundog?
Yeah, you explain to us how nothing explodes.
What explosion? What?
Yeah. How does nothing explode?
How does mass create
Yeah.
itself?
All right. So this is
Your
liter-
homosexual big banging, worship.
No, don't get me started.
That's what it is. It is a homosexual worship. Big
I'm
banging.
I will not make out with you.
That's what it is.
No.
Nothing,
I will not make out
nothing
with you.
exploded,
No.
and everything is.
Consent. Shut up for a second.
Well, that's what you are telling us.
No, it's not what I'm telling you. I will not make out. Dude, the Big Bang. What do you think makes all these things orbit? Is it just some kind of magic you guys just convince yourself with?
No, it's not magic. It is electricity, electrostatic properties of elements. It's magnetic field.
Guess what, asshole? You tried that before, but
It
you
is
tried
science. You are coming here
tried
with
that before, and you tried to
pseudoscience,
explain
with
it.
Why you calling people
clown
asshole, bro?
stuff.
What's wrong with you, man?
You're being disingenuous right now because you said the electrostatic
Stop
is
calling people asshole. What's wrong with you, man?
Ground.
Fucking clown. People asshole, man.
Yeah.
Why are we talking about assholes here? I don't know. What's the answer to the question that I just asked you guys? Do you have any?
What
Paying attention?
question?
You weren't paying attention at all. Okay.
No.
You're a shameless clown, bro. That's what you are, man. No shame, dude.
That's great, bro.
Yeah.
I don't.
So fucking ridiculous, dude. It's insane.
I don't think I want to talk to people who are delusional and
Shameless clown, bro.
You're piggybacking on the conversation.
Shameless clown, dude.
Ah, yeah.
You have nothing to say.
Oh, because
This time you said nothing.
Lower your volume because you're way too loud in the conversation when you have
This time, dude, you said nothing. What did you say, bro? What did you bring to the table?
So I'm gonna lower your volume so you can
Clown,
stop
dude.
interrupting me. And done.
I stopped
There we go.
interrupting you, dude.
So does
Fuck are
anybody
you
want
to say
another
that shit?
try on that? That was a
You bring to the
swing and a
table,
miss.
dude.
If anybody didn't know.
Something. One reason why the Earth is a globe. One reason, the most convincing in your mind. What is it that makes you believe?
Bro, I'm not
One
playing
reason, dude.
mind games with you.
Just one reason why you believe Earth is a globe. What is the
Speak
first
up,
and
Don't
most
play
powerful?
mind games in here.
Just a simple
You're
question.
the only one playing mind games in here. This is not a mind game server.
Simple
Understood?
question.
You either talk scientific facts, reality, either get out of here.
Yeah, I can't hear an argument from these guys. Anybody else want to try?
No argument. You have no argument, dude. You have no argument.
Yeah.
Said nothing. One reason why the Earth is a globe. What is the most convincing thing in your mind that makes you believe that?
Maybe you weren't here, but I don't really care to repeat myself over and over again.
Never said
At all.
anything, dude.
I'm not gonna keep doing that all night.
Clown.
I demand satisfaction.
See all these words you said right
and
now?
The satisfaction that I demand is proof of the container. Right now, I'm getting impatient, starting to tap my foot like Sonic, bro. I'm ready to fucking
You're
go.
getting impatient.
And then we can move on.
Trigger troll. That's why you're still
It's not
here,
a fucking
man.
That is
sundog.
your burden
It's not a
of
sundog.
proof.
Don't tell me it's
your
a sundog.
burden. In 1
Theocentric
hour of conversation in
fundamentalist.
here, you never once stated the second law of thermodynamics. And you are talking with us, gas pressure, without a container. Are you stupid in your head? Do you think we are clowns like you?
I think I can't really
Anything.
hear anything you're saying.
Lost soul, man.
Where's that container though? Still waiting. Could take a while
That
for
is
you
your
guys.
burden
I,
of proof.
I try to give you guys enough time to
Demonstrate
prepare, but
where the
you know,
container
I
is.
guess it wasn't enough.
Because you
Maybe
cannot have
tomorrow,
gas
maybe?
pressure
You
without a
guys
container.
want to
Fact.
work on it till tomorrow? I'll come back. But until, I'm just gonna keep berating your awful arguments and
Go
your
and
lack
stay
All I have to
away.
do is bring a glow proof.
your lack of following the conversation.
Glow proof, dude. Next
your
time you
lack of
come here.
respect
Don't
for,
here
for
with
me,
bullshit, man.
You are a
fellow.
sad
Jerk,
case.
jerking,
You are a
doing
sad
nothing,
case.
saying nothing.
If you can't
Just the
have a
glow proof
I'm
next
conversation
time you
telling
come,
you,
dude.
you
There
are
is
a
no conversation.
burden for your own.
You're just
going
talking
in a
shit,
whole other
dude.
direction,
You're not
then I
saying
think
anything.
you have a problem with
Saying anything,
a
dude.
lot
All
of
I have
things
to do
in
is
your
bring
life.
one proof for the globe. Just one. One. That's all it has
You weren't
from you.
here, so
Just bring
you missed
one
out,
proof
buddy.
for the globe.
You missed out.
The reason why
I'm
you
not
believe.
gonna continually
Great.
satisfy all you guys until
You
you
express
tap
yourself.
out.
That's why you're
on-
bullshitting, dude. Why you bullshitting, man? You have nothing.
No, you gotta fucking.
All you have to do is say one
Because I've
reason why you
satisfied you
believe.
guys several times.
One reason why you believe, dude.
You guys were finished at the end.
Heliocentric fundamentalist fanatic.
Tap out.
Just give one reason why you believe, dude. That's all it asks from you. Just one reason
I'll
why you believe in the globe.
I will not give you the satisfaction of another answer when I've already given it
Because
to
you know you're a heliocentric
I
fundamentalist
will not
fanatic.
give you the
That's
satisfaction.
what you are, dude. You're a religious fanatic. That's all you are. You're triggered. That's why you're so emotional, bro. You have nothing to say. You know nothing, bro. Say anything, dude. You don't know anything about anything, bro.
Ban for this guy.
I'm
So,
a little bit from emotional. I've actually
Triggered
just
clown, dude.
asked one question, and I've proved you guys wrong for the fact that you can't answer a
You
single.
know what the word prove means? What does that word mean, bro? What did you prove? What did you even say?
He knows nothing.
Look at yourself, dude. You can't answer it. That's proof.
I will personally request permanent ban for this guy.
I would like to request.
No, it's worth it, man, because there's always people listening and there's people learning. So this guy is not even a question.
Yeah.
Nobody gives a fuck about him, dude. There's other people listening and learning.
Ask me a pointed question instead of a general one.
And
I'm not going to
everything.
go on and try to satisfy your goofy ass little fucking game that you got here. Vlad on Flat Earth? You got a sick fucking game you want to play with me? Go.
You prove, dude. The
Ask
only
a
thing you
pointed
proved
question.
is psychology of heliocentric fundamentalist fanatics.
Yeah,
That's the only thing you
exactly.
proved. You exposed yourself, dude. You and all the people like yourself.
Most horrible.
That's all you did, bro. You just
kind of
exposed
people.
yourself.
Yeah.
Emotional insecurities.
Are you
intellectual dishonesty?
crazy?
You just exposed yourself.
Anybody.
You just exposed yourself, dude. Your emotional insecurities and your intellectual dishonesty.
That's really weird that you would talk about people.
Dumbest fucking troll that I ever heard in my life, dude.
That's really weird that you would talk
Dumbest
about
troll I ever heard in my
on
life.
Discord, man. There could be kids here listening. Why are you talking about exposure?
And you talking about your sister's titties and assholes? What's wrong with you, man?
Yeah.
You're a
the
clown,
one
dude.
swearing in here.
I wasn't talking about my sister. I called you an asshole.
Yes, you did. It's all recorded,
You
bro.
did. Yeah.
You can go back and listen. Clown.
Right now, I just called you.
Exposed yourself. You exposed yourself and all people who think like you.
I'm not
There
gonna
are people listening, and people are listening and learning, dude.
I'm not entertaining this fucking fool.
You suffering, dude. Suffering,
And,
bro.
who else is
Cognitive
gonna be a fool
dissonance,
to me right
and there's
now?
no
This
way out
is-
for you. Your
this
ego's
is
too
really,
big to
truly
surrender the
embarrassing.
truth.
I'm
Ego's too
actually
big, dude.
embarrassed.
There's no
for
way
you
out for
and
you,
your
dude.
parents right now. Vlad, what are you gonna
You're a
do
lost soul, bro.
when your parents ask you a single fucking question?
Lost
you can't
soul,
answer
dude.
it?
You have to talk
And
about
you're
my
gonna sit
parents,
there
dude.
acting
You're a
like a
lost
dick.
soul, dude.
What are you gonna do?
You bringing my parents in, dude. You're a lost soul, my man. You're a clown.
I've got one question.
About the globe. All these words you used, you said nothing. How about talk about globe, dude? Tell me why you believe. Clown.
All right, well, I muted that guy, that familiar spirit guy. You guys just want to move on to somebody else or just start another conversation?
Check, check, check. Hello, everybody. Hello, bro.
What's up, Biggs? It's good,
Yeah,
man.
not
Yourself?
too bad, bro.
You just rolled in. You missed this guy?
Yeah, I kind of heard just like a little bit at the end. Nothing surprises me anymore, bro. That's the state that we are in. Like, it's mental backward retardation. You know, God
No
gives you
shame
everything
with
that you. Yeah, they throw it in, like, in his face, in other people's faces, and they go from an image of God to a monkey. You know what I'm talking about. They reverse engineer the bullshit. It's yeah, it's a projection thing. You know what I mean? He'll say something about whatever, and then you'll turn it. Oh, you said this, you said that.
Just circle jerking, man.
Yeah.
That's okay. Like I said, it's the only reason why this is worth it because there's people listening
Yeah, bro.
and they're seeing the both sides. They're looking at the argument. They're thinking for themselves. Clown is just an example, you know.
That's why we are the example, bro. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not
Expose
about.
themselves.
Yeah, it's not just about. It is about the thing being flat and all the rest of it. What goes along with it? You know, the accountability, the love. You know what I mean? Helping one another. You know what I'm saying, yeah? It's why we're here. You need to get past the fucking that basketball, or you know, very few people can be. They like to call themselves spiritual, but they're hurling around on a rock, which makes no sense. Nothing became a gas that molded into a rock that had molten core. It's a great movie, but it doesn't. It doesn't work. It doesn't work, bro. That's why there's so much suffering, bro. People find it hard to use their brain. You know, it hurts them. And if they do penetrate, they touch the soul. It's like a little like hit with this, you know, like you push somebody, and they don't want to go past that bit because they know there's a lot of shit that you need to look into. You know, your own darkness. You need to accept, you know, what you've done unconsciously. You know what I mean? Whatever it is, saying something to somebody, paying taxes that you're not meant to pay, that are going to, you know, people that are doing evil stuff. You know what I mean? There's a lot of stuff there.
Hello, Iggs.
Hey, my brother. How's my Romanian brother doing?
How are you? Good, good.
Yeah, that's the way, bro. That's what I hear. Good stuff.
Nice.
Good stuff. Kind of, yeah, after last time. Oof. Were you here for walking on eggshells?
Oh, no. Was he here?
Oh, bro. Oh, bro. I blew like the top of my cranium off, bro. My like skull came off.
That guy really gets my goat.
Were you here when I full blasted him?
No.
Oh, you should have heard me, sister. I went off tap. How do you really know? How do you really know? I go, bro, how do you really know? I go, have you ever like shit yourself? Sorry to be a bit, you know, with the language. And he's like, yeah, you know, everybody's done it. They get a bit drunk. I'm thinking to myself, no, I haven't, but all right, continue. And then he's like, yeah. I go, well, if you keep on doing that, you'll get like sores and blisters and, you know, gangrene. And I go, then they'll have to chop your butt off. But you learn, and you think that you need to go to the toilet, and that's a better thing. I go, so you learn and you know.
Yeah.
And then he said something about love or whatever, and I go, how do you know that you love that or that you feel good doing that? And that was just like boom. He had to think about it for a little bit, and everybody started laughing because it got him right there in the corner. And he's like, "Oh well, I don't really know. I think I know." Okay, so if you don't think you know all that, I go, "What is the point of this?" And I was a bit harsh, and you know, the crack feeling came in, like because it hurts my soul because like I sort of know what's happened to the poor guy. He lost his dad. Yeah, he doesn't know how to deal with it. You know, I said to him, I go, you know, God rest his soul, you know, he's in a better place. And he just said, oh, he's in the ground. I'm like, bro, like,
yep.
You know, that
they have no feelings for their own family.
Yeah, but his dad hurt him, and I understand all that.
Snakes.
But you need to deal with it, bro. You know,
trust me, he's got feelings.
He has feelings. He just doesn't know how to deal with them, bro. You know, it's just one of those things. But I said, you know, like, I go, why don't you just end it, bro? I go, what's the point of everything? I go, why are you writing a book for? If you don't really know, why are you trying to give advice to people about, you know, anything if you don't fucking know? I go, just fucking end it.
When I was a child, in the village of my grandparents, they were saying that it's not good to speak the names of the people who died, because when you speak it, they hear you, and you are this. The elders were saying that you are making them turn into their graves. You know.
In the graves, yeah.
That's why, yeah, you have to let them never mention them by name, you know.
Yeah, it has to
And
be like
to
quite a while
say
gone.
all these things
That's
like
bullshit.
rest in peace and you know,
Oh,
You
you
know where
say
that
it,
comes
but you don't
from?
mention their name.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know where that
The
comes from?
go, bro.
It comes out of the Bible, obviously, where it says we'll be able to intercede with God while we're in the shadowland. So,
It says, you know, let the dead bury the dead. But what it is just it. You just that's why it's not good to when somebody passes away to like full. It's good to grieve, but to make it loud and all the rest of it, you're not letting the soul pass through properly because he's getting drawn back because of all the
I don't think we've got the power to stop
emotion.
that. Though. I don't know if we've got the power
Sorry,
to
bro.
stop it, bro. I don't know if we've got the power to stop the soul. Like, through power of emotion. I don't know.
Yeah,
Oh,
well, that's why
Grant.
there's the. Yeah, it's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, there is this guy familiar. Have you seen him?
No, bro. No.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm just. What I was saying
that's
is
a
just it's
very
more
wicked guy. He just was in here, and yeah, he
Oh, yeah.
insulted me and many other flat earthers.
the lost, bro. It says it in the Bible. There'll be, you know, people
Given
be
over to a
like
reprobate mind.
walking trees. Reprobate mind, yeah.
Well, no, it says it in the Bible, bro. They'll be given over to a reprobate mind.
Yeah, they'll be like walking trees. Just, you know, just a bit of a jab at the trees, but the point is there, you know. But yeah, those 3.5 days, it's got another metaphysical thing to it when you know Yashu passes away, and Yuga says, "I will be resurrected in 3.5 days." That's what it usually takes for you to go from this realm to the other, and you don't want to cause disturbance to the soul that's trying to pass on with. You know, you want to. That's why back in the old days, and you know, even cultures still do it. They will sort of honor the man and woman's life, sort of like a celebration, or you like get well, no, like with us, it's 40 days. You don't shave, and you know.
Ah, yes.
You don't
I
mention the
forgot the
person's
name
name.
of this. Yeah, the morning.
Yeah.
When
So
you
you don't
mourn,
shave.
yeah, you
Yeah, you
shave.
don't eat certain foods. You don't mention the
You can't
person.
sing, listen music.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Because listening music when you are mourning, the music is like knives into your heart, twisting knives
Yes.
into your heart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And into them too.
Mm-hmm.
It's all interconnected. So
yeah,
it's certain things we've lost along the way, or people don't know how to decode what is written. You know.
Yes.
40 days and 40 nights in if you like, I've studied all this stuff in Kabbalah or in Gematria, it's like means death. Yeah, when you hear 44 on the news, that's what it is. When you hear 19, they're talking about the sun. 49 is about the Jesuits. When you hear 777 or 37 or 73, that's reference to like something that's like on the top level. So they've got all this stuff. Hey, bro.
Yeah, this ritual with the 40 days and 40 nights, I see it. It was the time required for Adam and Eve to cleanse from sin.
Yeah, they stood in the river. Yeah, if you read the other books,
and Adam did it, but the wicked deceived Eve, and she came out
Yeah.
earlier in the 17th day.
So you read the
And
other books, huh?
yeah,
Did you start reading
that's
them,
the
bro?
story. Sorry, yeah, I did read it.
Good man.
But
Good man.
you know, because of that, and Jesus, the Holy Sacrifice Son, when he came in the world, Jesus, he also did this ritual to fulfill exactly what Adam did, like showing that to the man that all you need is God to speak life for you. You don't need to eat and drink and stuff, you know, to live.
Yeah. Yes.
But
That's exactly
because
true, bro.
of this fallen state, yeah, we don't live our lives as they have been meant to, and yeah, we need to eat and stuff. But in the end, eating will kill us.
Yeah, when was it the
Eating
other day?
is certain death.
It was Dave Henkel, I think, who was on. I said,
Yeah.
we were speaking about stuff, and I said, I go, you were born to die. I go, if you cannot accept it, I go, it's game over. I go, it's written in the Bible. I go, all the atheists know it. I go, that's what happens. You cannot escape it. I go,
Yeah.
you were born to die.
Yeah.
I go, so while you're here, do something good. But you need to accept the fact that it's going to happen. And
You
then
know,
Dave
the
comes on
funny
and goes,
thing,
what is the biggest, he said, what is the biggest killer? Sorry, bro. He goes, what is the biggest killer of people? And I just
yeah,
went quiet. I go, what is it, bro? Had a bit of a chuckle. He goes, birth for being born. So he got what I was trying to
funny,
say.
yeah.
You know, you cannot escape it. It's about being accountability, not being a sophist or you know, like any other stuff like that. You know, you can't. When it says the son of man will be he, the son of man will judge. You know, will judge. That means you will judge yourself because you cannot lie to yourself after this world. It's not like somebody's going to come and you're in a courtroom and all the rest of it. We know our shortcomings, all of us.
Yeah.
None of us are perfect, but we try to do better than we can. And the stuff that we cannot do better, we ask for help, and that's why we're here for each other. That is I think it's the biggest thing that this channel does.
Sharing from
Is help
hand to
people.
hand,
Yeah.
like you know, these people were doing work back in the days. They were handing the bricks from one to hand, you know, and it's easier than carrying.
Yes, exactly.
You
When
put
have
100 men in a row, and you move a whole mountain.
Yes.
From hand to hand.
Yes.
Yeah.
But this is that thing where we go into it's like, maybe I can do it all myself and I want to, you know, whatever, get more and da 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 da. Fair enough. It's good to be, to know stuff and all the rest of it. But, you know, nobody should be without a roof over their head or something to eat. It says in the Bible, give 10% to God. That means give 10% to the other people because He is in the other people. You know, whatever you have done to the least of me, you've done to myself. Jesus said. So the poor people, whoever it is, you know, it doesn't matter if you're helping out with food, knowledge, whatever it is. That is that giving sort of that 10% back. Not to give it to Reverend Bigfoot in the golden plate, so he can take it away from
You
you.
know, when you look, when God created Adam, He blew life into him. He breathed life into him. You know, so life is God's breath. And when you kill a man, that means you're taking God's breath away. You know, and how can someone? How could you ever forget someone who's trying to strangle your neck to take your breath away? Would you be
somebody that's Putting a
able to
mask over your
forget him
face.
ever for? Yeah, you can't. You
No.
cannot forget. Yeah.
You can't.
So that's why God knows all of these men who take that which they will never be able to give back, because only God is able to give life.
Yeah. He made everything, brother. That's the thing that people
Yeah.
need to realize. It's not about this concept of Gaia worship, this, that. Everything he made, you have respect for everything. It's even, you know, you've looked at proper science, you know that everything's got life in it, you know.
Yes.
They cut like a, you know, leaf, and the actual outline of the spiritual stuff is there. If you can see the full leaf with like the cameras, with the Kidola camera, you can see the aura still there after you've chopped the leaf off. Nothing is.
And you know, God created it perfect and good, but some of these angels, they rebelled. So
A lot of them did, more than people know.
They turn, 1/3 of them, 200.
That was then. How much more have? How do we know who's on what side now? If I may speak
Really?
about
Was it
that, you know.
1/3?
Yeah, 1/3.
Yeah, 1/3 of the angel made sworn. They sworn to each other and made a promise. You know, Lucifer
And
told them that, promised them, I will ascend. I will set my throne above the throne of God.
if you look in the original, it's actually, his name is Azazel, and he's the prince of the air. So
the
he's trying to imitate God, as in God breathing breath into somebody. This is what people don't realize. Your words can heal, or your words can kill.
Yeah.
So the fallen one, he knew quite a bit. Obviously, he's way beneath God, but that's the deception. And till then, you don't know who's changed their mind up there, who's doing what, and because they have free will too.
Yeah, and there was also an angel of metal working. Then there is an angel called mathematics. He is a fallen angel.
Yes.
Mathematics is a very good tool to quantify nature, reality.
See,
but
can I quickly, please,
it
bro?
will lead you. Go ahead.
Because this is important, and not much people are going to like this, but I don't care because I've got it written in text, and it's from these people that are up there that know about this. Pythagoras, he was a Satan worshipper. He got kicked out of where he was born because of the bullshit mathematics that he got told from high above. So he got kicked out from the Balkans, or whatever you want to call Macedonia and whatnot. Yeah, he got booted out, bro. This is true.
From Greece.
And he, the place that was just made up not long ago. But he got booted out and went to, I can't remember exact place in Italy. And people go, he went to, didn't go to Egypt, nothing like that. And, he had to fast, and he was this, that. He went to the best place there was, where the land was the most fertile, and he pigged out and he lived like a king. And by doing that, he decimated the land as well, because he brought people in and trying to share whatever it is. And this is, I've got it written down, and this is from people that are, 90 past the 96 degree in Freemasonry. You're talking about like the priests of the world. People think it's 33 or something. 33 is nothing. That's for like, it's like passing, whatever, the first part of school, like from year 1 to 8 or year 1 to 6, depending on which country.
He's the pioneer. He's the founding pioneers of these Jesuits stuff.
Yeah. So sorry, bro, to interject like that. I just had to say it.
No, it's a very good interjection.
I know you appreciate my interjection.
Yeah. I wasn't
most people
going
won't say what I
much
say.
far. Yeah.
Yeah, most people won't say what I say because it's not comfortable. Nobody's comfortable with it.
Yeah.
Mathematics can be used for good, but it wasn't what he did. He took it, and from the start, he used it for bad.
Yeah. And
You know,
you
that's the
see,
thing.
People are simply the puppets. The
yeah,
fallen angel demons from hell are the ones with the long-term plans. They may give them,
yes,
the occasional, riches and stuff like that in their short lives, but they just go from puppet to puppet, working out their long-term plans for world domination and control.
Yeah, that's why it says in the Bible. It goes, "I will roll up the first heaven and the second heaven, and there won't be no more." So those are the ones that are fallen but trapped and begging, and the other ones that are just there that are like with hope that something might happen to give them some mercy, and then it will just, the cycle will start again. The wheel will start again, and then they'll be given a choice. How you gonna start again? You're gonna continue with your your evil ways, or you're gonna mend your ways? Because when you look at it, even the fallen ones and the ones that do wrong or evil, whatever you want to call them, they exist only because God has given them the right to. So they are part of God. Doesn't mean you worship them or all the rest of it. Don't please nobody get me wrong. They are a part of Him because they've got no existence, but they've got the free will to do either good or bad. Jesus had to go down. That's why when I mentioned to get big, like it's Jesus Luciferus Christus, Jesus had to go down and drag everybody that was bad up towards God to save them, to go to in the underworld. People don't know that's the full thing, because words just get thrown out there. You have to go down there, because everybody was in a bad state in sin. Very few people were up where God was, and as the sacrifice is, he went down. He had to go through those levels and bring everybody up as the right hand of God, the helper, the intermediary, however you want to say him. And he's the example for all of us. He says, "People will come after me that will do greater things than I." I'm not saying I'm at that level. Don't please nobody again get me wrong. But this is what we're trying to do. Trying to help each other to get up and help everybody else get up to the best that we possibly can, because we're far from perfect. The only perfection is the one that makes everything. This is the angels of, one that showed everybody how to, they say pharmakia, but the first people to do it were with herbs and all the rest of it, and then they started using all these other poisons and all the rest of it. We're not given in the proper books. It says who did what and all the rest of it. We just presume and assume if somebody helps somebody that is bad. You don't know if they came down on their own accord, or if it was a, you know, if it was sent by the creator or whatnot, you know. So there's discernment that's needed. Sorry, boys, I went off on a bit of a tangent. Anybody can interject when they want.
I was listening.
Sorry?
I say I was listening.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's even, this will be controversial, there's even said masonry wasn't made to be what it is. It's got nothing to do with what it's meant to be. Nothing. It's far from it. Just like, you know, Christian people. These people have gone into every single thing that's meant to be good, and they've made it all foul. They've made everything physical. Nothing is meta, or if you spell it backwards, atom. Like, even though I don't like the word atom, but, you know, like metaphysical, like the sine wave. We've reducted everything to like a ball or a sphere or a circle. But you look up at the sun, you don't know what it is. It's just this little glowing bright light. And people think these people that know about this stuff, that they worship the sun. No, that's just a throw off. So you can think whatever you want, and then you're actually making something bad for yourself because you don't really know what's going on. So you're casting dispersions. But yeah, these people, no, they worship the sun. It's a thing that it's a beautiful thing made by God. You respect it for that. And you thank you. You know, we wouldn't be able to live without that. There's yes.
The thing is, ancient history seems to be completely ignored in modern education. As if it is of absolutely no consequence whatsoever.
Yes. So we don't learn. Yeah, you're correct. You're correct. And they give us the false. I think I came on. I was a bit like sort of emotional when I came on, and I was trying to tell people a few things. And I said, when it says, "Give what is Caesar's, and give what is God's," I go, "Who is Caesar?" And everybody said, you know, like Rome, you know, or you know, Greece and all that. And I said, no, Caesar is you. And like, how can you say that? I go, well, Caesar was the way that they put it is the ruler. He's like, you know, sovereign. I go, did God not make you sovereign? You know, why are you using toilet paper to try to pay a bill? Why aren't you having discernment for yourself? God didn't say you're a slave. He said you're sovereign. Yeah, everybody's a king and queen. Yeah, after a bit of talking, I think some people, I think, hopefully got me. My point. Not as in like we are like Caesar, like the character portrayed. Don't hope nobody misconstrues it, but yeah, like everybody is on level playing field as we are on a level Earth. So you should do things honorably and properly, and keep your word and help others, and people misconstrue the point. And if you look, I tell everybody, where was it written? Like Caesar woke up one day and he saw it was spring. I mean, magically he didn't know like what time of the year it was to harvest, so he can pillage the people. And I laugh when I hear this. I go, how can the emperor not know when it is time to go collect tax, all the wheat and grain and all the rest of it? These people were like looking at the stars. They knew when was when and what was what and all the rest of it. I go, this is what people, and you can go to the etymology of it. The word calendar, it means bookkeeping entry. And they are all of them are, what's it called? Brain fart. What's it called? They've all been patented. That's why when you say, I am, you say Islam, Muslim, Christian, whatever, you get put under those certain directives, and you are a bookkeeping entry. Before, when somebody was born, they used to take, that claim of birth, like the live birth, and they used to put it in the Bible or wherever in their documents, and that's it. But people let other people do it for them, and now everybody's on the stock market.
That is true.
This is what I'm trying to.
And very few people realize this.
Like the Bible is like minimum fourfold. It's like sevenfold understanding. You need to read and reread and read other texts, and people get stuck because
you aren't a living man or woman. You are just a commodity. Something that
you can get out of it though. There's a way to get out of it, but as I said before, I'm not sure if you heard me, sister, but people's, your brain needs to hurt it a bit. You know what I mean? To be able to.
Yeah, I was actually thinking of the concept of making your own birth certificate and renaming yourself.
You should.
And reclaiming yourself.
Yeah, you can do that. I'm speaking to one other guy. Maybe we can put something together. I can show a few things that I can't really do here to help people.
I did listen to you when you were speaking about this before.
What do you mean make your own birth certificate?
Yeah.
Well, you are not the signatory on that certificate. Your parents.
Yeah.
If their signatures are even on it.
Yeah, but even then, your mum's an informant, so she's lagged on you. She's done something wrong.
Yeah.
So when you look where it says mother, it says informant. What's an informant? Somebody that informs on somebody doing a crime. So she's informing on herself doing a crime. Do you get what I mean? These people have they've done so much wrong, but yeah, you can correct it. All you need to do is know how to, like those numbers, the serial number. You need to know how to do that.
Basically, you can't make your own birth certificate, right?
You can. I have. With numbers, just like they do.
That's the point. The birthing is a whole thing about going into the docket, and bonding yourself. Yeah. So you're gonna, by your own will, you're going to bond yourself back to the Maritime Admiralty Law.
Nah. Everything's maritime law, bro. Like, this is one thing people need to understand.
Is this going to be
laws are
paper?
Sorry. But it's your paper. It doesn't go nowhere, but with you.
But
Otherwise,
if it's my
you're
own
using other.
paper, though, right?
Sorry?
That's what I'm asking, though. I'm sorry. I don't mean to keep interrupting. I'm just asking. Is it?
No, go. Sorry, bro. Is it bonding? No, because it's yours. Unless you willingly put it on the stock market, then yeah. Otherwise, you're not using something that somebody else created to do trade or own a house or buy something or whatever it is in life that you need to do to live. If that makes sense, if I've explained myself correctly.
And what if it doesn't check out for them?
You need to know the mechanics of it. It cannot check out because I've done it. So, on your social security card, yeah?
I don't have a social
You've got
security card. The administration.
Oh, well, that's great then. Well, if anybody's got one, you've got those. Usually they're like in red, but you've got the numbers with the letter on there, yeah? If you call up any
corresponds to a bank, a branch of banks, right?
Sorry, say that again, brother.
So the number is what determines which Federal Reserve Bank that your bond is stashed in.
Well, if you fully look into it, that number has been divested in probably maybe 50, 60,000 different trading platforms. I'll just give the basic one is the stock market. So if you call somebody that does, just say with bonds, yeah, call them up. You don't say it's that certificate. You say, hey, I found a bond that my dad had, or granddad had, or great granddad had. Yeah, with your own one, and say, I would like to know what it's worth.
Well, just like you said, I'm here to say that as a bond, right, that actually increases in worth over time. So yeah, it might start off 1 million and then boom, it's gone up like 6 million, whatever. It's kind of like Bitcoin.
Yeah, like I think most places, like just I think in the USA, Australia, like all they like to call them Western countries, I think the birth certificate starts off with around 7 million, and it depends on where you work, what you do, your assets, and all the rest of it. Like I've checked out my one; it's something stupid, you know what I mean? But minimum will go up to like just say 40, 50 mil, even more. But at the end of the day, you didn't produce that, so you can't really. Well, if you do, you can, but you need to be very careful. I wouldn't recommend it. But when you make your own thing, you're your own man, woman, and you've still got that number, but that is only for you. You're not divulging it because you've got the original document. It stays with you. You just show it as a proof that you are able to do whatever transaction, buy a house, whatever, have an account, have a whatever it is. But that stays with you. You're not bonded. There's no bondage. The other bits of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit is your mum, dad, and you. When they do all that, they confirm that you're a living being. But because you go to a hospital and you're in a ward, the word ward means you're captured. You just look up you have to look it up in one of their dictionaries that the Vatican gives out. What's a ward? In the military, you've got a ward. Nobody does any home birthing or anything like that. So if you go,
So what does it matter if somebody gave birth at home?
well, then they can't they won't be able, like that document won't get produced. If you get what I mean. If you have a midwife, she doesn't come down with like pieces of paper. You get what I mean, sister?
Yeah, but
But if
people
you're at the
are even
hospital,
in the UK. People should register a baby's birth within 42 days at the registrar.
they
In
say they
Africa,
should, but you don't have to.
in Africa, people don't get registered at birth.
Of course, that's what I'm saying. It's not a proper law. They tell you it is, but it isn't. And even if you do, you can tell them that somebody's, that's a living being, but you produced the document. They cannot have the original. Once they have the original, that's when, like, even though it's amoral and it still can't stick to you if you know how to maneuver, but people don't know how to maneuver, and that sticks with them. But if you have your own, the original one, and you can send them a photocopy, that they can't do nothing. You've got the original, they can't do squat. Because then you can sue the pants off them. And people have done it. It's about people taking the responsibility to do, their own thing. You won't get, there's no bondage there. It's yours. Like, how do I say it? Like when they say authority comes from the word author. So whoever is the author of something has the authority. Does that make sense? Is that any clearer? Or
This age of digital paperlessness. Wonder how that works.
so, well, listen, if people, like, I'm not a very techie guy, but I'm a bit of a Luddite. I used to be very, very good, but from what I see with the blockchain, it's a very good thing because it's like 3 different areas that can't be stuffed about in, and there is things. There's already 2 things being set up and more being set up. So when you have that document that you produce by yourself, when it's put on there, it's on public record, and that nobody can access it or manipulate it. Like here in Australia, what they did was, because the registrars are thieves, they took everybody's fee simple title. Like in America, you would have a Lodial, and they made them into another one and stole people's property. But if there's a threefold ledger, again, it's threefold ledger that interconnects and nobody can mess with it, and it's on public record, and whoever tries to do something gets punished. You can do something about it. Like even the Bitcoin, people don't realize that governments are buying Bitcoin and it's going in the treasury. That's where you should be working from, not the Federal Reserve, the treasury. The treasury is the treasure. You're dealing with gold, silver, copper. People want to be a part of a constitution that they're not a signatory to. You can be a part of it, but you need to pay into it to be able to elect somebody or to be elected. And this is the thing that these people up there won't tell anybody. And somebody like me comes along and they will be like, oh, he's full of blah, 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 blah. And, you can only say things so many times. And if people want to, listen, check it out and, do their own research, it's up to them. But
in the year 2008, 2009, actually, when the world economy was in so much trouble, people in the UK found out that their councils, instead of spending the money that was allocated for certain public services, had made huge investments in banks in other countries. And the
Yeah.
council that the area that I live in had made they'd invested money in banks in Iceland, and Iceland was the only country that let their banks go to the wall. They didn't bail them out. So all that money was basically lost, and it was literally millions. It was in the
It's not
region of,
lost. It's not lost. Trust me, it's there. But yeah, it's taken.
So then they turned around and said to the peasants, well, due to these losses and due to you know,
The bullshit, yeah.
the government did bail out so many private institutions, mostly banks, to the tune of absolute billions. So as far as I'm concerned, that was money that was just fraudulently taken.
I'll try to find
without the
document.
Without the
Of the
consent
people.
of the taxpayers. And you pay that money in tax towards the future of the people that are working and paying that money to secure
for
the
the betterment.
future for them. Exactly.
Yeah, for the betterment of society. But I'm
And
trying to
no-
find the
and none of
documents
these people
for
who
you.
perpetrated these, who were the guardians of this money, who had the responsibility, none of them were ever prosecuted. All the
Yeah, a couple of them, but
all the white collar criminals got clean away with all their fraud.
yeah,
I mean,
if I,
the fact that people
I
hadn't
got
revolted between then and now they are even put under even more pressure, and they still just bow their back and take it. Humanity is really in such a sad state, and it's like you say, people have no idea that they are sovereign. They are sovereign beings
yeah,
created in the image
And-
of God.
God, yeah. And the thing is, with those private places, it's a private institution, so the public, if you know how to access it, I was saying this to people, and I can actually send you the document if you like, sister. I had people like, oh, you can't do it, freedom of information, it takes too long, You can do it in two ways, but you need to know how to write it. So I have a thing, if you want, I can send to you directly from the NHS, stating that, nobody broke their leg from playing tennis.
I was born
If
in
you get what I
Africa,
mean.
by the way.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but I'd be
Do you still
interested.
live in there?
I'd be interested anyway. No, I live in the UK.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I can send you that. And the thing is, you've joined a private institution, so public law cannot intervene in a private institution. It's like somebody coming into your house and telling you what to do. It doesn't work like that. But if you abuse the trust, and this is what people need to get, all the laws are made and consist of trust law, which is faith law, and they've broken it. Once you break it a few times, then you will get punished. Even I think there was. I need to find the documents for you.
I was
The old
very
computer
interested.
stuffed up.
Yeah, I was
And
very
I had
interested in all of this last year. So I did a bit of reading, but when you were talking, I also went and did some further research.
Did you see how much that the banks and the actual counties admitted to fraudulently taking people's land, and that the mortgages were a fraud?
Yeah, I've heard,
know about that?
of horrendous things going on, particularly in the United States.
Yeah, this is in the UK. They actually admitted it.
What? No, I haven't
Yeah,
heard.
I'll try to find the documents if I can for you. But yeah, they admitted to it. I don't know how much, like 2-3 million mortgages and whatever were like bad, and people don't need to pay them. But the word mortgage it's not even an English word, it's French. It means death pledge. So how can you pay a death pledge? Like your pledge is death. Yeah, this is the thing that people. I'm not.
Those are the obscure things that are going on right under people's noses, and they're not aware. And when the politicians lately, when I see them and I look at them when they speak, and I think truly these people are, when they go off camera, they must be hosing themselves.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they would think it's totally hilarious.
Yeah, it is to them, and that's why it saddens me. And sometimes when I come on, I get emotional. My voice might go on funny. I might have a bit of a start because it emotionally hurts me. And there might be a few people that yell out something, whatever. But I say to everybody, go look at it, research it for yourself. And you can find out the same things. I'm giving you stuff to actually
the
where to poke into.
Yeah, the legalese and the sure, a layman can inform himself, but I just think it was in the Bible. I think who said the law is an ass, but so much more so today. Where people just are not informed. When the council meetings take place and they pass new bylaws, I mean, people are really downtrodden under the law. Not under the force of individuals, but under unscrupulous individuals who put forward ideas that are not for the benefit of the majority. And then, it's like a snowball effect. From one stupid idea, let's ensure that traffic can flow and that people can be safe. Look at the laws that they have now made up. Since Henry
Sorry
Ford.
for laughing.
Since Henry
Sorry for laughing, sister. Yesterday, I said something, and there was a guy that tried to crucify me for this. Started talking about dead people and babies. Oh, sorry for interjecting, but I said, because I know this for a fact, I go, traffic lights are a form of taxation. And he jumped on me. He goes, what about the children that I did? I go, bro. I go, we've gone from one thing to killing people. I go, before there were no traffic lights and people drove. There weren't even lines on the road. Fair enough, we've moved up and there can be a line and a traffic light, but they're not actually laws. I know here, and I need to do read some of the other stuff that's like outside of Australia. But even in the books that are made by, just say like over here, it's like Victoria Rose or Australia, whatever it is. When you open up their book, on the front of the page it says, none of these are actual laws. They are guidances. A sign is a guide. It's not a law. It's like when you read a sign, turn left to go to Hollywood. That's not a law. When it says stop, it's a guidance for you to have a look left and right, or give way. It's something there to help you make the decision because there's dumb people. Not that you should be penalized for it. And it even says, I've got the book, it says that at the start. I'm definitely sure it says, because none of that stuff has gone to Parliament. They've said, you know what, if somebody goes through a red light, we're going to take this much money off them, this is going to happen. And it was voted on 3 times, then it went past the House of Lords and all the rest of it. Like, people, like,
do you know?
Even the fake system that it is, you have to look at it and see for what it truly is. Sorry, sister.
Do you know that the House, the Lords, throughout this pandemic, they are given a sum of £350. I don't even know if it's increased lately, probably, because our MPs awarded themselves a 10% increase in salary last year. And when they decided on this lockdown, and they sent everybody to work from home, those MPs were awarded a £10,000 sum to accommodate them to set up an office at their home, one of their 4 homes, one of which is a stately home. And so these lords who basically go into that chamber of theirs, they go in there. Some of them have a nap. You can see the record of how many times that they speak up, or did they try to affect any change.
I watch it all the time.
Do you?
Yeah. 'Cause I like to have a laugh. Some of them are okay, to be honest, but most of them are just bad.
Maybe a handful. But
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
The fact that such a feudal, it's grace and favor. We will behave gracefully towards those that we hold in our favor. It's hilarious, really. You either read the law and you have a good laugh, or you read the law and it absolutely outrages you.
Yeah.
So we definitely have to conclude that the peasants of today are pretty much as ignorant as the peasants of whatever heyday you want to point to back in the past.
Till they change the language. Yeah.
Ignorant as muck. Yeah.
People were actually starting to get smarter, and then they changed. I'll go from a point of the English language when it was in the 1500s fully changed. It was passé syntax, and it's got nothing to do with the old English. I'm not English or anything, but I took an interest to learn because I'm here and I want to know what's going on. I don't want to be hit on the head with a stick all the time. And the English language was changed in 15 something on purpose because people were learning how to read, and the whole struggle was even to give people the chance to read the Bible in their own language.
The invention of the printing press was like the invention of the internet.
Yeah, exactly. No, you're exactly right, sister. And people were getting smarter, more educated, so they had to change the ways people speak, because in the beginning there was the word, and the word was good, and the word was with the good, so everything was good. But now the word is not good, and it's not with good people, so everything's bad. If I may phrase it like that.
I read a book that was written by one of the inventors of the internet. No, I can't recall who he was, but he wrote quite a good book on trademarks and how trademarks work, the history of it.
Yep.
And then I read a series of fiction books, which I don't often do. But it was about the time of King George, when all the people from Europe were streaming to the USA. And this book touched on many things, on printing presses, how they were regulated, what the punishment was if you were found with one illegally, because those had to be registered. You had to be given the right to use one. And they did use them to great effect to inform people of what was going on. Distributing pamphlets. No, but the opposition as well. The people who wanted to be free from the yoke of the English crown. And
they never were free.
And the other interesting thing was regarding brewery, beer makers, and people who wanted to produce any form of alcohol, especially whiskey. How troublesome that was for people. These licenses and laws, and you can't just make a still in your backyard and say, okay, you can make some beer, but you can't be making any alcohol and selling.
Yeah, to the public. Yeah, unless
the government taking some tax off of you for your hard labor.
you can do it if you have a one-on-one. Just say if you were to make, I don't know, like have a place where you, as I know that you're a healthy lady, you were making like boost juices, something like that, or whatever they're called in the UK. Over here, the boost juice, you know, like they put all the fruits and all that, and they blend it up, and it's like a healthy thing. So you don't need license or anything if me and you have a contract. They can't interfere with that. If I
But if
want
you want
to
to
go,
ferment something and distill it,
Mhm.
you're prohibited from doing that. You actually have to go and register and get a license. Well, I
yes
mean,
and
you
no.
need a license to catch a fish in this freaking country.
Yes and no. As I said, if you're not underneath, if you are sovereign, then you don't. Like, you know how you read up the history about you just said before on how you what was the thing that you did about how to trademark something? Well, the same goes for if you're trying to put what's the other one? You've got a trademark, and you've got a
Patent.
patent. You're actually giving ownership away. See, I know how to patent something under my own name, and nobody can touch it. I can open up a business under my own stuff, and nobody can touch it. I'm not a part of nobody can lord over me. You can open up a court case where they're going to court.
How are
If you
you
know the
called?
mechanics.
Are you eggs?
Yeah, eggs, yeah. Short for eagle. Eggs. Yeah.
For
Eagle's
eagle?
like the Hunchback of Notre Dame.
I know. The bells.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Funny.
nice.
I need to. I'm actually working. I need to go make a few calls. It's riveting listening to you talk. If you've got anything to send me, I'll gladly have it.
Yeah,
I'm
not a problem.
interested
I'm
in many
happy if somebody.
things.
Yeah, if you like, just send me a DM, and maybe when you're free, we can have a chat. I'm trying to organise with one of the nice brothers from here so I can show some things that I can't be put on here.
You were talking about when certain things are printed in italic, and you know
Yeah.
how the documents are, you know, produced to befuddle everyone. Very
Yeah,
interesting.
people don't get that. If it's got a border around it, it's not on the page. That's in their book. They say it's not me making the claim. They say if it's got a border around it, it's not on the page. If it's in italics, it's not on the page. Why would they use different types of writing? Like people need to
stupefy people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I tell everybody, I go, when you get these so-called notices or whatnot, I go, that is just poetry. I go, has anybody down the bottom signed their name, put their whatever legal lawful name, and signed it? No.
I think I'm going to get myself a wax seal, to be honest.
God gave you a seal. You can use one if you want to. That's like after there's certain knowledge that you need to have.
And I'm just going to revert to signing everything with a big X. Seriously.
I just like the full old school, like you don't know nothing, just X marks the spot. No, but you've got a seal, sister. A seal that is greater than any seal, United Kingdom, USA, whatever. You've got one that overrides all of them. Do you know that?
I would really like to talk to you again, but I need to go and do some work call.
Okay. Yeah, not a problem. No, not a problem. If you like, just send me a DM and whenever.
What time is it there on the other side of the round thing?
The round thing, yeah, we're upside down here, but it's.
I know.
I try to stay up because this is when I can get these kinds of
So it's
things out.
evening.
And no, it's like at night. It's like 2:02 in the morning.
Oh wow, much later than what I thought.
Yeah. So if you like, just send me a DM and we can
Yeah, sure.
whenever you have some free
Thanks.
time. No,
Thank
not a
you.
problem, sister. Anytime.
Have a good morning,
Thank you for
sir.
listening. Thank you, sister. You have a lovely. What is it? What time is it there now?
It's precisely 3 in the afternoon.
Afternoon. Okay, so it's 11 hours. All right.
Yeah, I didn't know it was that much.
So yeah, it's kind of, I don't know. It's weird with Australia. I don't know why, but we can go up to like 16 hours difference.
Oh, depending on where you are, yeah. On
Yeah.
a big flat continent that you're on.
It's flat as like it's as soon as you go outside where the ocean is.
As a pancake, as they say.
You're bad. Bad. There's flatness everywhere. Except for the coastal line where there's mountains and stuff, but otherwise
Well,
it's
do let us know if you ever encounter any curve, because you know, that's what we're all searching for.
searching for, yeah. I'm trying to find it. It's just difficult in the morning when I get up, walking on my feet and stuff. There's people trying to sell me these things called shoes, and I don't know what they are. I don't know what the purpose of them is. So I walk around on my hands because being upside down, I don't know. They say apparently it protects your feet or something, but my feet, like, I walk around with my hands, so I don't know. I don't get it. Somebody
Yeah, it must be awful
can
having
explain
the
to
blood rushing into your head all the time.
me. Yeah. I think this is why I might sound crazy when I say things, it's all the blood rushing to my cranium is making me go mental, being upside down and maybe even not existing, as some people say, that I'm in a place where nobody exists. I'm in the void. I'm speaking to everybody from the void. Golly gosh. But yes, if you like, just send me a DM.
Thanks, I will. Mind how you
Whenever
go
you're free.
eggs. Mind how you go eggs. That's just an English saying.
So, yeah.
I'll be along again later. It's very interesting.
Okay, beautiful.
Take care.
Beautiful. Well, thank you for listening. You too. You too, sister. Have a lovely afternoon.
And you.
Thank you. Check. Anybody else on? Why have you forsaken me? Get. Are you there, bro? My Romanian brother's studying something. Magnetic beam structures, I think, was the last thing he was talking about. That was pretty interesting to me. I wonder if he's got any more information on that one. No, nobody on. Nobody wants to speak. Nobody. I think I've put everybody off with that last topic. Get big H, bro. Are you there? Nobody wants to speak up. Somebody wants to talk, give a yelp out. Otherwise, I'm going to mute myself and start reading again.
What's up, everyone?
Oh, Roger!
Yeah.
Brother!
How you doing, man?
Good, brother. How are you? Just when I thought it was all lost, you've come. You're like an angel waiting in the wings, bro. I swear.
Wow.
I promise, bro.
I don't know about that, but I'm not an angel.
Bro, you're doing some great work, bro. I don't know.
1 second, have a go. Be right back.
Okay, brother. Oh, what an awesome guy. He speaks English like it's his first language. It's awesome. Like, such a great guy. Words can describe. This dictionary does my nothing.
So any signs of this globe everybody thinks they live on?
There's my man. What is the biggest cause of death, bro? Tell everybody. I was just speaking
Number
about
one cause of death is, prove me wrong, being born.
What a legend. Love it, Dave. That was good. you know, that was just, as I was saying that, you
It's not original. I
comprehended
heard it from
exactly.
somewhere else, but I like it.
I was telling the boys about that before. I was saying, you're born to die, and then I go, Dave comes in and he just puts it in better words. And, what is the number one cause of death? I go, being born. I go,
It's an indisputable statement. I would think, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. Even in the helio atheistic world, it's an inevitable. There's no escaping it.
So what's going on in here? We don't have any heliocentric enthusiasts in here right now.
No, I don't think anybody's spinning around yet, bro.
No spinners.
No spinners, bro. I think they're trying to hang on, maybe. Desperately for their lives.
All of us, most of us at least, we used to assume we were spinning. We just couldn't feel it. It seems like such a silly notion to me now. 6 years on.
I'm lucky I never fell into that. So I was trying to explain to somebody, I go, when you sit down and meditate, I go, you need it to be quiet and still. I go, so you're trying to concentrate on this great gift that's been given to us. How can you do that if you're whirling, twirling, spinning around one thing and shooting in like minimum 5 directions and at faster than whatever the fake speed of light, whatever that means in anybody's own head.
Don't worry about any of those motions and speeds. Gravity takes care of all that shit. Don't worry about it.
The mystical unicorn, yeah. But I go, how can you sit down and just meditate? I go, you can't, because you'll be like waving side to side. You'll be getting motion sick, trying to ground yourself. It doesn't work. It can't work. It's bad, bro. I don't know.
What I miss?
Really
Anything
spinning.
good?
What's up, bro?
What I miss?
Nothing really. There's nobody defending the globe as far as I've heard. I've just been on there a little while.
I see somebody typing. Eddie, is he gone?
Eddie,
concern trolling. Let's see.
That's always you when they come in, concern trolling.
He has. Yeah, nobody gets.
I have to go say good morning to the trolls in the lobby. I say, hey, trolls, how's it going?
Yeah, no, it's all right. Now there's a few people. It was just me talking before too. I forget the sister's name. She was on before. She's born in South Africa but lives in the UK.
Ariel, so you were talking to me. Ariel.
Oh, Ariel? Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah. Xavier, really look at the. Yeah, go for it, Roger. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, so I was just pondering, right? If we beg the question that the Earth was turning, why haven't they invented some kind of balloon on a feather, right? So the Earth would turn and it would pull the balloon with it, creating energy, right?
Yeah.
Infinite energy, guys. We're gonna market it.
Yeah.
Marketing this.
That's what they've been telling all the Q people. We'll be having free energy. We can just do it with the tether and the balloon. Roger, you've got a great idea. You're going to become like a trillionaire now.
Patent that, Roger. Get it patented before somebody steals it.
Don't patent it, bro, because they'll steal it. Once you patent it, just we'll do it on the download. I'll show you how.
It won't work because the Earth ain't spinning.
Yeah, true. That's the only downside. Well, it's the upside.
How can we dance when our world keeps turning?
That's the song I was thinking of you last time that I didn't spit out, Dave.
How do
You
we
just
sleep while our beds are burning?
burning. There was another song. It started all from the beginning when the world was spinning or something. Oh, I forget the song.
We didn't start the fire. It was always turning.
Yes.
It was
God
always
bless you.
burning since the world's been turning.
Turn it. God bless you, bro. We didn't start the fire because the world was turning since the world was burning. They give us, bro. They like to mock us from all ends and give us the truth at the same time. And once you
Another
realize
one
it,
for music is Oasis, Champagne Supernova. The world's still spinning around. We don't know why. Why?
I need to listen to
Anyway.
that one. I don't think I've heard it.
Yeah.
But we didn't start the fire. That to me is gold, brother. It's. I've got no words. I'm speechless, bro.
You got more of these, right? Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams
Yes.
are made of, and then in the video, she points at, or he or she points at a globe.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Annie Lennox is a girl, right, Roger?
Okay.
Don't take away my childhood, man. Come on, man.
They were awesome. I'll have to give them credit because they spoke some real deep truths, but people don't listen to the lyrics of the song, which is sad. It's one of those things where there's a lot of artists, doesn't matter what they've done, because of their past experience, they will give you truth. Like Michael Jackson, Man in the Mirror, you know? How are you going to change something unless you look in the mirror? I'm asking him to change his ways. No message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, go look at yourself and make the change. Otherwise, nothing will happen. If you can decode symbology, if you actually look at the videos, that's what I do. Something like a lot of the time, you'll find a lot of things that is happening around instead of what they're making you focus on. I always look at surroundings more than the thing that's happening. It's amazing what they put there. But Eurythmics are awesome. I'll back you up on that one, Dave. What was the other ones? What was the other song? With the Angels. In the video
I think
clip,
the Flat Earth lyrics in songs. How about Pink Floyd in Time? You run to catch up with the sun, but it's sinking, racing around to come up behind you again.
Yeah, Pink Floyd. Even just the name, Pink Floyd. It actually. Oh, to the people that initiated ones. It's got two meanings, as in pink in the occult circles means denotes the ether, but it is as well the pineal gland too. What it looks like and what it pours out. So, yeah, these guys they're not like people think, oh yeah, somebody knows how to sing and they just chuck them on. How much better singers there are out in the world, but the lyrics are given to them, That's why you see all these people trying to say, "Oh, it's my lyrics," and they won't let me, have them. The company has them. That's because none of these people wrote their own lyrics. None of them. Their music will never get put out there. If they're lucky, maybe a few songs, and then the writers come in, the initiated, and they write the lyrics for them. There's a lot of the songs that are pretty, well, back in the days, I thought they were pretty, they're very well, they have a lot of meaning. I don't know if anybody would agree with me on that one. I think it's fairly true.
I agree with you, Eddie. Mostly.
What's one of your favorite singers or bands, bro? Do you have a favorite, Dave?
Sorry, to have a favorite what?
Like a favorite band or group or singer?
If you came me down to one band, that probably REM or Pink
R.E.M.,
Floyd.
yeah. Yes,
I mean,
Pink
if you
Floyd.
believe they put a man on the moon, man on the moon. If you believe there's nothing up their sleeve, nothing is cool.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. I think R.E.M. did the best job. Yeah, they're like from Australia. They're like just dropped the bomb on everything. Those guys, I think they were sick of it. I think they had too much R.E.M. sleep, bro.
Possible. Who said good morning? What's up?
It's your boy. I just saying what's up, man. Listening to you guys.
Oh, you're a flat earther. You don't think you're on a spinning ball zipping around through nothing.
I know I'm not on a spinning ball rolling and twirling.
Fair enough.
On an elliptical.
But why? We have space pictures. Why?
We got space pictures?
Millions of scientists all would have to be in on it, Roger. What's going on?
Right. Yeah, it's funny. I was
one
just
scientist, one person that even says they're a scientist that comes in here that says that anything. As soon as they say they're a scientist, we got to prove that they're not, and then it goes on from there.
Yeah, I got this dude that I've been, sharing this with for years, and he's smart as hell, but he's not, you know what I mean? And anyways, yesterday morning, he's like, because I'm texting him about some other stuff, and he's like, man, I was ready for our flat earth debate, and I just told him, I said, brother, look, there is no debate. There is no curvature. Water doesn't stick to a ball, and we're not spinning. And there's a couple of other people in that group chat, and just plain and concise. It's at that point now. We've really been doing this shit for too long. It's at that point. What is their debate? We're not spinning. There's no curvature, and water doesn't stick to a ball. What are we talking about?
We're trying
You
to
have to
catch
establish those facts first. That's correct, man. Because what everything else extends on from those demonstrating those, and that's not happening. Anyway.
So needless to say, it shut him down. He didn't even go any further. And we started talking about the injections again. So.
I'm not sure if anybody was on to back me up, but Dave, I said this 2 weeks ago. They've run out of options, and they will use Fata Morgana to try to solve every single problem that there is from now on. And I heard today that in the UK, there was some snapshots, and they're actually using it. I hope that somebody will back me up, because I was saying this 2 weeks ago and I repeated it like 2-3 times.
I heard you say it. I heard you say it.
You said, thank you, Roger. Legend.
But
Remember?
yeah, the thing is, they already did this with what was it? California? No, the Lake Michigan.
Yeah, that was refraction. Yeah.
Yeah, Lake Michigan. This, what you see here, is a more what was it? What was this?
It's a mirage.
Refraction, I think.
Is a mirage. Yeah.
Joshua Nowicki's photo. You know what? The only alternative, the only answer that they have that they can hold and use against us, and it's the wackest, weakest response that they can give us, is ridicule and laughter. That's it. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
Like somebody the other day sent me.
That's the fuck.
Yeah, it's just fucked up. But excuse me, somebody the other day sent me Ludacris, who's a rapper. You know what I'm saying? I guess he was an actor too, because he was in that what thing. And Ludacris was talking about flat earthers, just clowning. Yeah, if you really a flat earther, I mean, you got to know. Look at the pictures. The Earth is as round as my afro. He started just talking stupid shit. And to the girl that sent it to me, I was like, look at the responses with some intellectual honesty. Because she's like, no, read the comments. They're funny. I'm like, I'm not reading the comments are going to be the same shit. And if you look at the comments on a character like this versus, and I sent her something else, and I said, and read the comments on this one, which was again true intellectual conversation. I said, you can see there's a total difference in the approach. This isn't about ridicule and mockery. This is about truly investigating where your feet are. And, you know, when you start hitting them really hard like that, they always back down. Don't want to really get into a conversation. Oh, man, you're going too deep. What does it matter? You know what I'm saying? And I'm tired of all that shit, man. We got to move past that and acknowledge where we are. And, you know, once we get there, we're going to see harmony.
Yeah.
So this friend of yours, she validated that every commenter was a real person.
No. My point is this: is that the comments were all just ridicule, laughter, and clowning. You know what I mean? It wasn't like real serious intellectual conversation like what happens here when we get down to the nitty gritty on, you know, walking someone through the process, right? I mean, there's intellectual honesty that's required to discover this truth. Period.
Yeah, but Fata Morgana gets rid of that because it makes you mentally insane. It tells you that you, in your head, are mentally deranged and you're seeing something that shouldn't be there. That's what actual Fata Morgana means. It's different than a mirage. That's why I was bringing up the Fata Morgana.
I'm going to be honest with you. About 99% of YouTube comments are real, from real people. And you know how you know?
Because
just go out in public.
Legend.
Just go out in public for 10 minutes. Go to a shopping mall. Every single person in there, it's got their face covered up, is posting those comments. Just remember that. The majority of people are dumb.
It's so true.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Vast majority.
The vast majority of people are dumb as hell. I mean, it's obvious. It was obvious. It became painfully obvious over this last year. I mean, it's painfully obvious.
Well, you got a problem. See, that's the problem that Flat Earth is going to have. Because in everything, there's a bell curve. There's really dumb on the left, and then there's this sweeping bell curve that goes up to the middle and then goes back down. And then there's really super smart people on the right. And then there's your midwits in the middle. They're kind of average intelligence. Well, we're going to have a lot of really dumb ones on the left and a few really smart ones on the right, too. Of that bell curve. It's across all demographics and beliefs.
So we're trying to flatten the curve,
up,
bro. You know?
Buckle up. Wait till we get a bunch of morons. We're going to get them eventually. And we're going to have to be correcting things and saying, no. Whose side are you on?
why are you doing this? Why? Yeah, because we're very, very popular for saying all this stuff that we're saying, and it gets us, you know, a lot of job opportunities and recognition and, you know, fame.
Yeah, sure.
Wow. Yeah. People don't get it.
Yeah, well, anyways, I just wanted to jump on and say what's up to you guys and appreciate, the entertainment. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh,
man.
brother. Cheers,
Thank
bro.
you.
Cheers,
Rog,
God. Keep spreading the good word out there. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no. That's well said, Dave. Like, we need to give like some recognition to the people that, you know, that do spread the word, and thank you to whoever's listening and whoever's doing, you know, the best that they can to speak the truth and the facts that are out there. So thanks to everybody in whatever way you contribute. You know, God bless you. I was going to ask Rog what his comprehension of Fata Morgana means.
What comprehension of Fata Morgana means?
Yeah, like what's your comprehension as in what's your understanding of it?
Oh, it's an illusion, right? Something that isn't
Yep.
there. A hologram.
Yep.
Something like that.
Yep.
But a Fata Morgana is more that your mind is making it up, right? It's not really
Exactly.
there.
Yes.
Because
Yeah.
when we look at distant objects, right? They will claim it's loomed or refracted, right? So it's not that your mind is making it up. The conditions is making you see it like a hologram. But
Yeah.
with the Fata Morgana,
Yeah.
it's just something your mind made up because of maybe.
He's mentally crazy.
Yeah.
That's why I said that last time, because they used the thing for in the USA, and they said it was, you know,
Mirage.
I'm brain fart. Yes, yeah, Mirage, which is different. But to discredit anybody, you have to make them mentally deranged, and that's why I use specifically the Fata Morgana word, bro. I'm like, that's the only thing that Fu got left is to make us not like sane, you know.
Well, you have
But
this. I've noticed this trend where they are framing more mentally ill people these days, right? Oh, it's a mentally ill person that did this, and he had a problem, right? It's coming more and more in the news. I don't know if there are more mentally ill people or that they're just telling us more about mentally ill people, right? To get this notion that
yes,
yeah, you could be a mentally ill person, right? You don't want to be in
yeah,
that.
be scared.
Yeah, you don't want to be in that box, right? Be a mentally ill
Yes,
person.
yeah, I agree with you, bro. Be careful what you say. There might be somebody mentally ill that might, you know, cause you damage. Again, it's like with the, you know, whatever terrorism and all the rest of the nonsense, you know.
It's all BS. Anything.
Yeah.
So, fraud, you cut out. Let me
No,
tell you something.
Hold on. I was just saying that anything that's mass shooting related in the U.S. It has to be a false flag here in this country. It's just ridiculous. This day
Yeah,
and
they've
age,
done it here too.
yeah, this day and age in the U.S., shit like that's going down. We're not a fucking third world country. This shit has to be fucking orchestrated. The amount of cameras they have everywhere now, dude, you can't even spit without somebody seeing it fly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't fart without somebody seeing it, bro.
So you know what happened? So we're still in this lockdown. We still have a curfew. It's going now for almost 4 weeks curfew, right? They found some new numbers, so yeah, they tell us we can't get rid of the rules and the measures, whatever, right? But they want to, because our curfew is from 9 till 4, right? 9 in the evening till 4 in the morning. Now they want to shorten it by 1 hour, and immediately, because the Ramadan, I don't know if it's a correct English word, Ramadan for the Muslims.
Yeah, Ramadan.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. So this is coming up, right? And immediately you have this. You have people saying, "Look at this! They're going to change the rules for the Muslims. Why them? Why?" So immediately we have this divide and conquer again, right? Immediately they pump up this narrative where they blame Muslims for 1 hour curfew that's being changed. So
Which doesn't make a difference. Well spotted, Roger. Continue.
it isn't about the. We're all in the same shit, right? It's all the same. We all are humans. We're all in the same shit, but immediately the narrative is being pumped that it is the Muslims that's doing this, right? They're the bad guys. I mean, it never ends. Never ends. Always this divide and conquer.
Yeah, now in the States now we have this whole people attacking Asians, right? That's what's going on now too. So now, there's so-called people attacking Asians because of the coronavirus. And you know this is bullshit. You know they're just fucking they're dividing and conquer again. So now they're getting everybody to hate not Asians, or get everybody afraid of whoever's doing it. And then it's I don't understand how people can't see this shit. It's so in your face now.
It's sad. It makes you sad. True. It makes you a lot frustrated and sad at the same time. I don't know if anybody else feels like that.
Y'all really can't believe how people are falling for this?
Mostly sad, yeah.
It makes me
y'all really can't believe it?
Come on, man. Yeah, we can't. We don't want to believe it. We don't want to believe it.
Like I said, I'll just say what I said 5 minutes ago. Have y'all been outside? Y'all been to the grocery store? Have y'all seen these people? Good goy, every single one of them.
Bro, do you know there's no lockdowns in China? Nothing. They're having like parties outside.
Yeah, there's no lockdown in Russia.
They're having dance parties.
There's no lockdown in Russia or North Korea. This is all BS, dude.
Disinfo, yeah.
I want to go to North Korea.
Well,
I'm gonna move there where I can be free.
It's a beautiful place, I heard. Russia's nice too, but they make it out to be like, something bad. I don't know. They're just raping the people now. That's what it's all about. They're pirateering. They're trying to extract as much as they can from the people. Steal all of it. Like, people haven't realized in America there's no government. There's nothing. Most Western places don't have a proper so-called authority. But there is enough propaganda on the TV. And people will follow. Yay!
Yeah, we just had elections last week, and the top party who delivered the prime minister won again. So people want to be abused, right? They want to be locked up and.
Wasn't there a good guy in Holland that was saying that it was all BS?
Yes, one guy.
And?
Of course, he got framed. Yeah, he got framed. He got framed for anti-Semitic stuff.
Wow.
Yeah.
So the Quran is it's anti-Semitic. The Quran, huh? Wow. I didn't know it was Jewish.
What's a Semite? What's a Semite?
It is anti-Jewish. The Quran is anti-Jewish, unfortunately.
Hold on. What? Wait a minute. What's a Semite?
Well, we're not talking about Semite. We're not talking about Semite right now. We're talking about Jewish people. Is the Quran anti-Jewish? Yes, it is. It's totally against Jews.
Sounds based to me.
No, I was just trying to
But what's
from Roger.
When they say something's anti-Semitic, what's a Semite?
Well, I mean, that's a technical term that is sometimes referred to as Jews. But if we don't want to go down that rabbit hole, we could simply just say that the Quran.
There's nothing controversial with what I know. Semite comes from the word Shem. It means they were sons of Shem. So that was what the Shemites were.
Yeah, but that's neither here nor there. The question is, when it comes to the people of Israel, is the Quran against the people of Israel? I do believe so.
Well, actually, it can't be, because rabbinical Talmudic Judaism was from 200 AD.
Can I just quickly say something before it steers off? Just to Roger, the point that we were trying to make is that there was a good guy in Holland that was speaking up against what's going on and calling it out, and the people chose not to back this one guy because they're mentally not there, and they chose to be oppressed than to back a guy that was speaking the truth.
Hey, I have a question for you, Iggs.
Yeah, bro, sorry.
Are you sure that the people chose that, or did machines that they voted with choose that?
Yes, they did this mailing voting. So there you go.
So let me tell you. The reason that they're having a lot of people are dumb and a lot of people are asleep, but they're right on the edge of waking up. And the reason that they're having to cheat at everything and rig everything is because they know they're losing control of the population.
It's a tipping point. Yeah,
we're at a tipping point. Everyone's like, "Oh, the people are so dumb; they're getting dumber and dumber." And the reality is, it might actually be the opposite. Yeah, they're dumb. Average person's dumb. It's true.
Yep.
But at the same time, they also get angry, and they don't like being lied to, even though they're dumb.
Yes, correct. We're reaching the nexus point, the convergence of everything. Like, it's coming to that point. Even with like counting ballots, I say to everybody, I go, so what if there's a man or a woman counting them? I go, you cannot just say in the US or even here in Australia, in one day count 25 million, pieces of paper. Like, it's impossible. Like, you need to have, like a quarter of the population counting that crap.
Yeah.
And like, that's not rigged too, like, come on, man.
So, like in my state, they found 60,000 votes underneath the table, all for one candidate.
Oh, yeah, as you do.
Yeah. So, like, to me, I'm like, yeah, I don't know anyone who didn't vote for Trump. I literally don't.
I believe you.
It's just like, I don't believe in politics or politicians or anything, but it does gauge how the people, what's on the people's mind, right? You can use it as a gauge to measure how people in general are feeling.
It is a gauge. There's a few ways to gauge people's, if they're feeling good. Like, this is like it's actual science. Like, if people are feeling good and feeling like their lives are going well, then they buy mobile phone sales go up. There's all these like gauges of things that how the population is. I'm like you, brother. I don't believe in politicians, all the rest of it. But one thing that I can say is, whatever Trump and all the rest of it is, he opened up a lot of people's eyes. Not that I'm a fan. I don't want people to take me the wrong way, but he opened up quite a few people's eyes, and he actually closed down the corporations of the US and all the rest of it.
Yeah, so he did.
Now the US, yes. I told everybody to go and look it up.
The US has a close date now. it has a closing date. I don't know what date that is, but that's it. The corporation is retired. Biden is the last official acting president of the Corporation of the United States. And some weird long name, I forget what it is.
Yeah, that's a new one that they made. Yeah, that's why.
But I think what they've done is they've over the years built up the problem. Trump reveals the problem, and after this, he is going to have the solution. I think we're still in problem phase. The Hegelian dialectic.
Yeah, that's why you have the Capitol still surrounded by people, because what Biden is operating under is like full like it's not even like corporate law. It's just full like it's demonstrable.
It's not even real because who stationed the military there?
Exactly. That's what I was trying to tell people. It's not about Trump.
Actually, Trump didn't.
Tell people.
Nobody knows exactly who sent what orders to whom. Did you know that? No one can trace the first order.
Yeah. What I was trying to say is, I said this to people before, they couldn't comprehend. I go, the military and the Navy are there to help you. I go, if you can actually converse with them properly, there's a proper way of communicating with them, and they will protect you. They're there to protect you. Not the actors on TV, the true, proper people there. People do not know how to communicate, which is one thing, in words, let alone on paper. So now these people have taken it upon themselves to try to rectify the problem, because it's ginormous. And I said to everybody, I go, that place is not occupied, and they don't have soldiers around.
Got a question.
Sacred place. Okay.
And I don't know if you notice, Donald Trump's using what looks suspiciously like a presidential seal and calling himself the office of Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, he's doing
something weird's going on. I don't know what it is. I don't pretend to know what it is, but nobody's going to tell me that there's nothing. Something's going on.
No, something's going on. He was meant to do something else, but he didn't do it. Now he's gonna cop for his actions, but he's getting a bit greedy. I'm sorry, somebody said something before.
So what do you guys? There's like this whole. They did this shooting with the Asian thing, and now everybody, like the whole theme on the news is about Asians and how they're experiencing unfair treatment. So I think they're building something up. That whole shooting was a psyops, and the statement that the cop made about how to piss people off. Obviously, that's not you don't say that. That's a stupid thing, ridiculous statement. So the whole thing is building up something. It's got to do with Asians. And they had that movie a few years ago, how the China, invaded the capital. What I don't know. I just think I wonder what they're planning. They're obviously going to do something involving the Asian people or something. I don't know. I was wondering what you guys think about it.
Every time there's been lots of prognostication about these new types of shootings and stuff, guess what happens? Nothing.
Yeah.
Like nothing.
It's to scare people.
I don't know if these shootings are actually like the planned ones. I don't know if they're crises that are manufactured for legitimate law or just to put things into the public consciousness for something way later. I have no idea, because every time there's a mass shooting, does anything get banned?
No. It's for both reasons, yeah.
When Obama was in office, dude shot up the movie theater? Nope, nothing got banned. Nothing.
They're building up for something. It's towards something, to take guns, obviously, create some type of racial tension.
I would say it's more for that. They will never take the guns in the United States. They do not care if you're armed. Yeah, they can't, but they don't care if you're armed.
Yeah.
Because that doesn't matter, because everyone enslaves themselves. What do you need to take their guns for?
Yeah, exactly. And plus, you have the military and the naval intelligence there to protect you guys. That's the thing. The only people that are doing wrong is the police, because you guys first and foremost are meant to have police, as far as I know.
Here, I've got an article. I've got an article I found this morning. I'm going to paste it. Former Green Beret recorded DHS and FBI trying to recruit him to honeypot people.
Yeah.
Well, they need to take a certain amount of guns. I mean, we don't stand much of a threat to them where they bring out the big guns, but the certain amount of guns, I think they want to have a limited amount of guns out there.
So see, I've heard that reasoning, but it's like they don't have equipment to police the United States. They have tanks.
Yeah.
They have jets. Yeah. They have Stingray missiles. What are they going to do? Blow up their own civilians? Is that what they're going to do?
Even though you're classified as home terrorists, but still they can't do it. You have to stop blowing up your own country.
Yeah, you don't. That's if their goal
ruining everything.
Yeah, if your goal is domination, you're not going to blow up your own infrastructure.
Well, thank you.
No, I think the eventual idea is some large piece of propaganda that eventually unifies everybody, but not for gun control, but for something ideological.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I see building up.
I think they're going to make it out with Russia and China, especially China, because some semi-intelligent people and the propaganda that's been pushed is. But this is, it's true. China owns most of the debt that's from America. So there was that movie Red Dawn where the Russians came in and da. So now instead of them, they've made the boogeyman China, which China doesn't care about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they had the Trump saying China virus, and then they had the footage. Remember when this all started? You saw footage of people falling down in the streets, and they were putting that everywhere.
Yeah, their hands. They're falling down on their hands.
No one even says shit. They're like, no one even says, wait a minute, weren't you guys pumping out these videos of people falling? What happened to that shit? What, no one even questions it. They're just like, oh, well, I guess it just wasn't real. Yeah, like everything else.
Who would ever trust a single video that came out of China?
I wouldn't trust a video that came out of our own country, right?
Yeah, no, yeah, but like I don't trust anything I see on the news here in the U.S. Why would I trust anything that came out of China?
Yeah. It's the same thing. It's just sort of different ideology. People need to get out of this framework of capitalism, communism. It's the same thing. There's always one person at the top. It's either a bank or a man. It doesn't matter. Whatever. You've played the game Monopoly. That's capitalism.
It's crazy how the majority of people in this world, their mind is actually dominated by a television. Their mind is parasitic linked to that television, and they cannot escape it. They're controlled by it. It's crazy. It's sad.
Yeah, that's correct. I had a brother here tell me yesterday that there was floods in Australia, and that there was as well like bushfires. I didn't even know because I don't watch TV. I'm like, serious? He's like, yeah, there's floods everywhere. I'm like, you're kidding me? He's like, yep. I'm like, I don't watch the TV. And today, I went to a mate and I heard something about some flooding somewhere or whatever. But that's how much. Yeah, I don't watch. I haven't watched TV in like 7 years.
In the United States, the worst flood ever was the Mississippi River in like 1605. And
that's a long time.
The Mississippi River a couple years ago flooded, and people were going, "Oh my God, global warming!" And someone I knew, and I said, "Hey," and I took him to Wikipedia of all places. Said, "Hey, check this out." Yeah, hey, that's a flood from 1605, and it's about 10 times worse. What caused that? You know what they did? They stopped talking to me. Yes.
Have you noticed these global warming people get mighty quiet in winter time? You don't hear anything from them,
bro.
In the summertime, they start piping up.
55 degrees this morning, where I'm at, in Georgia, and I'm in the subtropics. 55 degrees Fahrenheit, by the way. So that's cold.
That's
here.
nice and warm. I'm from Cleveland. I love that weather.
No. Listen, here that's freezing. Here that is
that's so warm and cozy.
I only know
go outside in shorts. I can go outside in shorts in that weather.
No, yeah, but live for 40 years in Georgia. And just
I lived in Norcross for 2 years. That was enough for me. I don't speak Spanish.
Hey, you got to know some Spanish down here.
No, don't have to.
It's fun. I like it. I mean, but I'm inundated by Spanish stuff, so because I'm in the southeast.
We're all people, man.
By Savannah?
People need.
Yeah, Savannah.
People need to get past that. We're all people. Languages were invented to for manipulation and for divide and conquer. If anybody has researched into linguistics enough, that's what it was done for. It's even written in the Bible.
Yeah, I
let
actually,
us go down and confuse their language.
It was, and for the reasons you stated, to divide and conquer, and it was done by God, and I agree with his decision.
There's a good example of that in the UK with Shakespeare. Like in the UK, all the different regions, they couldn't even speak to each other because they were all speaking different dialects.
Yeah.
So they pumped out Shakespeare to everybody and got everybody
basically invented modern English.
Yeah, and they still teach it in schools. Like they got everyone on the same page with the same language.
Because people were speaking, some were speaking Occitan, some were speaking French, some were speaking like these Anglo dialects, some were speaking Welsh and Gaelic.
That's it. Yeah, you could go from town to town and people didn't understand each other in such a small place until Shakespeare came around.
I do admit, though, I love Shakespeare.
Not really. They did. They had their common speaking language in their own town and all, but they still had the main taxes, Old English for trade and all the rest of it. But
but I mean, like the common person, say a trader's going from town to town or whatever, but most people, they weren't communicating very well until they unified it. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, because you're forcing something on a population that's got nothing to do with said whatever you want to call it, language, which is a made-up fiction.
Oh yeah, but I mean, even now in the UK, like some areas of England can't understand other areas of England because the accents are so thick. So imagine it hundreds of years ago.
Yeah, see, I don't get that. Like, English is my second language, apparently, but I can understand anybody from anywhere.
I don't know. You speak to some people from Newcastle; they're pretty hard to understand.
Yeah, I think
when I was over there, I stopped off in Wales, and I couldn't understand half of what anyone was saying. What are they speaking?
Do you guys speak a second language or a third language?
Yeah, I speak Spanish.
Like fluently and right and everything?
No, not fluently, not beautifully. No, it's como niño.
You're good. Yeah. Okay. Well, it helps if you can speak a second language or whatever. I speak like quite a few, so maybe I don't know. Maybe that's why. But yeah, in the Bible, I look at that verse as a bit different. I don't see God coming down and trying to make people confused because God is everywhere. He's got nothing to gain from it. Only, I would say, the ones if you're going to look at it at that point of view, it's the ones that rebelled against the Creator that might have done, because he says, "Let us, not I, us." So that's
well, apparently that's what he did to stop the building of the Tower of Babel, didn't he? He made it so no one could understand each other, so they couldn't communicate.
They had evil intentions.
They had evil intentions. Yep. That's
so
right.
It was a good thing, because he said there's nothing that they cannot do when they come together, and it was meant in context as the evil heart, which would have been very destructive.
Yep.
We can kind of see that today.
God has got nothing to. How can you put the Creator in a box that is scared of something that He created?
Well, that's what he said, though. But he said that he came down and that there's nothing that they can't do in the evil context, and said that he confused their languages to stop them because they were building the tower, and that was all they cared about. They said a brick was more important than a human being.
Yep.
So, that's the problem. And when you look at it, that mentality today with the elites and with, having, whether you believe in nuclear bombs or not, they're still that powerful of, that power being able to tap into. I mean,
yeah, but you've got free will and free choice, bro.
That was the problem, right? That was the problem. I mean,
I would say that it might have been changed a little bit, the story, from what I know.
I mean, free will is good for having pure love, right? That way it's not like robotic love. That's what free will is good for. So you purely know that you love, like he knows that you love him. But where the free will goes wrong is when you actually take it to the wicked side.
Well, that's what I'm saying. God, the Creator is love. So how can He do anything but love? Why would He bash a building down? What's a building going to do?
Well, it wasn't really the building part, right? It was more of their mindset and what they were trying to do and accomplish. I mean, like I said, they didn't care that someone died. They cared more for a brick. So with that evil intent, you can just multiply that on other things that they would do that wasn't spoken of. Just kind of like in Genesis 6.
No, I get that. You just need to remember that there's other people and not everybody was engaging in that.
Well, we don't engage in everything, but we get punished for other people's sins. That's just the way of the world.
It does say, like, almost everyone was living in the same city.
Yeah, because I think it does, doesn't it?
It was meant to be Babylon, wasn't it?
Yep.
That's misrepresented too, but at the end of the day, everybody can have, we're here, we all have our, the way that we interpret and read stuff is, if people spoke one language, less lies, less deceiving. People can't even speak.
Well, the language isn't going to correct that. That's the heart that needs to be corrected. So the problem is that our heart cannot be corrected unless we follow, Yeshua or Jesus Christ, right? And we actually walk in his ways and keep his commandments, and that will change our heart and turn into a heart of flesh. Then having one language will help. But until then, it won't fix it.
And right there, Iggs, God is on your side with your opinion. I'll tell you how. Because he said after he destroys all the governments and restores Earth, he's going to restore everyone to a single language too.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, beautiful. Yeah, that's beautifully said. That's why I always kind of take the first verse of Genesis and I say it differently. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was good, and the Word was with the good. So then you have nothing bad. But if in the beginning the Word is bad and it's with bad people, then you can't have nothing but bad. There's something to think about, we have sometimes people use different lexicons. People have different ways of using words, and people misunderstand each other just because of slightly different words. You know, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah.
You know, they've been brought up in a way of interpreting, you know, a word or whatever. You know, and something means something to them, but it doesn't mean the exact same thing to you. Because, as I say to everybody, like English, you've got like 20 dictionaries. You know, you've got lexicons. You've got all these. You know, instead of having one dictionary, you've got like 50 of them. So, what's correct or what's not? Sorry, bro. Continue.
No, you're not. You're good. You're good. No, it's interesting too to think about. Right, he divided the languages, but then again, right, he brings the power of tongues later on.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just, I don't know. To me, the big thing is, it says, "Let us go down." I don't know. That us thing is a big thing. It's not I will, or I will do it, or I have done it. It's let us go down. So it's not a singular. It's plural.
The divine council. That's a very interesting study to do. Psalms 82, 1 Kings 22, I think it is also. So we're seeing that played out.
Yeah. Council.
Yeah, divine council
of elders. Yeah.
Where I think it was Rehoboam. I think it was Rehoboam or Jeroboam, one of those two. And he was one of the spears before the council. He said, we need to, what are we going to do about the situation? And a spirit came before him. It says, I'll go and act as a lying spirit and the prophets of him. And he said, go and do that. So you actually see the Father have a council and it actually play out in making decisions and then going forth and doing something from that decision. It's very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. If you read other bits and pieces too, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful book. Oh, I love it. It's we were speaking before, and I said, like, it says a third of them were cut. Made the pledge to go against God. And then I said, after, I go, how many since then have turned away from the Creator and gone with the other ones that were cast down? Because they have free will. I'm just saying, is it all the same like it was before? Could it have changed?
Wait, sorry, I was getting some food. Say that last part again.
It says that a third of them made the decision and bonded themselves, and they got cast down.
They
rebelled against. Yeah.
Enoch.
Yeah, I was trying to say then, from that point onwards, do you think that some of the other angels or counselors or whatever word you want to prefer to choose, did they not change their mind and go against him and join the rebels? Because they've got free will. They might have said, you know what, let's join the other guys. Or did they stay with the Almighty? Do you get what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
I'm following you. I mean, the problem with the angels, though, they don't get a second choice, right? I mean, they get one decision, and then that locks it in.
How are you?
I'm not sure. I can't really say 100% to counter that argument, but the point is that they still have a choice whether to stay or go.
Oh yeah, yeah. They do have a choice whether to stay or go.
So it kind of begs the question of: did they stay or have they changed their minds? You know what I mean?
Well, there was some that left their first estate. Talks about. So the ones who did leave their first estate, that talks about in Peter, I believe. That's it for them. They don't get a second choice. Because we see that played out in Enoch. where the think it was the Fallen or the Nephilim or something like that. I can't remember which one. It's been a while. And they
the first and second heaven.
Enoch. They ask Enoch to petition before the Father, and he's like, no, this isn't your job anyway, right now. And second off, no, you don't get redeemed.
The Creator's made it so you have a choice. So even the ones in the third and fourth estate, they might change their minds, and up to the sixth, seventh, you don't know what's going on up there. It's the Creator lets them have their, just like people have their mental retardation. Yeah, they can fantasize all they want, but at the end of the day, He who makes creates it all, owns it all, and even the bad are connected to Him because He's the only one that can give life. They can't exist without Him.
I'm listening to you, because I'm just eating, so I'm listening to you.
Yeah, no worries, bro. Enjoy your food, brother. It's like He cannot make something that is totally bad. Love, something that is pure love cannot make pure evil. It's only in the being itself that can choose to do that. And what is rightfully the Creator's will go back to Him, and I can't pretend to know that what He's gonna do. But He's all loving and all that. He might give him another go. He might not. I can't speak on His behalf. I'm far from being able to speak on His behalf. Yes, I'm trying to use my heart with my mind together, to just have a rough idea.
Knowing all you know now, Iggs, like, would you want to come back to Earth?
That's a brilliant question, because I've had my prayer to the prime mover, and I'll be dead honest. I'm like, oh, please, like, this is too much for me. I cannot come down here again if it's gonna be like this. Don't send me down. I'm being straight honest. I'm saying this from the heart.
I appreciate it.
I go, if I've made the choice to come down and help, and I've had your blessing, please forgive me for my sort of maybe arrogance to try to fix it, to help it for your good, when you've given other people the chance to be and choose their own way. Even am I making sense there?
Yeah. Listen, just human to human. I appreciate the honesty. See, I don't feel any guilt anymore. I think this is a very hard time to be here. I don't know if it was ever easy, because if you look back through history, it always seems like Earth is a pretty strange place. Not saying it's not beautiful and it doesn't have incredible things about it too, and just being human and all we go through being human. But I think a lot of people are starting to arrive at a point, especially after Flat Earth, it's like, what's this all really about, Big Cheese? What are we really doing here, What's this?
Well put.
And I think it's fair. It's fair to ask that question.
It's a beautiful question. It's a fair question. It's an honest question. It's a loving question. I think for me, it's the biggest question that anybody can ask. We've got this old saying back where I'm from, where they say the wheel always turns, and what is up the top will go down the bottom if you don't, if you fall off the wheel, if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
So, I think the loving prime mover, he says, if you think, you've got some capacity to do something, I'll let you. Maybe go down for a tickle and a trickle, but just be careful when you come back. The way that the wheel's situated, you might not be up the top. You might be, halfway up or halfway down, or you might be closer. It depends on, how it is that what you do and how you do things here in this in the meat suit, because it's a lot different than being up up there, So I think he lets us. He loves us. He lets us, till we come to our own. I think senses and that loving state, as you said, bro. That's the biggest thing. It's that love. Love is the only thing. The Creator is love. I can't. All the stuff that I've been through and I've experienced, physically, metaphysically, I've been through a bit. I haven't experienced anything but love, if I can be so honest.
Yeah, man, that's what it's all about. I mean, it's good for me to hear that, because I know for some people the journey has been difficult. But when I hear someone like you say, but love has always sort of been there too, I can't fault the Creator.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said before. It's even whoever's doing the worst and the whatever, he's made that, but he's let that being choose.
I hear you, because it's like the Earth situation, as far as I can tell, it's been kind of manifested by other humans, right? Like people in charge, decisions, clergies, politics, world builders, hence we're in the world now with all the systems. That's not really God, as far as I'm concerned. That's humans. We are the ones who judge each other. We create the jails. We are also the one who lets the prisoner out. It's all being governed by us. We're making the decisions down here. As far as I'm concerned, I think free will is real. But there's a saying I've heard that I think it's, even in your darkest hour, I will not abandon you. And
that's when you'll find him.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, it sounds, I don't know if that came across maybe to some people bad. You have to be in the darkness to see the light, people. He tells you, go into your closet by yourself in the dark and pray to me. So you have to see the darkness before you can see the light.
I've heard a lot of people say it, Iggs. I have.
Yeah, this is
like
what
they were at
the
that low point.
The esotericists notice and they don't share it. That's why you'll see, like, they'll do all this bad stuff, but they'll have to say the truth and bring the facts and the light out in between all the garbage. Like, some people can get to the light without, going through bad things. The bad things add on to the greatness of the light. It's
some of the best people I know that have turned to, say, JC or something else, were all at a point where they were really like feeling it, and they were on their knees and they called out. Yeah, that's how it happened for a lot of people.
I've believed, and I've never believed in the ball my whole life. I've been, I'm Christian by, what's it called, by birth and by lineage and all the rest of it. I never was indoctrinated, like you have to go to church and believe, Reverend Bigfoot, and this is just, only Reverend Bigfoot can tell you the truth, and he can only read it, and you can't comprehend it, and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
I was on a good level, but there was a point, and it was astronomically put in the Bible, when even though the good that I was doing was I would say it was good, the ability for me to do that good, which wasn't great, was yoinked underneath me, and literally everything got turned inside out, upside down, and like mashed up. And I thought then it was like, no good. But then when that got yoinked out from me, I was like, poof. People were like, yeah, you're this, you're that. And then I realized I'm not even like close. And as you said, that moment, I'm going to be dead honest. Being in bed, and there was a stage when I was in bed and shaking and praying, I'll tell you. I'll be dead honest, bro.
I think that's what it's all about. It's like, to me, that's the difference. I think that's where I'm from, because I grew up in Australia. That's what we call getting real. Get real, right? That's what we say, right?
Yeah, bro.
Fair dinkum.
Fair dinkum, mate. Yeah. I'm in Australia, bro. Like when I say, like, I was born like overseas, came when I was 4, stayed here till I was like 7.5, went back, was there for like 4 or 5 years, and came back here. Yeah, I've been here ever since. Been there for holidays and whatnot, but I've spent like way more time here than I have over there, and I've even overseas has changed, like from what it was to what it is now. And even here, when I came here, like, hey mate, how are you? Da 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 da. And that you win. Like, I'm in Victoria. I'm not sure where you are, bro, but
yeah, I grew up in Victoria. Grew up there.
Yeah. It was, yeah, like, hey mate, how are you? The neighbor would always like say something to you. Now, like, the neighbor won't even look at you. Like, you'd be lucky if he spat on you. You know what I mean? Disgusting as that is, you'd be like, all right, he noticed me. He spat on me. That's good. Good. It's a good sign. You know what I mean? He's acknowledged me, even though he hates me, or for whatever reason, he's acknowledged it. People just walk past you and just nothing.
I had an experience in well, I was just going to say to you, I was living in Mooney Ponds for a little while near Flemington, and the lights went off one night where I was, and I hadn't been there that long, but so the whole street went out, and everyone came out their houses like, are you all right? Have you got candles? You got a torch? Like, everyone checked on each other and then went back inside, and I was like, wow, that outage brought everyone together. Yeah, it was like, that's interesting.
The hairs on my hands are standing up when you said that. It's a beautiful thing. How did that get lost? I don't get it. Like, I can't comprehend it. I went to, what was it, Queensland? It was a while ago. But popped out and walking down the street, and like, an older man was like, hey mate, good morning. And I was like, it was like somebody hit me over the head with a hammer. I'm like, huh? And I'm like, good morning. How are you? Good. Walk past another person. Good morning. I'm like, what is the difference? The difference between Queensland and Victoria? Like, same country, same everything. I've got people saying good morning. How are you? How's your day been? Over here, nothing. I was like I should move. Live up there. People are so much different for some reason. I don't know. I've been to a few places around Australia, but yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe you can elaborate more on that, brother. I'd like to know.
Well, I grew up in the suburbs of Melbourne, public and private school. Everyone around the city is at odds with each other because it's a competition to survive and be the best and get a girlfriend and a good car and a good house. You know how it goes, right? That's how it goes, right? So everyone's caught up in that. But I think what a lot of people do when it comes to Queensland is this is where everybody comes for holidays, and also some people come here to retire, and it's a bit warmer, and it's a bit more laid back, and it just moves at a different speed. It's not as hectic, and people are just a bit more eased out and chill. But what can sometimes happen is then everyone will descend on a certain place and it gets congested, and then the same sort of shit starts. So it's just sort of goes with it. But you know what I'm saying? It's just everybody wants to find a nice little posse. And I think for the most part, I'm really grateful to have grown up here, and especially with Flat Earth too. Like, there was a while where I was like, where are all we? Where's the fucking full Flat Earth contingent of Oz? Like, we should be up on this one. This is big. I was surprised like Australia wasn't all on the same page. Like, water's level, like, there it is, it's right in front of you. But that shocked me a bit, but there you go.
I was trying to find it too. Like, I'm glad that I even found this, but I was trying to find even people in Australia, like anybody. I'm like, come on, man! Like, this 25 million massive land. Like, you can see like the ground's flat, the water's flat, like everything around here except some mountains. It's pancakes, bro.
Yeah.
You know?
Can you see it?
Yeah. Exactly right, bro. And there's some very intelligent people here. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's
100%.
like, where are they? Like, there's no representation without taxation. I know that, but there should be some representation for free. You know what I mean? Like, somebody speak, anybody.
Yeah.
And I gather you're up in the better part of Australia, up in Queensland.
Yeah, QLD.
You're lucky. You're lucky, man. We're in lockdown, Victoria. Yeah, it's effing retarded. I don't know what the deal is. I think we are like, I know Australia is the test place, but Victoria is like I can't even describe it. It's like,
well, it's the last stop. I don't usually talk about this. Like, so you got Victoria, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you got Tassie. Yeah. Next stop is the perimeter.
Yeah, right? True. Yeah, no, that's true. I was thinking about that.
It's got to be. I mean, I've heard people talking about rollout for years, but if that's not obvious by now, I don't know, man. I know everyone's at different level of consciousness and awareness and stuff, but it's pretty obvious to me. Lockdown is about way more than the flu.
Yep.
But it's just, I think too, I've heard people saying like they're gauging how everybody's going with finding this out.
Yeah, they're putting the feelers out there, yeah.
And the more we all talk and these international communities form, I think they can see. I mean, I don't know, but I think we're doing all quite well. We're listening to each other. We're going through it. We go through the process.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know how the powers that be could knock us for that. This is a big situation to fucking be born into and realise. I mean, what are you going to do?
Respect that. Like, I'm going to say this, and whoever wants to disagree can disagree. I don't care. They respect people like us more than anybody will ever comprehend. They respect this a lot. They don't respect people that hide and speak out of the side of the neck, or with a half-closed mouth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think
out of the side of the neck.
That's almost what Flat Earth's taught me: to grow a spine, to own it, to deal. It was almost like I started to get the elites. So I was like, oh, this is how you guys roll too. You guys don't fuck about. Behind the scenes, you're all working like a unit together. You have to.
Yep.
It's just like a well-oiled machine, right?
Yeah, they'll even have disagreements behind, but in front they will show unity. They still punch on behind because they can't one person have be up the top. Trust me, I'm telling you. There's something that I know.
Mafia, right?
Yeah, exactly. If one person comes out the top, there's always, it's like the Caesar thing, the son will stab him or whoever, and it gets muddled up, and then it's just like the fighting for certain ideologies. Some of the elites want it more relaxed. Some of them want it more, controlled. Some of them are like, what, let them do what they want to do, because there's a few of them that are actually good, bro. Believe it or not, I'll tell you that. You can't lump all of them into one basket, but the ones that are good, they are like cheering us on, bro. I'm telling you.
I really appreciate this. I really appreciate this, man. I've been thinking this privately for a while. Like, respect,
no
mate.
worries, bro.
Yeah.
No, thank you, brother. God bless you, bro. Sometimes, like, when I say stuff, I'm waiting for somebody to rip out the nails and nail me, But, you sometimes just have to say what needs to be said, and people can do that and throw stones at me, or they can maybe think about it. I'm not forcing nothing onto anybody. I'm just saying, just feel.
Can I just give you one last thing of clarity from where I'm coming from? Because when I first came into the internet through my 20s, right, I worked for the Herald Weekly Times, like Murdoch Empire, right?
Yep.
And then I didn't have a computer, so I come to computers at 30, 29 going on 30, and I went back to school, right? Anyway, the point is, when I started getting on the computer and then transitioning into the internet and the whole process, you come across what some people call the Illuminati, right? But the way the Illuminati get portrayed on the internet is that they're these badass top level gang. It's all the Eye of the Pyramid and lizards and the rest of it. But there's not a point really in there, especially initially, where it's like, oh, but there's good vibes in here too. You just have to dig it a lot deeper. on the surface, it's just like, oh shit. Especially when 9/11, the whole thing, it's just been like, whoa, there's this really powerful level that for most people, they had no idea that there was every aspect of their life was being governed and controlled from behind this curtain. And I think that fucking spooks a lot of people. It's a bit of it's like, whoa, hang on.
Slap in the soul, yeah.
You know?
Continue, sorry.
Yeah, it rock. I call it like it rocks your socks. Like that can shake a lot of people to their core, and it can put the fear in people, and it just takes a bit to work through that. Like to know that. I even heard Nathan Oakley say it before, that Jin was saying something and Oakley said everything's under control, but the way he said it was like, that's a good thing. Everything's under control. Like no one's fucking fully, maybe on an individual level, but for the most part, when you look at our species, earthbound, we're all pretty well behaved for the most part, right? We do have respect. We do kind of have this inbuilt thing that we want to get along and fucking...
Yes, but see, you're right. Most people are well-mannered, nice, polite, heartwarming, good, nice people, like you just said. The problem is that none of those people are in Congress.
Right. 100%, dude.
Yep, that's...
I don't mean none. I mean the one. If there are a few, they're powerless to do anything about it. That's the point.
Of course.
Yeah. Slapped with a fish.
Yeah, I say this. I said it before. I said if people don't do a few things, that what will happen is they'll take the ability for there to be at least one or two good people up the top. That's what they want to do. Is I've been up there and down there and all the rest of it, and the ones that are fully up there, I've spoken to them. They've said it to my face. We don't want smart people.
Yeah.
You can do my work, Igor. Do it all for me. Give me more money, but you can't take my spot. And around you, we can't have people like you, because how are we going to maintain all this effery? We can't maintain all of this stuff. But there is a percentage of them that want us to be free, like we're meant to be. But they don't have. They're not a majority. They're a minority, and everybody can have whatever opinion they want. They're all bad. They're all there because of da 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 da. Well, if it wasn't for the minority that is there, a lot of the stuff that people, unless they really, really dig into this kind of stuff, they wouldn't have realized certain things, because those are the people that let things slide by or pass by, like, a rat on the space station, or fakery on TV, or let somebody like Trump babble, or whoever it is, doesn't matter. If that makes any sense. Like,
to me,
yeah.
It makes a lot of sense. I want to say hi to Merle real quick. What's up, Merle?
Hey up, Dave Hinkle.
Good to hear you again, bro.
You too, mate.
Continue. You were going to respond to him. We need to check for new people when y'all get done pontificating, okay?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I guess just to put a full stop on it, I feel like I was fortunate to find Beyond the Imaginary Curve when I did. Like I scanned Flat Earth, like everything that was going on in it, especially when I first came in, like Powerland, Jubei, Globe Bus, everything, every channel, scoured it. But when I got there, it was just like there was this opportunity for me to get critical, and I'll always thank Del for that, because he just hit the ping pong. It was like ping pong, and he just hit it back to me and said, your serve. He put it back in my hands. He's like, it's up to you to do what you're going to do with this. No one can tell you. But I just see the flat earthers becoming critical. They're getting stronger because they're standing in reality and they're being honest. And for the new people coming in, everyone can share and then pass that on and then bring them up, and then they're going to get strong. And it's just this, I just think it's a great thing to be a part of.
They need to be able to stand on the shoulders of somebody that's built something. Otherwise, it's you've got nothing to build up on. That's when that thing gets misconstrued with the Bible thing. People, you can either think of it as evil, trying to reach God and apparently take him over, which you can't. It's like for me, it's an oxymoron. You cannot do it. Or it can be people trying to become godly. These people put it in a dualistic way, and it's up to you to decipher, because there's a cipher to it on what is what. You cannot think this place and all this stuff, has been, we've been manipulated with it, but, the Quran hasn't, or the Bhagavad Gita hasn't, or the Bible hasn't been tampered with. There's enough in there that's encoded that tells you the truth, and it's up to you how you view something. So with everything, they take stuff out. They muddying the water. There's a lot of things. I'm not sure if people get upset when I say this kind of stuff. I don't know. People go quiet. It's a hard thing to speak up on. I'm not here to take anything away from anybody. I'm just saying. There's when me personally, I look at something, I look at it not at 360 degrees. I look at it from 720 degrees. Pythagoras for me is good for the bin. Like, we've got more degrees than him, and you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. There's a lot of ways to interpret something.
That's what sometimes happens. So, like, when anybody's talking from a position of awareness, that's a threat to some people, and some people can think that that's arrogant. And then there's that thing about being humble. It's like you've got a bug on your hand and you could crush it, but you don't. Or there's a little kid and they're learning how to say the alphabet, and you yell at them like, "Oh, you can't even make up words yet, stupid." You know what I mean? It's like there's just different levels, and it's taken me like a long time to feel comfortable to speak my own mind comfortably on the internet, because I know that people are listening and they can pull you up on it and go, "Nah, you're fucking speaking shit there, mate." So you got to be careful. You know what I'm saying?
I've been pulled up a few times, and I've given it back. And the thing is, I don't make I'm gonna requalify that. There's things that I make statements on, and I'll say this is like this. I don't care what anybody says because I know it's a bit like that, and it's a factual thing. But when I speak about these kinds of things, I just say, here, look, maybe there's something to think about, and maybe have a look at it from a different point, a different, a different angle. There's people like to put several layers of meanings in that type of a thing. So I'm not making a statement. I am, and I know, the full veracity and the full thing, but I know quite a bit, and I'm not here to force anything down anybody's throat, especially when it comes to how they would like to interact with the creator or their god or whatever it is. It's totally up to them. It's just don't so could I say, don't put barriers up, because the barriers don't help you. They do not help you at all. I've listened and I've read stuff that takes a long time to read, or sometimes even to listen to people, and it seems like a waste. But the person will either say one sentence that is of so much benefit, or in the whole 5,000 pages of a book, there'll be like a paragraph that is worth, as a proverbial saying goes, gold, and you need to listen to what is inside your heart, not in your mind, in your heart. I keep on saying this, in your heart. People love with their mind. You cannot love with your mind. Your mind has got nothing to do with it. Even Yeshua said, I'll leave you with one commandment, one: love everybody like your brother, like one commandment. Yeah, like people, it's as straightforward as you can get. Love, unconditional, has to be reciprocated. Obviously, somebody's gone around hurting people, you're not going to say, oh yeah, I love you, come here, keep on, doing bad to others. No.
That for me is what this all is leading to. Like, if you look at the Earth, even how they've designed it, how it's been designed, right? You've got the equator, and then you've got the two sides, right? So on one side you could have objectivity, the mind, and on the other side you could have subjectivity, the heart. In both those poles you could have male and female, good, bad, right, wrong, duality, right? And we're in, yes. Sometimes I feel like I'm at the equator though, like it's a tightrope, and I got one foot in objectivity and the other foot in subjectivity, and I'm observing it. I'm sort of between these two poles, doing my best to find my way, and then not to clash too much. Like, I don't mind a bit of argy-bargy. Like, I'm like, I've learnt to grow a backbone in this. I used to know this guy Poncho Pete. Like, we all used to have some right ding-dongs over there about everything. And there's some people who think, this is fucking virtual reality. Some people are coming from a Bible standpoint. It was all happening, but that was good because we were all challenging each other, like each other's ideas, to sort of see what was real.
And that's the beauty of it. Like, some people can have that argy-bargy and like, come on, you ding-dong, like, this is like this, that is like that, and you can get a bit more, like, into each other's faces, and then you can shake hands and, hug each other. Some people can't handle that. You get what I mean?
Yeah. 100%.
I can go both ways. I can be just like we're talking now, and I can be like, with a person that likes to be like that, and I can get like that too, and I don't mind, and I won't like hate the guy later. There are heaps of things out there that speak of truth. You cannot just grab something and hold on to it and say this is the only thing.
Dogmatic, right?
Dogmatic, yeah, exactly. Like Star Wars, you have the Starship Enterprise, the bad elites controlling the way that the place is going, and then you've got the Klingons, the people that are clinging on to something that they don't know what they're clinging on to.
Are there any mods in here? Just because Dave Hinkle mentioned it before, there's a guy who's joined, I think it's called Loophole, the person called Loophole.
A couple no roles people in here, so modulate.
Right.
I'm not sure. Any moderators out there? Check. Anybody? I'm just a person here that yammers on, and I don't know if anybody gets me. I might sound like somebody, but I'm a nobody. I'll come on at like the weirdest hours just to talk, and hopefully I'll get some reciprocal value back.
I hear you, Iggs.
I just flipped through the list. I really don't see a mod right now, so maybe one will pop in a second.
Yeah. Just so you know, Loophole, like I see you there. If I could give you your roles and unmute you, I would, man. Just letting you know. Or if you're a female, welcome, whatever.
Loophole's an alt. It's on here twice. Charmin and Loophole. Or no. Loophole's an alt for something else, but we just looked at it.
Yeah. Cool, Reds,
yeah. Cool. Yeah, so I've read so many things, and the first thing is people. You have to look at certain things objectively. Once you get that objectivity, then that objectivity must turn towards you. The way I found it out, if you don't turn it inwards, you're left with, yes, I know certain things, but you're not putting the same standards within you, so then you cannot fully correct what is there to be able to grow in whatever way you think growth is, whether mentally, soul, spirit, whatever. Anybody's perception is. It's the hardest thing to do.
Can you sound any more like Dryden?
Like who? Sorry. I didn't know I sounded like somebody.
He's Aussie, man. We move at a different we move at a different speed, Fraud. We're not like lightning like USA.
Yeah, you guys like destroy the English language all over here. So you need to stop.
Well, cool. like I'm trying to speak in a soft tone. It's not really something I can be.
Sounds like a
yelling.
different dialect.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we've got an accent, just as you guys do. Like, you guys don't really speak English, you guys speak American. The English speak English, as far as I know, but I might be wrong. Who knows? But we can all understand each other. I think that's the beauty of it. But yeah, that objectivity has to be turned inward, and it's the hardest thing to do, to poke inside, and then once you poke and you make that first little puncture, and you just say, we'll call it your soul. Even some people, when they touch it, that's when they have that cognitus, let alone make a puncture. Once you make a puncture, it effing hurts, and then if you tear it, that's when all the stuff fully comes, like seeping out, and the work begins then. And there's some big pills, I'm telling you, like horse pills you need to swallow. You're looking at it to correct it as best possible, because we've all been fed a lot of BS and all the rest of it. And any one of us can turn the other way and be a dumbass and a retard and do dumb shit because we've been treated like this or like that. We've been through stuff, but we haven't. We've gone another way, and that's just a testament to everybody.
Yeah, it kind of forces you to work on yourself. I mean, that's what I found personally. Look, I've had a very focused, like pretty much the whole time I've been so focused in almost like a preparation, to be honest. I don't know what the earth is, and I know that, and my quest is to know. Like I've reached flat earth brought me to a place where it was like, this is very unifying. Like there's this species called the human race that have been born in this, or humankind have been born in this place called Earth, but no one knows what it is. It's like a kingdom. It's like a kingdom, an arena, an environment, a place, a stage, and there's all these characters on this stage, a realm.
Yep.
And it just feels
I like the stage more and more. That's a much better. That's triggered me. That's great. I like the stage, because what is it all? It's all a stage, and we are merely players, right?
Right. It's like a scene's been set, right?
That's correct. What character are you going to play? Like, who are you going to be?
Well, this is it.
Are you going to be like the background people, or are you going to be one of the good guys that tries to do something but doesn't get any recognition? Or just a bad guy, or whatever.
NPC or an actual player in the game?
Exactly.
But the trick is, you have to know that you're in the game, and you have to know that
Exactly.
most people don't even know they're in the game.
People think they're detached from either the creator or from the game or from people. Just detached is the best. I can't put it any more simpler than that. That's the thing. They're detached from like everywhere, everything, and everybody, but they're not. Everything's interconnected. Like it was scientifically proven like 100 years ago almost. Definitely is.
It's almost like there's layers of people of wokeness, right? That if you're figuring out that you're in the game, that's like a 9/11 or a Gulf of Tonkin, like the low hanging fruit, conspiracies, for lack of a better term, right? But then it's sort of like then you realize you're in a game and this is all just sort of a charade, right? And then realizing the flat Earth, that almost gave you like a cheat code to the game, in a way, I think, or if that makes sense. It's sort of, like you got to know more about the rules that you didn't realize that we were all playing by. If that makes any sense. I don't know.
Yeah, of course. There are higher laws than whatever fakery they put on here or upon us. And
the stripping of fear away from playing the game, or being part of the whole thing, like how much fear you're faced with prior.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that too, because then it's like you can revel in it. Like you see it as an opportunity, and like you got a key. It's like you got handed a magic key to open up.
Exactly. That's exactly it. It's the key to. So instead of it being a prison, it's a gilded playground, right?
Correct.
It's fucking cool conversation. I needed this.
Beautifully. Yeah. It's great when we have stuff like this. You see, like the esotericists, they put it in two ways. The ones that think that we are trapped in here and, need to break out and be free. There's ones that have said, this is half of that, half free. And there's ones that said, this is a place where you get to learn and experience, which I was trying to lean towards before, to experience certain things and to try to know a bit more about environment, self-learning, God, whoever that might be for you, your creator or the creator. Everybody's got their own thing on it. And that is, I think, is the quest. To know the surroundings, to know love and the creator.
It's the quest, not the answer. It's the question that drives us, not the answer, because the answer is just going to lead to more questions. And actually questioning it is the point, right? I think the more you question, the more answers you get, which leads to more questions. It's crazy. You think you're at the bottom of a rabbit hole, and then you find out the earth is flat.
Yeah, well put.
Do you find, Fuzzy, like if you're going to ask the bigger questions or the big questions, you can't be afraid of potentially the big answers too?
Oh yeah, right. It's like exactly. I never looked into this because I already had made up my mind that it was stupid, right? Like as we all probably were there, right? Until you actually go in and actually question it, or actually, then you just you got to get all over the hurdles of all the cognitive dissonance, all of the quote unquote education, and understanding that the game is much bigger than you ever thought. It's like, it's unlocking a whole new level of the game, right. If that makes it. It's like you thought you defeated a boss. It's like no. Here now we're opened up into a sandbox level. It's like in Grand Theft Auto, you're opening up the new like a different place each time you get further into the game. It's crazy. You don't even know what you don't know, which makes me question now, what is it that we now don't know?
Yeah, no, I appreciate, because there's been a couple of times, especially recently, this year especially, I'm getting answers that don't even seem to have questions. And I've got questions that don't seem to have an answer. It's getting a bit like wiggly, but I like it. It's just unusual because I know I'm in a different. My consciousness, I know it's happening, and that's why I wanted to talk about it, because I can feel it expanding, and I think that expansion is almost like what it feels like is a compressed file. and it's expanding. There's a lot of information in there.
Yes.
And the natural thing is to want to grow, but you've just got to kind of move with the speed it's decompressing or uncompressing. You sort of don't get ahead of it.
Expanding.
Move with it.
You go with the flow.
Yep.
Go with the flow.
It's like a river. You're never gonna fight it going upstream. You're just gonna. You gotta go with the flow. You can go a little left, a little right, maybe a little forward, but treading water is silly.
Get in your
Please say
pocket.
what I think you wanna, what I'm hoping you wanna say. I'm praying that he's gonna say these things that I think that he wanted to say. I'm praying. You were on a good point that I've touched on, but it's a bit of a topic.
You say it because I sort of feel like I have arrived somewhere, and I wasn't kind of expecting this to sort of happen to me recently, and I'm not afraid to talk about. Yeah, I've got a tap on the shoulder. I got a tap on the shoulder.
Okay. Take that tap, and there is knowledge that you will get from observing, reading, and all the rest of it. There's other knowledge where you need to ask the one that's got all the knowledge and all the information that you want.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've spent a lot of time and I've had a chance for people to take me under the wing that, in places to show me things so I can dish it out there, but people seem to reject it. But it doesn't matter. But then there is when you ask, it's with a
you know what I think.
But
no,
when you ask with purity, with heart and mind about something, you will get the answer from the one itself, and you'll know it's the actual truth, not even objectivity. It's a fact. It's that what it is, and later on, maybe even that day, maybe even whatever, you might have it confirmed.
Mm-hmm. The way I'd put it is, there's everyone's got this jigsaw piece puzzle, right? And they're putting it together, and it's starting to form. Like you're starting to see a picture, and there's other bits to click in, right? But a picture's starting to form, and I think what a lot of people that have got to where we have, they kind of feel like, right, just leave me alone for a little bit, everyone. I'm fucking working something really amazing out here. Just, sorry to sweat, but just fuck off. Give me some room just to find my lane. And I'm starting to figure, it's almost like a leave me alone moment. But at the same time, you're glad everyone else is there, but it's so private and personal at the same time. This?
Yeah, 100%. I'll tell you something. When I had that moment, I needed time, but I needed actually somebody there, and I had to go through an awful ordeal, and I had nobody. I was never a globe believer. I had a lot of things and wisdom and all the rest of it, and help and all of that, but didn't have anybody to have this like me and you are doing this backwards and forwards to not vent, just to have the emotion pour out, and that was the biggest thing. It was, it was difficult as I can't put it in any other words.
No, I understand. I kind of, to be honest with you, mine's been the opposite. I was so shook by it. It was profound. It brought me to my knees, actually. Like, I cried. I didn't know what to do.
If it doesn't do that, you haven't achieved anything. Yeah, sorry.
And I just, I needed to, I didn't feel I could do it on my own, so I reached out to other people, and a lot of my flat earth journey and process has been in the company of others, like on the internet, in Hangouts, a lot of exchange, a lot of back and forth and moving through it. But I kind of felt like I needed to go into exile for a while as well and let it all digest. Exactly. It was a lot of information's come in, and I needed to let it all sink in. And that's why I've kind of come back here to re-emerge and to reconnect and to lift the community. I think we need to galvanize each other, support each other, and handle the ballers in a different way, not jump through their hoops, and bring them almost to our level. I think if we can pull rank on them a little bit, we stop jumping through hoops and answer. We don't have to answer anybody's questions. You're empowered now. You've got your mind back, and you're in your own driver's seat. Don't let anyone take your hands off your own wheel. And fuck anybody who tries to.
Well said.
Well said. That's the last one.
Yeah, that's well said. This community is beautiful. Like, I showed some emotion on here quite a few times where, you know, bit of tears and whatever, and I thank everybody here all the time. I didn't have this whole life, flat earth and all the rest of them, going through that, as you said, like on your knees and connected, you know, with the creator and knowing certain things. And the few people that I had to talk about it didn't want to hear about it, and the few people that took me in were people that were on certain levels that, you know, is just like up there, but they're only available like for whatever time it is, and you would come off crazy trying to say a few things. But yeah, I've found that, you know, as people are open minded, and you know, they will listen, as long as you're not, you can't be forceful first and foremost, because it's just a shit go first and foremost. But it's letting others know, and even saying to yourself, yeah, it's all right to question something. It's all right to even sometimes be scared to take the next level. You know, as you said, you know, you hit a point and you kind of have the tap on the shoulder. That means you can kind of expand up more, and you'll be given more as you expand. When I asked to expand, I'll be brutally honest, and this is where I believe that saying holds true: be careful for what you ask for, because even with whatever earthly knowledge there is, and you can even if you have like all of it, there's some things that you will never be prepared for, and that will rock your socks and your jocks and everything inside out, and you'll be poor doubting yourself, and then you'll come to the state of mind of saying, okay, that's how it is, and then for some reason it will wave off, and then you have to come back to that and sort of reaffirm, realign, and then you veer off a bit because it's when you get poured the information, it's you're a vessel, and then it's like, poof, ask in the door, knock on the door, and the door shall be open. Just when you knock on the door, be careful what door you knock onto and what you ask for. Not that you shouldn't ask, you need to be prepared for it, and that's the thing that we need to share with each other is how to prepare for when they open the door to answer it. Because sometimes it's might be completely different to what you were expecting.
Are we in closed or open system?
We're in closed.
Who is first who realized that?
The one who made it.
Yeah, I know. But let's say from humans, who could be the first one who realized that?
The ones who went up to see how high the ceiling is.
Yep. That mean they.
Yeah, the ones that came down and I'll get you.
Let's say Russian and Americans when they in early 60s went to the space and they realized it's the closed system, and now they all our believings was all the years that it's open system, and now they're coming and they will say true. Look at people, you are living in closed system. That for me is why they are lying.
Yes. I don't know if you've heard me say, brother, on here.
And if you say information, you lose the power. I think.
Yes. No, you're correct. I always say they lie because they know the truth. You can't lie if you don't know the truth, because you can figure out somebody's lying because they keep on babbling bullshit.
You gotta wonder though. There'd have to be some kind of inlet outlet valve, because otherwise, how does all the pollution get out?
It's an expanding thing, and people don't want to talk about this.
Well, it's going to have to be talked about sooner or later.
I've said it, like they've made this place that we live in like a robotic system. Like the Earth is just like it's just like it's a dead entity. It's not. They don't call it Mother Earth for nothing. Like, not that I'm a Gaia worshipper. Don't anybody strawman me. They're giving you a clue. Yeah, it's a clue. Just like with the so-called dome, that kind of expands. Same with the place that we live on. Yeah, because God, the Creator, doesn't build dead things. Sorry, I got a bit passionate and a bit angry at the same time.
It's interesting because the other day, I don't know if you know who Spurs Chemo is, but someone said Matrix in Gems, and he said the Matrix is in the Bible, and I went and looked it up, and it's a Hebrew word for womb. I was like, oh, that's interesting. So the Matrix, which is the big movie that we've all seen, it's in Hebrew, it means the womb. And the more I think about it, that makes sense to me. And especially that's how we get here, right? Your dad, your mum and your dad. And boom, we grow in the womb and then we're here. And I'm not saying we're a little version of the earth, because we're not. We're not a tree or a rock, right? But womb kind of makes sense to me. I don't know. That's why I'm putting it out there.
Yeah, because the womb grows bigger and grows smaller as the woman is in so-called labor. Is like a bump with a flat thing, as the earth is. So, Creator does not make anything that's. He's not he's not a boilermaker. He's not a welder and just tum 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 tum, and that's it. Here we go. Here you go, boys. Like he's a whatever.
The car tree.
Castle.
The car tree.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. A being of love does not create anything but love, and that's living. Like people need to hope they get that.
No, it's good. It's a good convo. I gotta go, but let me leave you with this, Iggs, and everyone here. Because on the other side, to play devil's advocate, you got mainstream science, which is this cold, digital, mechanical, methodical robot machine, like an oil and nuts and bolts, and it's all right.
That's what they made God out to be, bro. He knows everything. You can't change anything, so sit down and just go through the motions. What the? Sorry, bro.
It's good. Conveyor belt. No, I appreciate it, man. You don't apologise, because you're you and you're here and you got to be you. You can't be Dave Hinkle or Crack Villain, or you got to be you.
Thanks, bro. I really appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the conversation. Not much people interlude when I say things to kind of...
And cheers, Fuzzy Swan, too, man. I like your chime in as well. I appreciate that.
Yeah, this place is fantastic. This is like therapy. This is like group therapy. Because where else would you go to be able to talk about anything like this, or to get this off your chest, or to just, oh my God.
Mental asylum, but don't really listen to you. Four padded walls, and you can talk all you want. It's great that we have this community. Otherwise, yeah, I don't know what I'll do. I'll be honest. I was wrapped when I found this community. Words can't even do it no justice.
I feel that people here didn't lost logic still. That's for me important.
But people on here have lost their logic?
Yeah. They didn't lost the logic.
Oh, they didn't? Oh, yeah. Which is the first most important thing to get into some other
normal
kind of...
human logic,
Yeah.
who anybody has.
You have to have that, brother. Otherwise, you can't move forward in any way.
Yeah.
You're correct. I'll agree with you 100%. Yeah, logic is one of the first things in the trivium that people don't get taught.
But somehow logic's changed in the last 5 years. No, really, what I heard in I cannot believe. I have like for sure 20 examples of not logical, idiotic things, and I should to believe in that.
Of course, brother. It's the way that it works. It just...
For example, my wife never watched into flat Earth, but when I said that people saying that atmosphere is rotating together with the Earth, she said this is stupid. She didn't watch even 1 minute of flat Earth. She knows only what I saying, but she don't want to go into, because she has that. she need to work a lot at home.
Yeah. She's got intuition.
And she's biochemist. I'm sometimes saying about stuff when people debating about science, and what she's saying to me, I cannot debate the things because she knows better than me, But she said in the first moment, without experiment, you cannot have the science, That point. I heard from her, not from anybody else. She was saying when she was studying on university that They were saying for biologists that there was no scientists. In that time, I don't know, 20 years ago, that only...
Sasha, Alexander, yeah?
Yeah, but I'm not. Yeah, because many people in Serbia, even in Russia, that's me, Alexander. But never ever called me. Nobody called me Alexander. Never ever. I am only Sasha.
Okay.
But yes,
his name is Sasho. His actual name is Sasho, so it's very rare. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that is very rare.
Yeah. You from Russia or Balkans or?
Yeah,
if Balkans. You don't mind me asking.
No. It's
okay.
Yeah, I'm from
Serbian.
The state. I'm from state who doesn't exist. No, I'm from Croatia now. I was from Yugoslavia, but Yugoslavia is dead.
Oh yeah. Oh, well, I'm from Macedonia, right? So we've got two Balkanites here.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But I'm not there for years, like from 2001. I was in Italy 12 years, and now I'm in UK 7 years.
Okay, beautiful. What your wife said is 100%, because when I was in school in Macedonia, they said if you for something to be valid, you have to do an experiment. If you can't do an experiment, then
you are not scientist. She told me that without listening and I was listening debates on Native Oakley show and here and people were saying shit, but okay. That's
but one sentence just says it all. That's why when I say to people, like, some people arrived at a certain place before others, and it's just there's a build-up of stuff, and sometimes it's hard.
She told me observation. It's observation.
You there, bro? Or did I cut out?
It's not like that, or it is. I don't know.
Sasha, they cut out. This policy.
I didn't say nothing. Nothing important.
Man, it was about now. There's always something important. You don't say that.
No, that stuff. I was listening one debating like Horizon. Now it's geometrical. No, it's apparent. And in one debate, it came third one, man. I was like, oh my god! I know for one. Why is now three? How my brain can take this, logic that we have three horizons that we don't have anymore. One you can see, other two you cannot see. Or one you can see, another one you cannot see. Then level is curved. Then I don't want to speak about vacuum. That's the magic.
The magic.
We never speak about molten iron
because you can't. It doesn't exist. You can't speak about something that doesn't exist, but.
Yeah, we dig the whole 8 miles, but other 2,000 miles or how many? 3,009, almost 4,000 miles. But we dig it 8. That's something like percentually. How much is that?
That's I'm not who. I know that they drilled 8 kilometers. I don't know why it's miles.
Can you imagine? You take the apple, and you how to say how you call that the skin? You take off the skin, and you say what is inside, and you say what is inside of apple.
You can't do that.
Yes, you can. If you are close, you can. You can predict what can be inside. with the math.
I had this conversation with one of the leading professors when I was like 15 with the universities here. I was talking about the retarded space, and only one stayed on to keep on talking with me because they were trying to discuss the Big Bang bullshit with me, and I just said, the Big Bang is just a dumb way to trying to explain God. And they said to me, how is that? I go, well, nothing created something. So from this nothing, something happened.
It is not
and
only
made
that
everything.
nothing. Isn't Big Bang disorder?
Well, they're trying to make it a disorder, but it's actually order.
It was explosion, man. They're saying that it was from nothing. It was explosion. That's disorder for me. I don't know, in my logic.
Yeah, it is, but how it made all this order, so it can't be disorder.
But that's my question after this disorder, yeah.
So this
after
is what
that
I
explosion and all that mechanism, all that moving, orbiting, that's that's made
all the gases
to function. No, stars, moving stars, all this is made to function, and that we can see that also. And don't speak about Earth with atmosphere made one dot, one dot, in the not even dot. Dot is big thing. When I'm saying dot, I don't know how I can compare that. If you go outside, let's say in UK, and you take a little ball and put the dark out, and imagine that ball and around, but tennis ball, something like that, ping pong ball, white ball, and imagine atmosphere around that 1 centimeter ball, but you are in England, all UK dark, and maybe it's even that it's not good comparison. How big is that universum? And everything inside is functioning from that Big Bang. Great. It's going. 2,000 years in Polaris. Everything it's incredible. How from nothing and disorder you get so perfect order.
That's what I said to him at the age of.
And that's logic.
I said to my guy, so from nothing became something that's perfect. I go, so now I go, the question that the question that begs is that nothing something? I beg the question, is that nothing something? I don't know if people can comprehend what I'm trying to say. So from nothing was disorder, but all this order came. So now I beg the question, that nothing, is it really something? Do you get what I mean, bro?
Yeah, but with nothing, it's...
I get what you mean.
But I'm rephrasing. Yeah.
What is nothing,
But I have another way of phrasing it. So you guys said something along the lines of explaining God and the Big Bang being their replacement for explaining God. But I just had a funny thought. If God was something that you could explain, I don't think God would be God.
Yeah, obviously, it's just an analogy. I can't put the creator in a box. There's no way I can box him. But it's saying that, from nothing, there was this something, and there was this order, but made all this order. So it begs the question, that thing that they call nothing, is that really the something? It has to be flipped. Do you get me?
I know it. What are you mean? But they are thinking that it's from nothing, really from something what is nothing. And how you can imagine nothing,
Exactly. And that's why only one professor stayed on to discuss with me for like a few hours, because he knew I had something in my head. The other ones laughed, and they were physicists and blah, 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 blah. but they were idiots. And he was one of the top guys, and he stayed to continue this conversation about me explaining how nothing was really something, because nothing can create only nothing, and only something can
Does
create
nothing
something.
was in one point, or nothing was in a big space?
Doesn't matter how it is; it has to be something.
That's the point. You know how to speak about nothing. You know.
Exactly.
Sounds like a subprime mortgage.
It is. It is. You can't. And this is the thing that we had a laugh about, and I was laughing about it at the age of 15. So, you know, like it's been like 20 years now that I've had to deal with dumbness.
And don't forget, with the time you will arrive to DNA after Big Bang. Not only movement stars, we will arrive to DNA, you know, the code. The code will come from nothing.
What DNA is. Don't even know what DNA is.
Yeah, but bullshit. You know, the code will come from nothing.
Of course.
And all living being has that code.
Yes. And you know how books are made? They just drop from the sky already written.
Yeah.
I know. That's how I find my books. They just drop from the sky, and there's no author on there, nothing. They just fall out from nowhere. And it's a great book. Love it. It's awesome.
And ancient civilization was stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People didn't know.
They were cutting stones, or like 100 tons with the hammers and how you call that, tools, you know, bronze.
They were hitting. Yeah, they were hitting stone with a stone.
Yeah. Today we cannot cut granite with nothing, with diamond maybe, and with laser. That's it, 2 things. But they cut it with, and they made so big sculptures and everything that we put work on that. I don't know.
Oh, there's people that still know how to do it. They're just not allowed to.
Can somebody come and voice check in? I'm not too sure about this guy.
Oh, who's a mod?
I don't know, but just need somebody to voice check in. I was talking to him. I'm not a mod.
I'm not a mod either. I'm just a
young blood. All kinds of people showing up now. We need people in there. I know, but there's 7 people in there.
Oh, okay. Maybe mod ping in the live text or in the lobby text, whichever. There's some mods online, but I haven't heard any of them talk. Actually, no. Scratch that.
I'm trying to see if there's any mods on it. I don't know. I cannot do nothing, so I don't know. Sasha, you still there?
Yeah.
I'll ask you a question. So I know what I got taught. Did you ever get taught overseas in school that petrol comes from dead dinosaurs?
I didn't understand.
Did you ever get taught overseas in school that petrol comes from like dead dinosaurs, like fossil fuel bullshit?
Yeah.
You did? I never got taught that.
Stories about like oil. It's coming from fossils, and yeah. That story,
Yeah,
ships are going over the horizon. That story also.
I never got taught that.
Yeah, but listen, this I remember that was in 80s. Let's say I was like 10 years old, and gravity was always like a theory. Never ever in school said that is like a proof. It was like this is theory. We are thinking about maybe it's this, but nobody put that like a point. I remember very well.
Yeah.
They were teaching us that gravity it's a, and I remember I was even atheist, thinking like that. I'm never religious,
Mm-hmm.
and but never ever people was putting gravity, and always was the question: is it the God or is it something? Is it the nature? But nobody put the real, like nobody put on the science side like, oh, it is gravity. Yeah, we are for nobody, even evolution, man. I remember very well, and I grew up in socialistic system, and I remember they didn't teach us, that we are. Yeah, they said Darwin and everything, but that was not. People were suspicious. Nobody was like really believing in that.
They always said it's a theory.
Yeah. Always was a theory. Never was like a scientific theory. Yeah.
Yeah. They always said this is a theory, and they preface it. What we're gonna learn is the theory of evolution by Darwin. His theory.
Yeah.
They would always preface theory.
Hey guys, I just want to say something real quick. I know what they're gonna do with the shootings. They're gonna get it to the point where people are so dumb that they're gonna be like, yeah, we know these shootings are fake, but we want them to fake it. That way they'll take the guns away. You know what I mean? Like they got everyone, they want the guns taken away so bad that they're gonna agree with fake shootings to if that's gonna take the guns away. That's what they want to do. And that's what's happening. Like people are like, oh, like anyone who's trying to see that there was like, because they put they put the ads for crisis actors like on social media, like it's all obvious. It's out in the open now. So that's what, I don't know. Go ahead. Gravity is a theory, and they made everybody believe it now too. Yeah, exactly. Same thing. Now it started off as theory, but after so long, now the new generations, now it's a fact. Same thing.
Yeah. You can say like that because after 50, 60 years, repeating and modern technology.
I still have to disagree a little bit with that because I did engineering. Yeah, in all my engineering books, construction and civil, it says there is no formula that you have to use to build a bridge or road to allow for curvature. And for when you're building buildings, to allow for tolerances and all that, it's got the bullshit equation for gravity. It's written in red, so it means it's not on there, and it says discard this equation, do not use it. So I don't know how people can sit there and say this stuff when it's written in the book that you do not use 8 inches per mile square to build anything.
And
it just doesn't
I don't know. You asked me about
mainstream books.
About dinosaurs. I watch about dinosaurs something to watch into, but I don't know if is it true. But I watched some video. They are saying that they are find something. If they find something that was one bone or two bones and that's it, and then after in museum what you are watching, that's only construction. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, no,
but I heard that all dinosaurs on the world are constructed from one or two bones. That's for me was hilarious when I heard that thing.
Yeah, there's a place in China where it makes like I think around 85% of the world's dinosaur bones, and it's just they get like bones from pigs, cats, dogs, whatever, and they grind them and they just put them together, they glue them together, and you can make whatever you want. I can't remember the exact company who it was, but yeah, they manufacture all so-called dinosaurs. It's in China someplace.
All species they have what they have stories what that animals was eating in that time. What they know everything about dinosaurs.
Yeah, bro. They knew 4.5
and that was like a four. Yeah. That
it exploded, bro. Like
they don't know how they built the pyramids. You know. Yes. They don't know how they built pyramids like 3,000-4,000 years ago, but they know what the dinosaur ate 4 billion or how he behaved or what the fuck he did.
It's retarded. I always say, who the fuck was there to write this down? Who wrote this down? Where is it?
Yeah, and if you put your human logic in that, you I don't know.
It falls apart, bro. It melts.
I'm not saying that they didn't exist, but
I'm saying that they didn't exist, but
it could be also, yeah. Who knows what that bones are,
But like, yeah, this is true. Darwin. He said he found the first monkey remains. Da 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 da. You know what he did? In his backyard, he actually dug up some fucking ground and found a dead baby, and he portrayed that as like the little monkey or whatever.
Yeah,
that's a fact. In his own backyard, he was digging and whatever, and found some bones, and it was from a dead child. Why doesn't anybody speak about that? You can find it out. It's there. So for one bullshit thing, he made his whole fucking life. Picture this, bro. Imagine whatever I don't even know their names, but Tyrannosaurus Rex. How would that thing have sex with another one with that massive long fucking tail? And if it loses balance, you'll fall over and never be able to get up. How does that thing have intercourse, bro?
Ask Big Bang. I cannot tell you God made it. Ask Big Bang.
I say to everybody that believes in that bullshit, I go, have a look at that thing that you think is fucking true.
If Big Bang can make mechanism for the all stars and everything, universum, why is problem the dinosaurs walking on the?
No, here it is. So that's the reason why they went extinct, right? The reason why is that they couldn't reproduce. They couldn't do that. They just evolved into the dinosaur that they are. And when they died out, when the last one died out, they just were done. That's what actually caused their extinction.
All species.
Wow.
All one.
Are you kidding me?
3,000 species.
Yeah, there were no baby dinosaurs. There were just lizards. They were just, they just grew. I mean, so the big T-Rex, that must be like a 150-year-old T-Rex. If it was a smaller one, that'd only been like a 10-year-old T-Rex. However many, evolutionary steps it had to take to get that big,
But if there was like a turtles,
basically, yeah, that's it.
Wow, so these things were evolving and living for like.
We see that in turtles today, therefore that's millions of years ago. Because we see turtles not today, that's absolute proof. There it is.
So that's the new theory. Are you telling me that's the new theory? Because I'm not up to date with new bullshit. Fuck me, dude. Wow.
No, that could, because so many people ask how these dinosaurs reproduce. They're gonna have to come up with something soon.
Oh, you're saying that could
know.
be a new
I
thing?
just made
I
it
believe you. Oh, yeah, okay. I thought they were actually fucking teaching this. Because nothing surprises me, bro. Sorry. I was gonna say, wow, that's just a new level of dumbness. I was reading not long ago. There's this bunch of idiots now that know that Darwin's evolution is bullshit. So now the new story that children are going to be taught in school, and everybody jot these words down. Was it Roger noted the fact that I said Fata Morgana is going to be the next thing that they're going to put everything on, blame everything on for flat Earth. So now mark this down, that children will get taught that we were Aquaman. So it's going to be the Aquaman story, man coming from the water as man and then walking.
And listen, this globe is not starting in the school, like 7 or 6 years. It's starting immediately on television.
The TV, yes.
Yeah. Because in the last 4 years, I'm watching cartoons with my daughter. And in every cartoon, it's a moon or landing or astronauts or planets, or in every. You don't have
everything.
one.
It's like when they have to go look at a book, the cover of the book is the most basic book you can have, but it's just an Earth with space in the background, because that equals knowledge.
Yeah.
Like, this is for like the young, like the preschoolers style cartoons, and that's where you see it everywhere.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is going to be the new scientific consensus on how man is man. So I'm just saying, for people listening, jot my words down, because I said this about Fata Morgana a couple of weeks ago, and now they're selling it in the UK and everywhere else. So everybody that believes in the world that is flat, they're going to be made out to be mentally retarded, because that's what Fata Morgana actually means. It's not the other thing that we're saying in the USA, as in like it's a
Black Swan. It's Fata Morgana, that means.
No. You know that thing that happened in the US? It's called what is that word? Escaping my mind. Mirage, yeah.
Yeah.
But Fata Morgana, but Fata Morgana is very, very different than a Mirage. A Mirage
that was for me my first Black Swan, Chicago. When I heard the news that they said Chicago is a Mirage, that was like, oh my god, this is incredible. Why they are saying this shit? This is impossible to say. I will never ever say that, something like that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I cannot. Mirage is Mirage, but that's Chicago. I have. You know what? Let's put that is the same Chicago like 50 years ago, and you come there with the Mexicans, with the rockets or something, and they cannot shoot that down. They cannot hit that down because it's Mirage.
Yeah.
They cannot attack that across the lake. They cannot attack that town with that armored tank. Possible shoot. It's that joke of Benjamin Owen, but it's great. It's the same.
Yeah. Fata Morgana is even worse because Fata Morgana is just in your brain.
At least in this logic, refraction, refraction. And now, Second World War, battle on the sea, England, UK ships and German ships. They didn't fight because of refraction.
Yes, they did, bro. Come on.
They didn't. It was impossible. And plus rotation, man.
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt. We got a VC verified on here. Kill the programming. Hello, welcome to the server. What say you? Kill the programming.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm there. I'm here.
Hello, welcome to the server.
Thank you.
It's your first time?
Can you repeat that?
Is this your first time here?
Sort of. I was here, but then I got banned unfairly, and the mod recognized it, so I'm unbanned now. I'm here. Yeah, but it's like the first time.
How do you feel about the shape of the Earth? What's your opinion?
It's flat, but I don't know much about it.
What makes you think it's flat?
Because there's no curve. I mean, there's no proof anything about a curve or like space or anything really.
Okay. So how long have you been looking at this subject in general, would you say?
November last year.
Fair enough.
Like 5 months, yeah.
Does anybody else want to take over? My mic might not be too good as I'm driving. Hello? Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
I hear you. Riggs, you're not driving. You're playing a truck driving game.
I'm not really.
Real life.
Simulation.
Whoever. You're not driving. You're just playing a video game.
That's Dave. He's driving. He's driving.
Everything's a simulation.
Everything's a simulation, so there's nothing real. Is there an objective reality that we all share?
My red can be different from your red. We wouldn't know.
I'm real.
But
Rev,
the programming is there an objective reality that we can agree on at some point?
I don't think so.
Because if you can't recognize that there's objective reality, what's the point of us even talking about anything?
True. But I mean, it's like the Matrix part of the movie when they eat the steak, and they would rather live in like the fantasy land than live in a shitty place, which is real. Sorry about the cursing, but like it's real, but they're eating bad, tasty food.
I hear you, man. You got simulation reality. You're on a slippery slope where you can't discern anything at some point, right? I mean, we can discern the water phase level and stuff like that. You agree?
Sure.
Okay, so we can observe substances and things in reality, and we can come to conclusions on them. No matter what this thing is. Now, none of us claim here to know what everything is. We've got a lot more questions than we have answers, but we basically just call bullshit on the globe, if you know what I mean.
I mean, if you look it up for 5 minutes, it's obviously not a globe.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, if anybody else, welcome to the server. If anybody else got any questions for him or wants to take it down another line.
He was down in the lobby. He can chill out in here.
Yeah. I made new friends, Mom.
Oh.
Yeah. So
we're not very friendly, don't worry. Some of us are friendly, some aren't.
Depends on the day.
I'm not friendly.
Sorry,
probably more friendly than your Facebook friends. It usually depends more on the attitude brought forth. It's usually met in kind.
Correct. Well said.
Imagine having a Facebook account like in 2021 when you know they're stealing your information. But when you think about it, you can't really escape it. Right? You can't really escape. You're being watched like 24/7. So.
Now, when you say stealing information, what does that even mean? They already know where you're at anyways.
It means that you have the right. It means that you have the right to privacy, and they're not respecting
privacy. That. What's privacy? What you mean? You get to what? Play with your willy with the door closed and nobody knows? Yeah. I mean, is that privacy? I don't understand. What's privacy?
Are they stealing your information, or are you willingly handing it over?
And anyways, what's so special about you that you need to remain private?
Okay. Well,
yeah, that's what I thought. Just get Facebook. Who the fuck cares?
Yeah. It doesn't matter. You can be a number on their computer. It doesn't matter. We're all ones and zeros.
Yeah, you're not a terrorist, are you?
We're all ones and zeros. There you
go. I would be like a politician or something.
You're a politician. Oh.
The real terrorists are the ones making those things. Like signing those contracts and making those dough.
You mean laws?
Yeah, and the laws. And sharing globe.
If you look at the definition of terrorism, it's when a government attacks its own people and causes malice and harm. That's the definition. I don't know. I didn't write it. I'm just saying.
Doctrine plus nation. Dun, dun, dun.
So I'm just curious, the name Kill the Programming, is there a story behind why you have that name, or does it mean anything? Is it just what it obviously says? You want to kill the programming, the indoctrination, what?
Because this is all just a matrix, and our job is to get out.
Okay.
Get out and go
so
where?
You don't feel anything.
If I knew, I wouldn't be doing it.
He wants to go to Zion.
Yeah.
Do you feel anything, bro?
How would I know?
If I punch you in the face, would you feel it?
My body will tell me I'm feeling.
So that means there's something there. That means you are hurt.
You have to define me.
You're saying that your body will do that, your brain, no?
Saying my brain recognizes
your body will feel your brain, no?
No, my brain will feel, because it's a message.
Sure.
I'm not sure. I think the logic goes that if you're hit,
if I put more suffering inside.
Sorry, what?
If I put more suffering inside.
Said where?
In the body.
The nerves will travel, will make the brain understand.
The brain will understand it, the pain.
Yeah, that something's happening.
If you have your brain, if you just if you cut your finger off, and you try.
Okay, that means that you will leave your body. You will decide like this. Okay, doesn't matter. That's only my body. I don't care. Body will feel the pain.
Yeah.
So okay, I'm going to rephrase this. So I just said before, like if I punch you, yeah. What if I punch you real hard and I knocked out all your teeth? That's
you have to.
That's just rude.
I didn't think he was going to last in here. Don't worry.
Yeah, no, I just need to get this out. So
He just wanted to get in so bad and talk and shit. I figured we were talking about fucking who knows in this room.
Mate, you wouldn't.
Because all the Globers ran away. All the Globers ran away. They all ran away.
Well, yeah.
Gravity pulled them away.
Gravity didn't pull them anywhere. They ran away on the flat Earth.
We got another VC verified named Aiden. They want to say anything? Hello, Aiden.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we have Semzi. Oh, he's muted. Sorry. He's deafened. He's deafened.
He's deafened.
Aiden, welcome. I unmuted you, Aiden. Do you think this server is funny, Aiden?
I think it's hilarious.
Come on, Aiden. Let's talk. Talk about the shape of the earth.
You think we're funny? Do we amuse you?
Aiden, let's screw these flat tards up.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Just show these flat tards something. Come on, bro. Back me up.
You made it this far, you won't get banned. I haven't gotten banned yet.
Yeah, this guy's teeth.
This month.
Try something with that your girl can be proud of you.
That's quite an assumption you're making there.
People are spiraling out of control, guys.
Your mom, your dad, your friend, your class.
Where'd he go? They want to get voice verified. They come in here and they hide.
I don't get it.
Like, I will come on that server. People are thinking that Earth is flat. I will come there.
And do nothing.
So, Aiden.
What nothing? It was too ha-ha.
Let's talk about Earth, Aiden. Why do you think you're on a spinning water ball hurling through space?
The monkeys.
Let's talk about Earth, baby. Let's talk about it. Never mind.
You and me. Aiden, why do you think you're a monkey?
Some of us are apes. Did Aiden even say he was a globe earther?
He's not saying anything.
Aiden ain't said jack squat yet, has he?
No.
Aiden, come on, grow up here. Talk.
His profile picture, like, super grown up.
What is his profile picture? No?
Aiden's probably gross.
Is that like some like meow meow, like Japanese like 2-year-old thing?
Okay, back to our regularly scheduled programming. Y'all continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hinkle.
Globers, you're on the air. So your best proof for living on a spinning ball in space that was once a thing exploded, then cooled down, was spinning, water grew on it, then the rocks mated and formed people and monkeys or whatever, whichever order you want to put that in.
It's beautiful, huh? Imagination.
The rocks mated.
Well, that's the only thing that could happen.
Yeah. Dust.
You can only have male or female. They had to have mated.
Which rock is your cousin?
You have to go to 23andme.com and have your blood tested by the government. They'll tell you which one is your cousin.
I have roots from helium and iron.
I come from the Big Bang directly.
That's good. You are the original one.
Yeah, I'm the original Big Banger.
I was there before Big Bang. I can confirm.
Oh, you have to be dumb as a rock to believe it.
How was in nothing?
Hey, don't insult rocks, man. They have intelligence.
To be nothing.
First, there was nothing, and there was a whole bunch of crap that was really hot. It all stuck together and cooled down. Water grew on it. And then the rocks grew into monkeys, and the monkeys grew into people. The end.
It was really quiet and blissful.
When that makes sense.
Who made DNA?
You can't. That's all. That was formed by the rocks. You can't be questioning things like that. That's nature.
Are you sure it wasn't monkeys, rocks, and then people?
I don't know. I just know that they
real. Then how come
one picked up a stick or something at one time, and then eventually they picked up the stick and saw a shadow, and then they decided that they were on a ball.
Does Big Bang make gravity or gravity made Big Bang?
At the same time.
Oh boy, that's a conundrum.
Because gravity exists a lot.
Didn't a giant black hole suck in all the gravity to a pinpoint, and then it exploded out and started all over again? It's just a big bubble that pops and expands and comes in and contracts. Isn't that what we learned? We're on like bubble 13 right now.
Nah, bro, we are all like
the dog ate my homework.
We are stars,
and then that.
Does that mean that we will be nothing again?
Yeah.
No.
Go back to nothing. We get spaghettified when we go into the black hole. Then we get spit right back out, and then everything gets turned back into universe. Again, it starts over.
Isn't that Interstellar?
I
was gonna say we all come
don't
from
know.
like stardust.
Is factual science.
We will return back to the cosmos and ring a ding ding.
We're gonna spaghettify when we enter the black hole. It's gonna take us infinitely long to get there. They say once you start, it takes forever.
We need to leave all scientific movies
they measured forever,
to feel the reality. We need to leave all science fiction movies to feel reality. To leave that old movies, you know.
But Marvel makes movies.
They will make that real.
You're saying you can't watch it.
I'm just telling you the truth on what's going on out there. This is the true stuff that's going on. This is what the believers believe. I can't make that up.
I saw the wire. I saw the wire on the guy attached on the ISS on video.
Man, I shot the sheriff, but I didn't shoot the deputy. I promise.
I don't believe there was a guy flying on a wire in the ISS. I know they put a dog in space.
But I saw the wire. I didn't see the light of the wire. I saw the wire.
Maybe this
it
wire.
It was one video. I cannot find anymore that video. But I saw the wire. All wire. How it's hanging.
There.
Are you talking about Laika, the dog?
I don't know.
Well, that's the only one that's been to space. Laika.
You got dogs.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one, Rod. Yeah, that one. That's a wire. You can see.
Yeah, it's all fake.
But that's not fake. That's reality.
Come on, bro. That's how it is.
That's how it is. Yeah.
They need that for extra support, you know.
There's a dog flying in space right now, shitting in the air and pissing all over everything.
Yeah, blue screen. Yeah, why they need that?
Are still in space.
Where is the hat? You know, he's giving that also when he's giving the guy the
Hopefully
hat.
they don't send a monkey up. The monkey might eat the dog. Guess none of you have seen Space Force. Hey, did you know they have gravity in space? And I was told today it's because they have artificial gravity on the ISS. You can turn it on and off.
And before astronauts, they didn't have that stuff, all that toys and stuff. And now why they have all of them, they have instruments there. I think that I saw one, he's falling like a floating with the guitar, another one with a saxophone, and they're playing something.
They shot a video in space too.
Yeah.
They have gorilla suits. I just posted him in a gorilla suit. They have gorilla suits in space.
It's a TV show. It's not what it's a TV show.
Yep, that's all it is. Studio's the biggest green screen studio in the world, and for some reason NASA owns it.
Look what we have. Look what we can do with the bubbles. You know, look, we can color them. Wow. Look.
Yeah, that show. I stopped watching that show after like season 35.
And that what? Wow.
He's talking about this. He's talking about this. Ready? This is what we can do in space.
Wow! Look at this, man. And now, let's send another expedition for this.
That water ball stays together. Other water balls they have fly apart. It's just, I guess it depends on the water ball they use.
Try to do that on the Earth. Yeah.
Not all water balls are created equal.
Try to do that in computer.
Yeah, I don't think that it would even work. You'd have to tell it to not separate the computer if you were going to use real life standards.
And plus, we have technology that we can use the green screen in the real time. Not anymore editing that you need to edit. That means that we are speaking now. We can be in jungle. And everybody will think that we are in jungle.
Members don't even see how fake this is. They actually see it being real. How good they were in 1959. Look at the top one and look at the bottom one that I just posted.
Yeah.
Which one's real and which one's not real?
We got Samsy, new to the server. Welcome, Samsy.
Both not real.
Both not real, yeah.
Jamsy's hollering for Zamzy. That sounded weird.
Jamsy talking to Zamzy.
Oh. Crazy.
We didn't have technology to do that in 59.
Oh, there's the movie that shows you.
He had great reception to talk.
Show that with Armstrong testing the Apollo before going to the moon.
Oh, they don't have. That's top secret, and they lost a lot of that stuff.
I saw that he almost died.
We have lag right now.
I almost died sitting in the couch somewhere in an office.
Yeah, maybe also that. But some guy flew like a 20, 30 meters above the ground. Maybe it's 100.
Yeah, how would you like to have been that intern? You went back into the office at NASA that day and they asked you, what'd you do with all that moon stuff? Oh, I destroyed it. What do you mean you destroyed it? Anyway.
Oh. Yeah, and it's too difficult to redo or whatever. What did he say?
It's a painful process.
It is a painful process.
To build it back.
Oh, yeah,
well done.
Painful.
Thank you, Mr. Hinkle.
The box is about the size of a toaster, controlled everything, so it can't be really that hard.
And famous footprint, boot print.
Those guys had the best reception ever. We cannot get communication here to save our lives.
I was told that here, this image, this was controlled by control. So just so you guys know. So I wasn't sure, but I guess we can control, if we live in New York and you want to control like a rover in somebody's driveway in California, you can. You have the technology. You can just use radio waves.
Yeah, radio waves only work on air, bro. They don't work in a vacuum of nothing.
No, that's not true. Look at the image I just posted.
Let's have a look. Let's have a laugh. All right. Let's do this. Oh, God help me.
Unless they just left a guy there. They just left him there and said, fuck it.
Look how he's zooming good.
He pulls back and he pans up or whatever that's called, shoots up.
Yeah, he's pointing up. Yeah.
Hold on.
No,
This is like a bad movie.
The term you're looking for is tilt up. The official word is tilt.
Tilt. Okay, tilt up. Panning left to right, or whatever, side to side.
Yeah, it's panning left to right. Panning the camera left to right. Moving the camera left to right would be to truck left or right.
Yeah, okay.
They just left
But
the
to a
camera.
client who doesn't know anything, everything is a pan. So we're going to pan up, and then we'll pan to the left, and then we'll pan in, and then we'll get a cool pan shot over here.
It looks so
The camera's still there. The camera's still
Mate,
there.
they
though.
just left
It's
the
all right.
dude on the moon. That's so rude.
No, it
Yeah,
was
the camera too.
the
So we let Aiden in. We let Aiden in so he can just type in the room and try to post shit.
Oh,
So were they shooting film on those? Were those film cameras, or were those some sort of crazy awesome digital cameras that they got back then?
Oh, those were film cameras.
Don't ask questions.
yeah, they still have fiber optics.
So they had to go back and
from
get the
here to the
film.
moon. Nah, it's fiber optics. They still got to connect it
Yeah,
from here to the
is
moon.
that
bro.
what the other moon missions were for? To pick up the
Yeah, to pick up the needs.
To the other one.
To get the camera back.
pick up the guy.
Still one up there, waiting for the next mission.
He saw
They
that.
will- and that's how they're going to explain when they land on the moon how they got it. If there was still a camera left, they were able to get it turned back on.
Too late. Put it on the next flight.
The last hope was that this expedition to Mars. He saw that and he said, "What the fuck? Where they are going now?"
They've left me. No. I'm not sure if I can find the footage, but there was in like I think who was the president of America? Not was it Johnson. I think it was like 1950 or whatever it was. They already had like a phone, and this is recorded like on normal TV where they actually had phones, a landline where you could call and see the other person on the other side. So where did that thing go? The first lady was using that. She's like, "Oh, everybody should have one of these," and it was like 1950, and cost like I don't know, like $5,000. Yeah, everybody should fucking give me one. Everybody should have one of these.
They had radios in cars or mobile phones back then.
Listen, I know they had a lot of stuff maybe before that. It's just I'm trying to tell the people that they advertised it on TV and it was available in 1950. This thing, they already had AI running in 1975. So people freaking about AI, the dumbest. I won't denigrate Stone, but yeah, They're so far ahead, it's beyond anybody's conception what they can do. Mr. Squiggle, the man from the moon.
I just checked a couple people in. I don't know if somebody can get to them or if they're trying to get in here.
Are they on here, Rick?
Well, if you check the check-in voice text, there's two names or 2 IDs. One of them is Radio Flyer, like a wagon. And then I forget the other guy's name, but the tags are there.
Okay. Maybe somebody will up on. I'm not a mod.
Oh, okay. I thought you were stepping up.
No. I'm just lonely day every day, man. I just talk when nobody else does. We do have multi-paths. Now, wait a second, that's the logo. It's different name. Never mind.
Oh, yeah. Lulu is probably working. She's a busy.
She lives on a ball.
Busy. Oh, look, it's Brad. What's up, Brad? How are you doing today?
What's up, Brad?
Flat Brad. Such a nice fellow. You know, I spent about 3 hours the other day taking a big virus toolkit off of his computer and helping him fix his PC up.
Cool.
Yeah, so that way he can show movies to people in the movie area.
Very noble of you, sir.
Yeah, I thought so. I like to help people fix their computers. I know how annoying that can be.
The most annoying thing, like with my laptop, like I won't even click anything and stuff still shows up in there.
Yep.
And as far as I know, you know. So it's literally like a Wild West, and I don't even have a 6-shooter, you know.
Hey, did you ever play regular Nintendo, or the first one?
Oh yeah, Super Mario and Duck Hunt and all that.
Okay, so you talked about Duck Hunt. So Duck Hunt had the gun, right?
Yep.
And there was this other game called Hogan's Alley. You know what that is?
Yeah.
Okay, damn, that's rare. Okay, people don't know what that is, so.
I'm an old boomer, man. I played that stuff.
Awesome. Yeah, man, Hogan's Alley, it's like it's like whatever that game is where you got the hammer and you're hitting the heads.
Yeah. If I had to pick a favorite game, it was Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. Remember that one?
Yeah, there was a method to that madness. I never really tried to figure it out. Yeah,
there was a lot of cheat codes for it. So, yeah. So those new people meandered in here yet, or are we still bullshit?
They might. I told them that I had requested a check-in, but you know, I don't know if Roger saw the ping.
You ever make a run for the border since you're so close to it, Rude?
Well, it's definitely a backup plan. I mean, they don't let people in, but as far as I tell, they just wave when you go the other way.
Should go through now. You guys having a good day? Is it better than yesterday? That's a good day, right? You realize that we don't live on a spinning ball? Do you think the Earth's a spinning ball?
Mine's flat.
You think it's flat? Cool. I don't know what it is. It's not a ball, as they told us, though. You should look into it. I'm serious. No, you think I'm joking? I thought it was stupid when I first looked at it too. Because they make everybody think that flat earth and stuff is stupid. You're going to sail off the edge and all that.
Oh, yeah.
But if you think about it, they put a globe in your classroom when you're 6 years old before you're even old enough to critically think. And they never proved it to you. So look it up.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Have a good one.
I think you cracked her egg. Yeah, you cracked her dome a little bit.
That's one of my favorite go-tos is how they can at least see if maybe they got taught something before they could actually think about it, you know.
Not to think about things, especially if you're going to get social censure. I think on a primal level, they're like, okay, so what if this is true? If I'm going to be the laughing stock of my friends or whatever.
Yeah.
Hey, I just want to say, since Lemon's in here, well, I guess you don't go by Lemon anymore. That's a few different names ago. Anyways, I don't know why you get so much shit for presuming that there is a medium when nature doesn't allow for a vacuum. You know, there's nothing about nature that embraces a vacuum. It seems like matter is always trying to fill the available space. And it also seems that in a very, very low pressure area that, like the properties of that low pressure area seem to be similar, as if there's still something in that space. So the idea that there's like a pervasive medium called the ether, that would be more of the base assumption, kind of like how the flat earth is the base assumption. So then when they moved over to Einstein and all that shit, they threw out the base assumption. I just don't feel like you should have to defend your position. And I just don't know why they give you so much shit when the base assumption is that there's shit there.
Well, there are elements that do try to get rid of the ether, even back then, because it looked like it was getting rid of Copernicanism. Because back when they accepted that the Earth was moving through some sort of substance, they said we need 30 kilometers per second of movement based off of these interferometer readings. Well, let's see if we're getting 6 to 8. So they had ether even based off of the framework, you know, despite the fact that you can't get a cup of the stuff currently. But they just didn't have enough ether to back up Copernicanism. So I think we've been conditioned to hate the ether as some sort of unsupported woo, when, you know, the ether is a workable framework that explains why it looks like light is slowing down in the interferometer. It makes it look like the light in the interferometer is going through a thick space, a thick, sludgy, ethery space that's slowing down the light and making it come back to the end of the interferometer at a phase.
You know what? I feel like, okay, if ether is the base assumption, right, that there's something there no matter what, like I guess the burden is on them to prove that there's nothing in the space, because just because they have a low pressure, like let's say they pull a vacuum on something, they would still have to demonstrate scientifically that space is empty, right?
And the best
so
thing
then
to do is show
they
that
can't.
There's no action, because you can't prove that nothing is there. There would be nothing to prove that's there. So that's what happens when you have to prove a negative. You have to infer that there is nothing there based off of something else to positively exist in its stead. But if we're having action from this vacuum space, they try to get past it by saying, well, there's never quite nothing there. You know, they say that it's close to nothing, basically. But if there's never quite nothing there, then they're saying that there's something there anyway.
So here's another idea too. If science tries to give everything mass, which makes it material, and you've sucked out all the mass, then the properties of that space should, it shouldn't have properties, right? It shouldn't have properties at that point. It's pretty much trying to defy the basis of the model, which is mass includes gravity. If you've taken out all the mass, then it's literally something that doesn't exist in their framework.
in their materialistic framework, they say everything has to have form that we can see, touch, push against, and have resistance against our eyes, resistance against our hands, resistance against our instruments. But the problem with that materialistic worldview that makes everything have to be an atomistic pebble for proof is that not everything that's real interacts on that level. We have loads of things that are real that don't interact on that level. We talk about logic like it's a real thing. It doesn't have mass. It doesn't have a shape, but it's very much part of the scientific method as well. So part of this is a philosophical dedication to something that needs to take shape in a cup, to have a cup of ether before we're even willing to talk about it. It's a materialistic bias in a way.
It is a material. I mean, it's literally the material bias. That's how science supposedly comes to its conclusions, is manipulating the material world. And that's my kind of...
Wait, please. A cup of ether. I'm still waiting for a cup of ether.
And you will keep waiting because this atomistic pebble philosophy cannot deal with fields. Fields are an area of influence that goes beyond the material thing itself. If I was my own material thing, my own body, I would have a field of influence around me that goes beyond my body, my ability to immediately touch you or interact with you. Like if you look at me and you feel this atmosphere of fear, there would be a field around me of, intimidation that is inducing a reaction within you without me even having to touch you. So this atomistic materialistic philosophy is inadequate for fields and influence beyond the material thing. And they know it. That's why they go with the Higgs boson field instead of the gravity center of mass that they had before. They were already saying that they're going to these fields instead of influence beyond the material thing.
So I'll go back to the base argument here. Was it Jimbo? You're trying to rump us just a little bit, right? You don't like the idea that aether may be an argument.
Well, that you can suck out a vacuum and all that's left in the chamber is ether. Go away, really.
So what's in the vacuum, if anything? I've asked you this before.
Yeah, what's in there?
What's left in the vacuum?
Can nothing exist?
Everything from the vacuum, and you're left with ether.
Can nothing exist?
Nothing is nothing.
Yeah, see, you see how that's like a slippery slope when you start to make claims like, oh, we've pulled everything out of this container, and actually,
I don't make that claim. That claim is Master Lemon, who claims that if you suck all the air out of a chamber, all that's left in the chamber is ether. That's not my claim.
Claim to make. Because something has to be left. At least ether as a framework would arm us with the ability to find out what is left inside of this vacuum.
Well, here's like an argument, right? So in the mainstream, they say that light is like their particle, like light is particle, right? Okay, so then if you've throughout the whole vacuum process, how things look when you're looking through that jar, which you've just pulled a vacuum on, everything looks identical before and after the process. So what's happening and what's the light reflecting off of if there's nothing in there? How come there's no aberration from making this change?
And that's why people, went with the ether, because you can see ripples of light with the diffraction pattern that look like a drop in a pond. A drop in the pond watery medium, just like the light looks like a drop in the ether pond that's rippling and giving us these light waves with these diffraction patterns. And so people are very comfortable with it because it looks so similar.
What if it's just this simple? There's no such thing as nothing, okay? And each amount of space has an each amount of opportunity or possibility.
It could be. It's a new way of looking at it because we need to talk about these fields, this area of power and influence beyond what we consider the material thing itself.
Yeah, isn't it make more sense to assume that there's no such thing as nothing and that there are just these effects of pressure, but doesn't mean that there's nothing there if there's low pressure? That still means that there's something there.
Yeah, and this is what Theoria Apotheosis, he gets a lot of hate mail about the ether too, but he says that it's not possible to have this area of influence beyond the thing itself without some sort of field to carry the interaction. At that point, with magic, where something is being carried by nothing.
It has to be, it's like the easel, right? There's a canvas for things to propagate. It is literally the field potential. It is the potential of physicality, but that it's pervasive. Like it would still be there even in the lowest physical environment. If you pulled a huge vacuum on something, it would still be there. Otherwise, the framework of that vacuum wouldn't exist anyway, because the material wouldn't exist. So whatever this ether is, it would have to be pervasive, and it would have to have a relationship with all of the materials in the known world.
Well, this is what Theoria Apotheosis says with the philosophy that he goes with to encapsulate this ether that's everywhere, whatever you want to call it. He says that, if you're dealing with like a magnet, there's nothing in the magnet. It is just a field that is going through the magnet of a certain shape and going through.
Well, where do magnets get their power from? What are they, just unlimited power? Where do they get the power from?
Yeah, what makes a magnet a magnet? The closest thing that we can see based off of the ferrocells, where you see these lines, when you put a special sort of photographic plate or whatever on the magnet, you see these lines coming in and out of it. It looks like it's a highway that something is coming in and out of. And you can cut the magnet, you can cut it in half, but it'll still be a magnet.
Yeah.
And it'll just kind of reform a little bit.
Well, what if the magnet is actually just harnessing the medium that's pervasive?
Yeah, intuitive. It helps the mind think, and it helps get the wheels turning.
It makes more sense. I mean, everyone knows you don't get energy for free. If you don't charge your phone, it ain't going to work the next day. What's charging up these magnets? And if the magnets are literally just the filaments inside of the magnet, projecting a field, it would still require that it's pulling that energy from somewhere to me, I'd say a magnet is basically like a sail for it's converting like one energy into another energy. It's like a sail. Okay. So if the filaments inside that magnet, which seem to make sense because when you heat up iron past a certain temperature, it loses its ferocity. But if you have a magnet with these filaments in a certain way, it has a certain amount of strength. So it's almost as if these filaments are harnessing an invisible wind and converting it into a different, tangible, usable power.
The process.
How do you know that there's no way to do that with electricity or some such? Why not build some sort of something that harnesses whatever electricity is all around us?
Oh, look, it's almost as if they already do that with towers and wiring all over the United States.
Well, you said there's no free end,
Yeah, there's no. What I'm saying is it's not okay. Just because it exists doesn't mean it's free. I'm talking about basically you can't get something from nothing. Like just because a resource is free in nature, I'm talking about you can't just take a dead battery and be like, oh, I'm going to expect this battery to work. That's what I'm talking about. Like there's no over unity device. Now the system itself, we have so much resources that you could pretend that it's all free and unlimited. Like, I can go to a river and that river is probably going to run for the rest of my life. And I can be like, oh, look, free energy. But no, that's not what I mean. I'm talking about an over unity style device. Now a magnet, magnets from what I understand don't go forever. And that's fair to assume. But as far as I know, there are some magnets that have lasted the same strength throughout my whole life. And it may as well be like an over unity device because it may have lost strength within a small percentage. But where's it getting that energy from? It only makes sense that it's pulling energy from a source. And if that source is everywhere, then that magnet works everywhere.
Magnets have to pull energy from the sine waves in the air. They do a process called rectification. It takes the sine wave, cuts it in half, converts some of it to heat energy, and the rest, well, gets oriented, gets pushed out. It works the same way basically as a cat whisker radio would. It uses gallium crystals and a small wire attached to it to a dynamic microphone or headphone, and you can hear AM radio and stuff. It clips
forever.
Okay,
well, the AM radio. Okay, hold on. The AM radio, that's the medium, right? It's picking up that medium, and then it'll play that station forever, right?
Yeah.
So it's picking up an energy source from somewhere else to play that. So you literally just made my point. Magnets need to have a source.
Yes, amplitude gain.
Everything is interconnected. It's a fact.
If you think about a river,
It is taking energy directly from the air.
Well,
exactly.
It's taking it directly from the air. Okay.
Yes.
We'd be tapping
It's
into the river.
processing it through the domains, and the process is called rectification of, the electricity.
Well, hold on. It's taking electricity from the air?
Absolutely. AC waveform is power. It's energy. Alternating current. AC.
We'd be catching a ride on the river of energy
It
that's
flows.
already there.
It has motion.
I agree that the river of energy is always there. And guess what? In a vacuum, I can go ahead and pull that magnet around as freely as I like. So I'm going to go ahead and pull all the air out of this container, and the magnet still works, right?
Absolutely.
Even though we've pulled out all the material from that. So then is it the air? What is it at that point? Where's it getting its power from?
Ether. Ether is air.
We pulled out all the air. What is it?
In the vacuum. We've pulled out all the breathable air. What's left in there?
Mm-hmm.
So you've pulled out the ether then.
The ether is left in the theory that I'm going with. It pervades everything, even the vacuum.
Well, the idea of ether is
purified ether.
You can't have a space that doesn't have this potential. Like ether exists even in the lowest pressure. Like it's unaffected by the lowest pressure.
But in space, there's no pressure.
Ether is air. Air is ether.
I think what happens is maybe the ether has a field of potential, multiple fields of potential that it can manifest. Like you and me, we're just people, but we can have a different field around us depending on what sort of clothes we're wearing, what we're saying, what the field that we can make bigger or smaller in our sphere of influence. We can emanate fear, we can emanate love that makes things expand or contract in a very flexible sort of way. That's what I think the ether is. A bunch of potential for a bunch of different fields to be expressed depending on what the ether is trying to electrify, flow as, whatever.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is that ether doesn't. No, air exists within ether. Like ether is the canvas for everything else to exist.
Ether
okay, so air exists within. I don't think anyone else here agrees with that. Air is not ether. Air is its own property, but air is a paradigm that exists inside of ether. Like I could paint air. If I could paint air onto a canvas, I could put like blue everywhere, right? I could just paint air into a canvas. It's something that exists within ether.
If I can just explain quickly, and then I'll leave you guys up to just something to think about. If you look before the invention of the word air, as we know it now, A-I-R, it was called ether.
Okay, I understand colloquially that makes sense. If we're trying to be specific, especially with, quantum eraser, about to pop in here any minute. No, I'm not going to say that. Air is not ether. Those are two different things.
He can think and say whatever he wants. Everybody's allowed to their thing. It's one of the same.
Well, we have a bit of equivocation. We think of air that we can breathe. In the paradigm that I'm going with, the air that we breathe is particles within the ether.
Yes, yes.
Air as the second definition, as the stuff around us that isn't matter that takes form, that is around you and me, that is matter that takes form. Okay, well then technically it would be the air by the old definition before it became super specific as the stuff that's breathable outside of the vacuum that is not breathable.
Yeah. Ether is the potential of a given space, but I think that potential is literally like it has positive qualities. Like we wouldn't be able to have matter in any given space if it weren't for this platform to have it on. You know, like if you're making a video game, you make the world first so that you can have air and everything else in it. So I think the ether is literally the medium in which everything else exists. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Like if magnets work within a very
bridge, yes.
It's what?
A bridge, yes.
Well, I mean, if we're just getting confused in terms and then arguing amongst each other about terms, that's a problem because maybe someone needs to like really carve out the argument here. Because maybe people just don't understand what we mean when we say something like ether, right? Maybe this is a good conversation.
Yeah. And I think it's good to talk about this because if, we're surrounded by a river, say, of energy, then we can start thinking in new terms. Like the boat on the dock isn't going anywhere as long as it's tethered. Maybe we need to see what's tethering stuff as opposed to letting it, sail on this wind of ether energy or whatever. Maybe it gets us thinking in new terms, new energy, new concepts.
Yeah, I think what the problem is, they're associating all of these things that may not be the physical influence. Like the ether may actually have a motion or its own properties. They try to pin everything to the physical property, and so then sometimes, like it'll work most times, but sometimes it'll be like, oh, well, this doesn't work here, or for some reason it's not working right now, and they won't be able to explain that. It's because if you don't understand like how things are propagating at all, then you're gonna not have all the information. Like you're gonna get anomalies. Like I guess there's places where gravity isn't exactly as they expect it, but they're gonna associate that with like a physical property, or maybe there's a bunch of iron ore just below that area, and it's or the mass is different over there. Like they're making all these attributions to a system that has been slighted at the base level. If you just assume that maybe this medium that hosts physicality itself has its own properties, like, I don't know, if you look at the sky, everything seems to be rotating. I think it would be fair to assume that there's something influencing that association or that rotation. I don't think that's unfair to observe. Like, what is influencing the sky rotation? Okay, maybe could be the ether, could be a physicality thing, but it could be an influence, something we should account for.
I'd agree with
that. Above the heavens, there is it can be observed with electro-optical infrared equipment. The shape of creation, and it's been described as the city of God. The heaven, actual physical heaven that is above the firmament, above the waters above.
It could be. I mean, I think part of the distaste for the ether also is they want to know what properties it has beyond special pleading. And so I think that's what science tried to do with its naturalistic philosophy. It tried to say, as little woo as possible, we're going to ascribe only these many properties to this thing, and that's it. And that is what we're going to use to science the crap out of it. No additional occult properties are going to be assigned to tin, to people, to physical matter. This is it. And so I think in a way they've kind of penned themselves in to a way of thinking that may not necessarily get them to where they want to go. If we're missing something, when we ascribe these properties to these things that may or may not quite be the case.
The ether is probably like this field that is, this field that is caused by, let's say, the whole construct, the whole mechanism itself that is between earth and heaven, because there's sort of a relationship between what's happening down here and what's happening.
I think it's unfair to call it a field, though. I mean, if the argument is that this thing hosts all matter in all existence, if it's literally the platform for physicality, is that a field, or is it literally just the world? Like the world is ether?
Well, I mean, we need to have something that can talk about fields beyond the material thing. Like I could go across the room and slap you across the face and make you cry.
Please don't.
Or I could give you a baleful look from across the room. I don't even have to touch you. Just look at you and induce crying based off of the aura of fear and hatred that, I'm projecting to you, where you just do it yourself. So these fields of induction need some sort of philosophy, like something etheric, to cover these range of interactions beyond the presence of the material matter that may or may not be in the immediate vicinity.
Yeah, well put. This was scientifically proven in like 1936 or whatever. So you're correct in that. I would agree with you.
How is it proven? What are you referring to?
They did a whole bunch of experiments. How one field interacts with another going across up to, what was the largest distance, up to like, I don't know, 40,000 kilometers or something, how one thing can influence another.
Oh, yeah. Like there's an interconnectedness to things.
Yeah. And
there's actually been a lot of studies that have to do with like interconnectedness, or like I guess people try to refer to the Rice experiment. I don't know if that's like, but there's inferences that we can accrue that show that if you put your mind to something, there seems to be an attraction or an effect there. Even in quantum mechanics, they say if you aren't there to observe it, it's not going to happen the same way. Right, it changed. Like your influence changes the interaction. So I mean, this is not even denied by the modern sense. So, what is that? Like there has to be some sort of interconnectedness. If there is an ether, that would suit the argument that it would have a pervasive quality. It's not just the transfer of all things; it's that all things exist. I mean, it's the platform for all things. That's kind of what we're getting into.
No. I speak about this all the time. I try to get people engaged in this kind of thing. What I meant was, ether is there and there is ether. They've taken out the how do I put this, the unknowing majestic quality of the ether, and they've made it as in air, as in H2O, to take the quality away from the ether, if you get what I mean. They've kind of split it, so air is just something that you breathe and doesn't do anything.
Doesn't hold energy or have any difference. You can just breathe it out of a can. There's no special quality to air.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't mean like before. I think we got the wires got crossed. Maybe I didn't say it properly, bro. But yeah, you get what I mean. We're on the same wavelengths.
Well, I want any of these people to demonstrate that things are not all interconnected. And then as soon as you try to do that and you think about it, you're going to feel stupid.
Yeah, you can't do that. Yeah.
It does appear to be a high level of connection, all the way from me giving you a baleful stare and inducing crying or whatever, or fear or intimidation or a fight, all the way to, wind in one area turning into a tornado that touches down in another place, all the way to, food prices in China, to, subtle connections and more explicit, obvious connections and less obvious ones that are behind the scenes even.
Well, they'd have to prove that things are not connected as a whole. And I think they kind of skipped that part and they just said that everything's separate. And yeah, you can do party tricks. You can show that things can have their own form separately, but that's not the argument as a whole. As a whole, everything, it's one thing connecting to another thing. That's the idea of pressure mediation, is that everything's trying to find its togetherness together. There's no natural space for a vacuum. There's nothing that tries to propagate an open vacuum without containment. There's nothing that tries to propagate. If you look at a cherry, it's a bunch of pressure inside of a sack and they call it a fruit with a seed. Everything's trying to intermingle with the space around it. There's no way around that. So they'd have to demonstrate that things are not all connected at all spaces to even come up to the idea that this material science is the platform to use.
Yeah, that's how they've separated us from each other, from creator and all the rest of it, however you want to define it. So, on the point.
I think the connection is always there as a possibility, but the connection can be severed because, you could put up a wall and be like, no further, or I'm going to try to participate in this process, metaphysically, or I guess with the ether, as little as possible by, I don't know, being physically removed or shielded from this connection that would be there. It's not like you can block it all out. But there's, I guess, objects that take in more ether, less ether, or, let it through more easily, less easily. So I think the connection can be severed or, kind of halted. Or
shielded?
Yes. But I think that the potential for connection is always there.
So would you say that there's such a thing as no ether?
No.
No.
Connection there.
So you'd say that it's just more or less ether.
I think so. More or less induction, more or less of a river flowing through it, kind of like that. But the river never stops.
A river is a great example. If you look at just water in a creek, there's a flow to it, but then there's also sometimes it can change. Sometimes you get things that slosh around. But for the most part, it has its own flow. So I'd say that if the ether exists, it might be similar to that, where it's not entirely uniform, but it does have its characteristics, like definition.
Yeah, as well as that with dimagnetism, or paramagnetism. You send this magnetic field through this thing that normally ain't magnetic, like, I don't know, a pen or plastic, and all of a sudden it's at right angles to the flow of whatever you turned on, like it's going down a river, and now it's going straight down the river, or it's going crossed with another river or something. But you were saying?
No, I'm interested.
I agree with that. It's as well. I try to bring it all back to us, because we are the main propagators and instigators of this. We can have instruments to help us, but as the brother said before, you can try to block yourself and not participate, physically, metaphysically in it. But if you do participate, it's there, for whatever participation you want to interact with, whether it's getting rid of fear, inducing fear, information, whatnot. It's there for you, me, all of us to utilize. But they've separated it into this thing that we just breathe in air, and carbon, dioxide comes out and all this other crap, instead of for what it truly really is.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to say.
And even science tries to say we're not going to get to where we're going to ascribe this many properties to the thing, and this is what you work with. That's it. In some cases, we've gotten some very good engineering and some very good science off of it. But what if we've ascribed the wrong properties? What if we need to make other connections and break this rigid structure because, say, we're missing something, maybe with the ether, or maybe we have incorrect attribution of these properties and qualities that we've assigned to this matter or stuff, potentially. Good science, yes. But what if we're missing something? Maybe something a bit more flexible.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, definitely room for a paradigm shift. I think that we've compartmentalized a lot of these things as separate things when reality works as a whole. Like, I think they're really just done this so that they could get rid of like unified theory that would help explain or understand everything at its basic level.
I mean, I think that it shows that the properties that we put down aren't the only ones available. Like, normally, plastic and stuff ain't magnetic, but maybe it can be induced to become more magnetic in the right field from the ether, whatever, and its properties can, change a little bit. Maybe you didn't have the bravery to do slay the dragon or something, but I could induce, bravery in you by, inspiring you with my field of influence, with this hackneyed analogy or whatever. The properties that we ascribe materialistically to this stuff may not be the only ones available. That's all that I'm saying.
Yeah. They're trying to minimalize everything with this reductionist thing. Like, I've got a few lectures from like around early 1900s, even late 1800s, that the occultists even says, and these guys are like up there, like 113th degree and whatnot. They say when people actually realize what the atom is, then humanity, mankind can move forward, because everybody's thinking about these balls bouncing around, hitting each other like, Homer Simpson's sperm. If you get what I mean, if I can use that analogy,
It's mechanical. It's based off of interaction by touching and colliding. But very
exactly.
any induction by fields or subtlety where, the ball's over here, but it's influencing something over here where we don't see any balls anyway.
Yeah. And these guys, like in the lectures, closed lectures, and they talk about this. They talk about these things. So these dudes knew about it, like in the 1800s. They were talking about it, and they were discussing it and how they could use it for the betterment. But other people get grasp of an idea and they flip it on its head, like, as everything is interconnected for the good. They've propagated this thing of the hive mind as being bad. They say the hive mind, it can't be like, God's creation. They'll make it sound bad. So everybody's separate, everybody's divided, and you can keep on chopping it up, if that makes sense. It does.
Yeah, you can choose the connection or to shield yourself from the connection if you want, but it's always potentially there.
Yeah, 100% agreed.
Well, if it is there, which I think it is, then it's part of God, and I think that it would have to be one of the gifts that we've been given in this life. So it would be better to try to understand it than just dismiss.
I agree 100%. It's hard to get these conversations going. People don't want to touch on this subject for some reason, but we can't.
We see it with sound and frequency, though, with the sound plate. I was just going to say, you put that salt on the sound plate, you put out a frequency, and all of a sudden it's inducing itself into all these shapes. Does anybody know what's happening with that? I mean, that's crazy. That's like, it just danced into place on cue based off of this frequency that's coming out, you know?
It's beautiful. It's magical. That's what people need to get their heads past or around or whatever. You know, it's when you're bombarded with attributes of bad onto something that's good, then you get a distaste for it and you kind of flog it off, like you dismiss it and you don't use it for good, even though it's there for good. And you've got a certain people that just use it, but the rest, everybody else, is either ignorant of it or is putting bad attributes, as the brother said, you know, something that's created, that's given to us by God, that's, you know, something great for us, and that we should understand and comprehend.
Well, I mean, I could take each of those little bits of salt on that cymatic sound plate and put it in that shape that frequency just vibrates it all into after like 5 or 10 seconds. But I'd be there all day. I'd probably be off. It probably would still be messy. And it's like all you have to do is just be in harmony and in sync with this subtle dance conductor, and everything's fine. You know, it's like the sound's like, let me handle it. You know, I will put it in this shape. And you don't have to do all of this mechanical stuff, you know. And I think that the ether potentially could be like that, a very subtle dance instructor saying, are you sure you don't want to do this move instead? You might not even know why, but you're like, let me see what happens.
Well, I got a question for Jimbo. I don't know if he's out in the world somewhere. I think he left. But if magnets are transmuting energy from the air, then does the strength of a magnet change between day and night, and does it change with altitude? And if it does, how much? Because what we do know about reality is that magnetism is the opposite end of electricity, and electricity is the opposite end of magnetism. And if we're getting magnetism out of these magnets, then I don't know. It just kind of gives us a starting point to you know, stretch the idea a little bit and see what's really happening.
Well, if it's a phenomenon from the field itself, then potentially anything could become magnetic if the right fields were flowing through it. Maybe magnets are made out of a material that can capitalize off of this the most natural, easiest way without extra levels of induction. But potentially anything could become magnetic or more magnetic or more electric.
Yeah, that's what me and Jimbo were talking about last time. Like I had to ask him a few things just about that, because there's a few places, mountains or whatever, that have ginormous amounts of capacity for this. And I was saying last time that the so-called telescopes that they use to apparently look up into, you know, nowhere in space, they actually use it to focus in on these particular quartz mountains, and you could see some, like, it's amazing, like the stuff that you see happening or emanating from them, and all these dudes actually go to those places and hold certain ceremonies and rituals and whatnot. But it's a hard thing to accept, because it goes against what everybody's been told and all that.
It has the potential for, you know, maybe more energy, as far as I can tell, because you're inducing matter to take a much more, you know, harmonious form for energy to flow. Because in its current form, it's like a bunch of clutter. It's like that salt is on the sound plate and it's just all over the place. It can't really, you know, form or do anything until it's in the right configuration. And then some, you know, interesting stuff can start happening once that's in place. It's like working in a junky room. the feng shui is off, or you can't quite, work at the same level of efficiency because the things aren't in place yet. So I think it could help us with, some of our energy concerns by inducing a much more harmonious, plentiful flow of energy into the magnet, the generator, or whatever.
Yep. The other conversation I was having was the same with the pyramids, because they create the scalar waves, and the pyramid has to have the quartz mixed into it, so it collects the energy field which goes down the bottom, which has water underneath, and then it kind of goes from the top down to the bottom through the water, and then starts rising up the top, and has these I can't even remember the ridiculous amounts of electricity. It's in thousands of these scalar waves or whatever they're measured in. It's ridiculous. So
it's like, giving that person that baleful look and having to do your work all on your own, and eventually getting tired, or being like, hey, come over and help me out with this, and we can do twice as much work. It's like your sphere of influence has just doubled.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the bad effects of atomism and materialism. This kind of implicit belief that we have to do it all on our own, with no sort of syncopation or synchronicity or, induction.
Yes. Yeah. Well put. What was it the other day I was saying? We got on the topic of God speaks to everybody all the time. I go, look at synchronicity. I go, you just need to be aware of what is happening around you, and you can pick up slowly certain things. And as you said, your sphere of influence or receptivity will get larger, and you will notice more things, and you can kind of manage it, or maybe control it the better you get, and all the rest of it. So you're correct. I think you're correct on that point. Yeah.
Definitely. You just have to watch out from the demons and fallen angels from hell that, want to mislead you. But yes, the ether is there, kind of like this phone line that potentially connects everything, if you can tap into it.
Yeah. There is, I can vouch for certain energies that I don't like. No good.
Overgeneralization and polarization into camps is of the devil.
Well, sometimes you do need to make sure that you stay separated from, say, some demon from hell that's trying to, destroy you, or something like that.
But that's personal, of course, as an individual, Christianity, really, the Bible, Christ's teachings, it's about the individual. It's about taking it on to yourself. So of course you have to protect yourself and you have to figure it out. But as soon as you engage into creating camps and polarizations with a really pile on enemy type of attitude, that's where it goes wrong.
It is very interesting seeing, what we need to tap into and the stuff that we need to leave alone. I'd say that's why we are in different dimensions. Us puny humans can only do so much even down here in this realm of, physical material matter. If we were in, say, the spiritual realm, with these angels and demons and stuff that are a step above us, we'd probably be annihilated.
No. When you're there, you're one. It's all there, right there.
Yeah, you're a part of that.
You can handle it,
realm.
It's right there.
Yeah.
It's all happening all simultaneously. There, I consider things to be, what do you call this? Omnivision. Everything is seen. As they say about God, like he sees everything, right? Well, I think that there is this thing about the overdimension where literally everyone can see everything as soon as you reach that, and that's part of the big reveal, right? You understand. When you understand, you really see it for what it is, and then you know what it might do.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And I think separation and polarization, at least with these terms verbally, like we're talking about in this kind of metaphysical discussion, is useful if you're trying to guide clear action. Like you can't act like all terms mean the same thing, like turn left and turn right to, a symmetrical bipedal organism like ourselves, because it's going to be meaningless. They can only take one action or the other, at least at one time. And so I think sometimes separation occurs if you're trying to guide clear action with, clear alternatives, as opposed to everything dissolving into, incoherent mess.
You're being so plastic about this. It's Spirit Talk. Come on. People know about this now. It's so much out there. There's so many people doing their own thing, Spirit Talk, and they're developing, and there's just this pattern. It's like a fractal pattern in the way people develop. And you get a feel for it or you don't. I got a feel for it. And I'm also noticing there is a distinct, cycle going on, where literally on a certain day you will feel in a certain way, and guess what? The rest of the world does too, like for real. And then another day, oh man, you wake up like with this invigorating feeling, and everybody's like that. So that's another very distinct thing that's just happening. It's good. It's important to know that, like, we are being subjected to these energy cycles, and our psyches respond, and the world responds with it.
Yeah, I guess I'd go in the middle with connection, yes, but enough separation so that you can erect a wall as necessary to keep out the bad stuff.
Yes, that's good. I would agree with that. Sometimes said forces might be a bit difficult to handle. Doesn't matter if you want to,
But isn't that part of the challenge,
Yeah, of course, that's the beauty of it. You get with the beautiful, you get the not so beautiful, and that's a fight that you have to fight. To keep it, to steer clear of that, and to do the best that you can, because you can't go forward with no obstacles or challenges. So yeah.
Right. And keeping track of destabilization influences. Like if, things become too much for some people to handle, and then, as soon, it's like an option. It becomes like something like Lucifer staring you in the face. Like, if you just lose a little grip on it, then it's not going to make you feel so punished all the time. And this effect is like a seduction. It draws people back. It makes them take a step back. It really happens out there. And it's pretty dramatic, Usually they come out of it changed. And it's because of the heaviness. It's, your character has to be able to deal with everything that we're being subjected to. Everybody has their individual interpretations and their things they reflect upon, but you have to realize, like, that's cool, but millions of people, everybody is being subjected to all of it at the same time.
And it's about removing you from your sphere of influence, where you can get access to, this energy, with little to no work on your part. You're just bathed in it, and it's all around you. But if, like you said, with
the air is filled with it,
called out of that area into a worse area, eventually you're going to be under a different influence, and you might not be able to go back to where you were before in the nice area with, all of this positivity or all of this positive vibes. You're, burning in hell or whatever.
Yeah. A location is essential. If you get stuck in a place where just there's so many different problems being packed around you from different people that don't know how to deal with it, and it's all builds up tension, then that'll mess you up.
At that point, someone, from the, the realm of light, preferably God, as opposed to some fallen angel or demon from hell, would have to come and save you. They'd have to put a seed inside you so that, they could call you out of that bad place back to, a better place. But that's kind of in reverse. And, that's a lot of work.
Practically, it's really all about the solutions. If there's something wrong with people around you and they're really stuck into it, like, it's basically like a puzzle to me every time. Like, if I'm forced to basically deal with it, I'm gonna approach it as a puzzle, a situation, a social situation, like a paradigm a person is stuck in. And when you figure it out, and I don't know, I've gotten kind of good at it. In the end, it's not that difficult to basically insert just a couple of sentences, just a hint, a couple of hints, right on the right level, and on where they're at on average. You just size it up, like what's their reach, how deep do they go, where do they typically like to dwell in their energy level, how intense are they, and like what are their natural habits? Are they very neurotic? Are they very into detail, or are they really all about the mainframe, the main structure? Like, all these details, if you figured it out, then at some point you'll just be able to give them really good tips that are exactly what they're looking for. And this is kind of a trick that I focus on developing, for a big part of my life, on doing just that. And I call it Oracle, being an Oracle. It's just, and it works.
I said that like not even a week ago. I am the Oracle, and people laughed at me. They couldn't get it, but it's all right. I'm glad synchronicity kicks in sometimes.
Right. But instead of just calling it an Oracle, I actually have an explanation as to what I mean with that. Right?
Yeah, I tried to explain it, but
it's just this thing that I can do.
But you got to be careful even with the synchronicity, because we have, angels and demons from hell in particular, that we got to watch out for, the fallen angels anyway. That'll make, stuff happen around us to deceive us away from, God and stuff. So we got to be careful.
Right. You got to watch out for the signs.
Yeah.
Just like trolls. Trolls do the same thing. Sometimes I think that trolls really are just possessed and they don't really realize it. It's just that they fall into this railroad behavior. And it really is just on that level. Like part of a machine, and they don't even know it. It was just built for them to fall back into when they needed it.
Yeah, they don't kind of move from that place of being. They're stuck on that whatever level, frequency, whatever you want to call it. And they just, I don't know. It's either that of fear or just
it's desperation. You know, people that troll do it because they can't really overtly do it. They can't be honest about who they are, really stand behind everything they say. They just have like these outbreaks of just going at it. Terrible behavior.
Yeah. It's bad. It's not good.
Well, it doesn't help doing that. You know, it's like a temporary relief kind of thing. But yeah, it's like blowing off steam in a way, but that doesn't on the long term really help anything unless you start to confront yourself with, okay, why am I constantly overloading? Why do they feel the need to go to these places and try to make people's lives miserable for fun, for sport? Like, why are you doing that? Is it because you're not completely in control of your life and you're losing it? Maybe you should try to figure out, hey, a couple of decisions you need to make, to get things back under control.
It's always easier to point than to look inside. So that's the biggest problem that I think everybody faces, and especially the ones that do that. It's the acknowledgement of the wrong or the bad, the wrongdoing. It's a bitter thing, and not much people like bitter things. Then you have to accept it and change to the best of your ability.
Right, so don't be sloppy with it. Try to actually learn things. I'm
Yeah, but that hurts
personally, I'm
people's
really
heads.
neurotic about that, Like everything I do, even if it seems wasteful in some way. Like today, my show was kind of like I was really silent because it just, the day opened up in a very weird way for me, and I was kind of like off balance because of it. But still, I always, in the end, find a way to kind of like give it a purpose, to learn from the experience in some way. Like it's mandatory to me. You have to learn every single time. You can never let it go. It doesn't mean you have to hold on to it forever, but you can never drop the habit of always trying to learn something.
Correct. Nothing is insignificant, whatever you do. I will agree with that.
Right. And that way you also just you stay stable on the long run, and you'll remember things better. It just works better. So, if you're constantly spending your time trying to forget certain things, then your memory is going to try to adapt. So, then you forget things and you're going to get cognitive dissonance.
I think the problem is that people don't know the mechanics of it, or how to, as you said, you've trained yourself to use it, deal with it, and all the rest of it, as I've done personally too. And people don't want to delve into it that much because it hits on all levels, mentally, spiritually, soulfully, in whatever ways you want to put it. It's all what's the word I'm looking for?
It reaches the full spectrum. It just touches
like
all fields,
pervading.
the ones you're not used to perceiving.
Yeah,
right?
It's all pervading. It's everywhere. There's not a bit of you that doesn't get influenced or left alone or whatnot. So that's I think we're talking about the same thing, just different words.
That's good.
So not much people like to touch on these topics,
It's a giant struggle, and everybody's trying to deal with it. And so I'm kind of like from a pragmatic standpoint, just trying to focus on getting really good on learning how to deal with it, because a lot of people are going to have to deal with it. And then, yeah, that way I can kind of like statistically try to stimulate the guarantee that humanity will get through this in one piece, or sort of, instead of this
Yes.
nightmarish end result where like it's all just fucking doomed.
Yeah.
Wait,
I
I'm
understand.
sorry. What? The end of the world is happening? Do I need to like
Yeah,
get some
again.
more water or something?
Yeah, stock up on food. The end of the world is coming.
Hmm.
I don't know how that usually happens because
Is there like
it's
a
the end of the
time
world is the end of the
frame?
world.
Well, these people currently in control, they're not going to stop until we
No, they
make them
won't.
stop.
Exactly.
So,
Oh well, I mean, there's some people that a whole lot of people think are in control. Yeah, I agree. But they're not. I mean, they're not really in control, are they?
no, but they're engaging
yeah, they
with the
are.
machine, and the machine is
Yeah.
guiding them. And as long as
Yeah.
they keep playing on the machine, it's going to continue, and it's going to get worse.
I mean, the birds still chirp every day. You hear them?
Yeah,
Yeah.
for now.
So I'll just keep waiting then. The end ain't happening anytime soon.
Well, the end is just conceptual. I'm just trying to refer to the motion that's happening, the energy motion where it's being pushed at, the new bars that are being set. It's very telling. You know, the bars are moving, people. They really are. They're moving palpably. You're seeing it happen right in front of your eyes.
People
And
don't
when you learn
don't
about
get
these
that.
people and their backgrounds, you know that they're going to just use this movement for momentum. They're not going to make it stop. They don't have a plan, a new plan to settle with. They're just going to keep pushing it until things break.
Until we self-destruct. There are certain things that they can't do that we have to do to ourselves. This is what people don't think fully comprehend. They're engaging and we're not. So they're winning. You can't win a game if you don't play it. Is the best way I can put it. And these guys are playing the game.
Don't you like those long pauses?
Yeah. They're the best out of
I think
all.
you guys are getting to something though. I mean, everyone talks about end times, right? Everybody talks about these kinds of things, apocalypse or whatever you want to call it, right? I think it's more spiritual and more individual. What do you guys think?
Well, how instead of apocalypse, how about just calling it a pattern, a distinct pattern that has like growth to it, right?
Right.
The pattern, the development
Birth
pattern,
pains.
that is there. That is really what is so alarming about it. Whatever you're going to focus on, it's the pattern of development. And yeah, if you look at one chart, hey, this is where it's going to go. And then you look at the real world and it's like, hey, yeah, we're over here on the chart. So
kind of like progressive communism, right? Like when we saw China, you know, I mean, we didn't see that, but you know what I mean? Like back in the 40s, I think it was 40s and 50s, is when they started going into communism. And, you know, for them, it was the end of the world. For those who were against that system, obviously, who weren't willing to bow down to the ridiculousness. And if you look all the way up until now, there are still those. You know, you can say the underground church or what have you, whatever you want to look at. It was the apocalypse, or, I mean, maybe apocalypse is the wrong word, but, you know, end of time as they knew it, progressively happening. And it wasn't like some Walking Dead situation where all, you know, government fails and you had to figure out your own government. It's actually more suppressed government and more suppressed spiritualism pushed on you. And then trying to survive through that.
yeah, I don't even want to dwell there. So messed up.
Agreed. But I do sense it. I do sense it in a lot of people, even just hearing, you know, people having tough times and tough days and feeling out of it, trying to give truth or love to somebody. I do believe it's a supernatural suppression.
It is.
You know, I mean, you know, I've experienced that so many times, and just in the field that I'm in, ministry-wise, it's prevalent. It's always there. It's always a battle you have to face every day.
It's
And
a cultural virus.
yeah,
That's what it is.
right. And most people don't even know it's there. They just think they're having a bad day, or, oh, I'm just not feeling right, or, you know, anxiety or something, which those things are true. But when you get down to the core of it, it's really a supernatural suppression.
Look, a good time to ask if there's anybody new in here, anybody thinks they live on a ball, feel free to speak up. Thank you.
Ball. Remember that time? The ball.
Spinning ball hurling through infinite space.
It lived less than a century.
Alrighty then, back to the end of the world or wherever y'all were. Continue.
Every day is the end of the world, man.
Oh, I got some good news.
That's always good.
In Israel, a lot of Israeli Jews have signed a petition for the International Criminal Court against mandatory vaccination.
Really?
Yeah.
That's big because they were pushing it the most.
I know.
Wow.
I'll post a link in here.
Like they were about ready to get like Mark of the Beast all up in there, you know? Like they were literally checking people's cards and everything in a lot of places.
I hear you, man. From the reports I've seen, that was like the pilot program for the B word, you know.
Well, watch them lose. You know, they do this all the time, where they create an argument, they lead the movement, and then they flush it.
I think
inverse warfare.
Reach that Debbie Downer, don't you, Reach?
Hey, man, I'm just, you know, I'd rather you be well equipped to handle the disappointment.
Yeah,
should there be any?
I'm gonna have to ask. I have a close friend that lives in Israel. Elijah, you know him too. We're gonna have to ask him, see what he's experiencing with that, or what he thinks.
I know the Germans have already done it.
It's revolution time over there, just like in a lot of countries.
The Germans already started that procedure a while ago.
Right, I heard that in England it's being mandatory now made mandatory for, what is it? For hospital personnel now. So yeah, this shit's gonna spread, and there's gonna be more of this response. It should be, you know. Let's actually get to the agencies that's supposed to safeguard the world for this shit, you know? Hello? So I really like this move from these Israeli Jews that did this. And I think more should follow.
As I said, the Germans did it a while ago. They were the first ones to go to the ICC for it.
At least get the seed planted, right? To show people that there are people against it, at least in that manner.
They even defeated it in their own courts, so they are presenting it in the ICC. So I don't know what the other ones are doing, but I know Germany is leading the charge with a couple of other countries. What is it? Belgium and some other ones. If Israel's going to jump in, good on them. If they got, you know, proper pure intentions, good on them. I don't want to see anybody hurt, so whoever joins in on it, it's good. I know there's people from here that have joined in on it, so the more the merrier.
No, I'm starting to think the heliocentrists don't like this server much anymore. I don't know why. Don't seem to show up much.
They're all too preoccupied and entangled in their own bullshit that they signed on to.
Probably true.
You know this.
I can't even get people on our own side to talk to me.
I could talk.
I've been trying to get Brad to talk to me for almost 3 days now.
Who?
Flat Brad. Been running from me for about 3 days now.
Must be scared, man.
I guess he must be scared. He's been in the chats, doesn't talk to me, totally ignores.
What's been going on, Riggs, with that?
I don't know. I have no idea. Been waiting.
No. Oh, I thought you meant something was talked about or something.
No, no, he doesn't speak up. I have no idea. I don't know. It smells like shame to me.
Yeah, he might be going through something. Give him a little bit of grace.
Well, I would only hope that grace works both ways.
Well, I just can't speak to what's going on, so I'm just kind of talking in a broad brush term.
Me too. Me too. So I checked in this guy earlier. His name is Imagine Wagons. He's got like a trollish PFP. But when I talked to him, he was nice. He's going to join the VC here in a minute. He's
Right
in a call currently.
Well, good news is I was able to stump some guys at work with Flat Earth the other day. Got to talking. They know what I believe. And then I started showing them stuff. I showed them the Black Swan. I asked him about the gas pressure, and he looked at it. He read it. And he's a pretty intelligent kid. And he's like, "Holy crap!" I was like, "Yeah,
yeah.
What do you think about that?" He's like, "What's it's saying here is correct." And I said, "I know. So what's that mean?" He's like, "It's flat, but dude, I don't know if I can handle that right now." He's like, "I'm just gonna go play my Call of Duty. I don't know if I can handle that." And I was like, "All right, well,
right.
Call of Duty is flat too."
I was like, "There's your seed, man. You do with it what you want."
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it is.
No, it does take time. And hey, if they can get through it without obsessions and sleepless nights, just taking their time thinking about it in the background, yeah, that's just fine.
I agree. There was a second guy that was standing there, and he's like, "You know what? Why do you always challenge me to think about what I need to think about for the rest of the week?" Because this was like a Monday. I think it was like last week when I did that. I was like, "I don't know, but as long as you start thinking about it, I don't care."
Anyway, it was good to get on here again. Nice to share some thoughts. I'll see you guys around.
We'll see you.
Have a good one, Arvin.
You too.
We got a no roles person here, Lanny from Mod around.
A little too quiet in here for all the people. Oh, Brad spoke to me finally. He said I have a satanic alt account. No, Brad. I have another account so that I can watch movies while I stream on a different PC, just like you. Why don't you just talk to me instead of just typing there, hiding? Go to a different room.
I think all the ballers gave up finally.
I'm waiting for that guy to come back in here. Imagine Wagons.
I hope, man. Is he a Glober?
He's done a little bit of research, but he kind of just wants to have a talk.
All right, cool. Hopefully he's intelligent and not a retard.
I think he's mildly intelligent. I mean, that's really all I can gauge right off the bat, you know.
All right, that's promising.
Hey, does anyone know if the Bible talks about presenting yourself as someone that you're not? Like in any like wise words on that subject? Somebody's pretending to be
like bearing false witness, maybe kind of along.
Well, bearing false witness is a testimony, but actually presenting yourself as something that you're not, like that concept. I just wondered.
Yeah, there's talk about cross-dressing, and
it talks about cross-dressing. Nothing else.
Well, cross-dressing would be presenting yourself as something you're not.
Okay, I mean unfortunately that's a triggering sort of. I guess just like being deceitful or lying to people to seem one way when you're actually another way.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can.
Jesus said to be wise as serpents, but innocent as doves. So, being wise as serpents doesn't mean lying, but it means being wise. Also, Proverbs says, answer a fool according to his folly, lest he think more highly of himself. But then the next verse says, don't answer a fool according to his folly. So that implies sort of being wise one way or the other.
Does the Bible tell you how to acquire wisdom?
Yes. I found it. Proverbs 26, 4 and 5. Answer not a fool according to his folly, lest you be like him yourself. But then the next verse says, answer a fool according to his folly, lest he be wise in his own eyes.
Oh, we got some in the chat too. One up. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Because you've rejected knowledge, I reject you from being a priest to me. And since you have forgotten the law of your God, I also will forget your children.
Proverbs 9:10 says, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and knowledge of the holy is understanding.
Oh, so it's a fear-based religion?
Reverence.
Fear of the Lord means reverence.
So it's like a translation comparison.
Yeah, because my translation says reverence.
Okay.
Which is a healthy fear, right? Like you fear getting punished for doing something bad.
So I'm in like a weird position, right? I just got this Bible. I did have a study partner, but Brad kind of fucked that up. And so I'm in a unique position where I can look at this thing and just try to understand it and get as much information as I can, because I'm not trying to like have a religion or anything. I do have a reverence for God, like a lot of these things that you can read and hear about in the Bible I agree with. People have told me that like I exhibit these qualities. So I don't know. It's just, I feel like I can be that way without a Bible or without a religion, but I still want to like read and see what I can learn and maybe there's something to gain from it, you know? But I just want to be very objective and just kind of get as much as I can out of the book, you know? And then whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people say that they can do these things, you know, without scripture and stuff like that. And that's, you know, obviously coming from a worldview without having to have experienced these things, you would think so, right? Completely understand that mindset. I've been there. But after going through the stuff that I have and experiencing the things that I have and doing what it says and the outcome actually becoming what it says.
Like a wholesome outcome.
Yeah. Like pretty much.
It's in the pudding. Yeah, I agree.
So if it does say that and it does do that, and then it's like, okay, well, you know, and it says that you can't do good aside from keeping the commandments and aside from, you know, following his ways, then that means it's true.
What's something that you've gained from this then? Give me an example.
Okay, so give me a situation.
The blessing or whatever.
Because
well, so I guess you're trying to say that, like, if I'm saying the proof is in the pudding, right? And I was supporting your argument. What supports your argument without me, you know, painting it?
Okay, so you're saying any scenario whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, sure. You can keep it as big or small, or just give me an example of what you mean.
So, Bible talks about demons, right? And it talks about manifestation, right? Well, that's happened to me twice. So there's one. And then it says that in Luke 10, 19 and 18, Yeshua, Jesus says that you have power over these snakes and scorpions, right? That you can cast them out in his name. Well, I literally have done that with it manifesting before me while I'm completely awake, not on drugs.
Okay, so drunk. But to me, that's magic, right?
Well, magic, right? So I guess defining, you know, magic is what the Bible says that would not be
like if you're casting something out that's negative, you're casting, spell casting, right?
Correct.
You're using words.
If we're going to
use intent, that word, you're focusing on. I mean, but see, this is kind of like my problem, right? So there's light and then there's dark. There's light and shadow. Like there's things that are in the open and things that are not. And a lot of times when we talk about supernatural, I feel like sometimes people frame things in a good light, and sometimes people frame things in a bad light. Like obviously, if I talked about Lucifer or something that involved like a ritual or something, that would be negative. But you could take the same actions. I mean, I don't know what they are, but you could describe it in a biblical way and make it a good thing. So it comes down to terms and like how you interpret it. So like, yeah, you cast it away, casted. So to me, that's magic. Casted away demons. But if you were the one doing the work, like what were you doing?
Okay, so if we want to use the words, right? I mean, you can twist any word to mean what you want. As far as you can say that casting means casting as far as witchcraft, right? Because that's what they call, right? So just because, okay, so homosexuals say the rainbow's theirs. So anytime I say, oh, you love rainbows, right? What's the first thing that comes to your mind? Well, originally it was in Scripture first. So it's a matter of who is bigger and who announces more that says that they can twist what that meaning is, right? So casting, yes, in a sense you are correct. Witches and stuff, they do casting, broadcasting, all those kinds of things. But when you're talking about in a biblical context, as far as what it's saying, right, then we're looking at something totally different. You're changing the definition according to the context. So also you can look at, I've seen healings, done in his name, right?
Okay.
It doesn't, and I understand what people are going to say. It doesn't mean that other things can't heal, right? There are, phonies out there, right? But what I'm talking about is someone's complete life change and seeing a complete life walk over years upon years. That is something to witness, not something, you can't fake that. You can't change that, right? Something that you've witnessed over years upon years of someone changing, dramatically changing. And then more than one person, many, or actually, experiencing the power of the gospel or saying Jesus' name and it really just makes people angry. Well, that should be a red flag. If I say Buddha, most people don't get angry, right? If I say Allah, most people don't get angry. Well, you can say Americans did because of 9/11, but that's the only reason. Prior to that, they wouldn't care. So, when you can look at also those red flags, there's plenty of other, situations, but if we're just going to go down that route, we could use that.
Okay, I guess I wanted to know like what you would consider a blessing as sort of a gainful property of this religion. That's all. I
would say what a blessing would be is, again, what is defined. I would say that what the Bible says is blessings is considered blessings. Most people might not consider that because they
Deuteronomy.
Yes, Deuteronomy 28. Deuteronomy 28 gives you the curses and blessings if you keep his commandments.
Okay. I don't know. I hear what you're saying, and I know there's different translations. It always sounds like fear-based to me. It sounds like pressure from a place of judgment.
Well, you can also say that with governments.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what governments do. They try to steal God's influence.
Right, but you can say even the legitimate laws that they can, that's considered. We're not talking about like the craziness that we talk about like in communism. But you can say you are afraid to speed down the road because you might get a ticket, and for some people that could completely devastate them and make them homeless. Right, but that's not a bad thing. Like speeding is dangerous. So that your fear-based part has to rely on the ultimate, like, okay, this makes sense because we don't want a bunch of people running around doing whatever they want, because then most people will just get, theft and they will, rape and steal and kill and, all this other stuff and do whatever they want. So there has to be some kind of fear-based, because if there isn't any fear, you're just going to do whatever you want. There's no consequences. Jesus talked about this when he said the intentions of the heart. He says, if you lust upon a woman in your heart, right? You've committed adultery. Now, why is that? Because, well, if I just think about it and I don't act upon it, there is no punishment, right? Because you fear the punishment that comes with this if you're married or, or whatever the situation may be, right? So, or murdering, right? You hate your brother in your heart. You want to murder him in your heart or somebody, whatever. And you didn't do it. Well, you didn't do it because you fear the consequence, but you really wanted to in that moment. So it doesn't mean it's wrong to fear that. That's actually good because it keeps you in check. I mean, we can all agree that we've all had outbursts that later we're like, crap, why did I do that?
Yeah.
Right? And that's the reason, to try and limit those outbursts. Because if we could just do whatever we wanted without consequence and have no fear and consequence, I think we'd all agree there would be a lot worse stuff going on. I mean, there already is in most countries. And the understanding, right? Like a child doesn't understand why the parent gives him all the rules. They're like, you're just mean. You don't let me do what I want. Well, it's because you don't understand the way of the world. That's why, right? Like, I want to eat cake and stuff all the time. Okay, well, that's going to kill you. So, no, we're not doing that. Right?
It may not kill you.
Well, you're going to have a lot of diabetes or something when you get older if all you do is eat sugar, right?
Right.
So it's like these things, or you're going to get an upset stomach or whatever for the time being. But these things, they have to be, because they're from a higher level. So that's why the Father also has different analogies, right? Like he looks at us as children because he is the Father, right? So he's like, look, there's things that I can see that you don't understand, and I'm telling you, don't do this or do this because I can see the consequences that will come with it, regardless of what you think is right. So that's why we have to look at it as a child and father situation. Because that's, we really just we won't understand. A finite mind can't understand an infinite God, right? Like most scientists try and say this, right? They're like, well, how can you believe in a God, right? How can you even because if I can actually fit a God in my 3-pound brain, then he's not a God. That doesn't make any sense, right? I shouldn't be able to actually fully understand a infinite God if I'm finite. So there's that aspect.
Well, I think you make a good point with understanding. I think understanding is in a pinch, fear can be helpful. Like you don't want to burn your hand on the stove, but how about just understanding,
That's what ultimately will come down to, right? So through mistakes in our life, we can see that even without scripture, like you just mentioned.
Well, that's kind of where I'm at, is I've pressed a lot of the buttons and I know what they do. And so I have an understanding to navigate life in a certain way within a moral system that, I don't know, like it seems like a lot of people tell me, well, where do you get your morals from? And I'm like, well, I lived a life, I made the mistakes and now I'm here. Well, trying not to make them.
The argument can also be made that how can you get morals unless you have a higher being, right? Like scripture. Because someone like Stalin, someone like Stalin just said, like, if I want to kill you, I'm going to kill you. And it doesn't bother me. It doesn't affect me. Right? Like, oh, great. I just killed you. Or I just let a whole bunch of people starve to death. And I'm in here being fat, happy, and hungry, getting all I want. Well, he didn't learn anything. Right? So like having these things, just because a lot of times we don't learn something doesn't mean it's not bad either. So we have to have a
hold up. So here's my position is that the balancing, so we live in a system of pressure mediation. Do you agree with that?
Pressure, what define
pressure mediation? Things are always seeking equilibrium. It's the flow from hot to cold. It's the heavy goes down. It's like everything's seeking to be balanced. Pressure mediation.
I could say that. Yeah, I would agree with outside of the human perspective, like nature.
Outside of the human perspective, nature.
Like nature, not because humans a lot of times just seek their own, whether it's a balance or not.
Okay, but I'm not talking about humans. I'm talking about just reality in general, like the physical reality that we observe. Like not just physical. Like it seems like everything has a property of, like it seems to be a universal fundamental. Is what I'm saying. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that. So like it's trying, like again, let's put in like reproduction, right? Everything's trying to reproduce to continue on, or you again, like you mentioned, like hot and cold, both of them have good. We're trying to get equal out of everything, and that way nature can kind of move forward and stay stable. Okay. I would agree with that. I mean, that's kind of how
so in my opinion, like my best example of pressure mediation would be karma. Okay, so you can build up a bad karma for a long time and have no ramification, but it will manifest as, I don't know, a cancer or bad luck, or there's going to be a void in that pressure that there's going to be a space that has to fill. And I think it'll come at a debt of judgment. So even though somebody may not face that judgment immediately, like sometimes you don't get, if you make a bad decision on a left turn, you get rewarded immediately, right? You get hit with a car. But some things don't have an immediate return. And I think that there's an accrued, I guess, so to speak, karma, and it will seek pressure mediation. So
I see
it will have to face judgment one day for the action or the thought or whatever.
Now, so what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, karma is something that you have to deal with in this life, not the afterlife.
Well, I'm just using that as like an example.
Okay.
Okay. And the reason I brought in pressure mediation is that, like, it's not karma, but it can similarly explain the phenomena. Where if you make a space, nature tries to fill it and balance itself. Okay, so if somebody does a bad deed and you think your thoughts have potential, then they may feel like if you just stole a can of sardines and you ran out the door, you have a flow of adrenaline, you feel guilty, you're like, and someone's chasing you and they're going to call the cops or whatever. Like, you did something wrong. You were going to face judgment for that in some sort of ramification, whether it's physical or afterlife or in some way. In some way, reality will mediate that pressure.
So what about in scripture though, when it talks about that? Like you're going to have every word that you spoke, you're going to be judged for, right? It says.
No, it's not just word, it's intent. Intent is the most important part because words are just the utterance. The intention is inside the mind.
Okay, but words can also manifest feelings. That can also mean like hurt, like somebody who's been abused, right? And you could be nice and talking like this, and then you say the word, and they don't get hurt until you say the word. So therefore, that is the action.
Well, I'm not saying actions don't have ramification, but you're not always. I don't think you're always going to be held to the action. I think it has to do with the intent.
Okay. Like I can see where you're going with that as far as
like if there accidents happen and that's literally some people just think like they don't have a really keen mind. They're not thinking about these things as a whole. And they say, oh, well, I just work here. I'm just doing my job. And then, let's use a mainstream story, for example, like the Nazis, right? They're just doing their job.
Okay. Well, at some point,
some of those people may have actually believed in like, they don't have the understanding. Some people are just not.
I mean, that would be kind of an extreme understanding because
it's an extreme.
If you're watching murder, I mean, no matter what, right? You're like, oh, I know.
Well,
wrong, but
okay. What's another example? It's less extreme. I forgot to put cinnamon in my pancakes. Like,
is that
oh
bad?
No, I don't know. Bananas. I should have put bananas in my pancakes. They're gonna suffer for that. you know? And it was an innocent, oh, I didn't know, I forgot, you know, it was just, you know, oops.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the old
comes down to intent, right? You intended to put bananas, but like, oh man, like God will judge you for your intent. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
I don't think that the action's always
okay. Yes. So, I mean, obviously, we have the main person for that, right? Yeshua says, right, that he is the way, truth, and life, right? No one comes to the Father except through him. He's the one who was a sin sacrifice. He's the one that can forgive those things. So, like you said, like, hey, I watched somebody steal something and I didn't do anything about it. Now I feel guilty, right? You can say something like that. And then you know, oh, Father, I'm sorry. I should have said something. I should have done something. I witnessed a crime and I didn't do anything about it, right? Even as simple as just telling the teller that something got stolen, right? Like that's even harmless from you to get hurt, right? I mean, yeah, you have forgiveness for that, right? That can be let go. That's not, you know, that's, if you want to look at it from a biblical perspective, that's actually bringing things back into norm, repenting. That's actually what repenting is about. You're talking about balance. But when we repent, we're actually bringing everything back into balance. We're kind of realigning ourselves back like a conduit to the Father. Because
I agree with that, but that's part of the intent. So this is where I'm saying that I really do think that intent matters. I think it holds pressure. Right?
Right.
Does anyone disagree with that? Do you think intent holds pressure? In any sense, whether it's metaphysical or reality, because if everything is connected, then at some level, the intent will manifest. It'll propagate in the field itself, like it has to. Like if you think negative thoughts, you're going to get wrinkles. Like it always expresses in some way. Right.
I think this is a twofold thing, right? So intent is definitely an important part throughout Scripture, right? To the point where you have examples of Aaron, after his sons did some dodginess with strange fire, he didn't do the sin sacrifice properly, right? And his response was basically, I'm paraphrasing, so do forgive me. But his response to Moses when Moses questioned him was, basically, look, man, my sons have just died, right? Go and read it if you're interested. But his sons have just died, so his heart wasn't in it. So he didn't want to do the duty that he's supposed to do, that it was his duty to do, right? Because his heart wasn't in it. And when Moses heard this, Moses being the head of him, right? He judged that thing for him to have spoken well. And the gist of that is, if your heart's not in it, then just going through the motions, that's not what the Most High wants, right? That's not what he expects of his priests and of his children, right? And vice versa to the other stuff, right? If you're going through the motions, but your heart's not in it, he's going to be mad, right? So he would rather
like a flower wasn't meant to work at McDonald's.
Yeah, and the reason I said twofold, and I kind of went on a bit about the heart thing, but I think that was just a really detailed example that I thought would kind of flesh it out rather nicely, is the other side is you reap what you sow. So that's where the second fold, at least in my opinion, comes in. So like you were saying with the cinnamon, right? You reaped what you sowed. You had a pancake without cinnamon because you didn't put cinnamon in it. And a more explicit example is, you put seed in your woman, you're going to get a child, right? So yes, intent has to do with it, and it's very important, and that's a lot of what Messiah was breaking down, is that side of the law that people seem to have forgotten, or that the grabbling Pharisees had actually removed and allowed and put their traditions of men in to obfuscate that part of it, right? The weightier matters of the law and that. So if that doesn't make sense, I guess that's my bad, but I think
that makes
you have to consider both sides of it. Yes, the intent, but also the simple fact of if you reap something, if you sow something, regardless of the intent, you're going to reap it. So it's about analyzing those two together and then coming to a judgment. And I guess that's what comes in what you were asking earlier about wisdom, because some of these more nuanced things are going to require judgment of someone that has wisdom. Because if you don't have wisdom, you can't judge these matters. And another thing, just to switch back to Moses' time, well, when he got them out of Egypt, or when he had taken them out of Egypt, he was actually advised by his father-in-law on how to arrange these matters. And this is where the wisdom thing comes in. It was arranging people in groups of 10,000, 1,000, 50, like the different arrangements. I might get the numbers a bit wrong, but you get it. It's just like the way a military is organized. And you were saying that the wise men and the preeminent men would be over thousands, and then so on and so forth. So that all the matters, both military and disputes between people, would all be handled according to the level of who can handle it. And when those issues were too much for those people, they would bump it up to, like the court system, but not Graboid, right? They would bump it up to whoever was wiser in the chain of command. And only when those things were too much for any of those top dogs to handle, then it would come to Moses. So that's wisdom. That's the wisdom of his father-in-law, applying how to handle it. And those people themselves were using wisdom in how to judge matters, like kind of what you were bringing up, of nuanced things in life, right? You come to a situation where some accident happens, or something happens, and someone has to actually make a judgment. Say, was this guy meaning to cut you off? Was this guy meaning to kill your dog or whatever? And then you have to figure out what from there. So that's me finished, I think. But I said that because this is not just a one-sided thing. It's both intent and both just the simple fact of the matter is, if you sow something, you will reap it. You just don't know when or how half the time.
So that's exactly. It's double-edged. And the reason I segued into this is because we were talking about the ether and how everything's connected. So I feel like there is a physical expression of maybe like thoughts or ideas or intent even, and that they would also have to be connected in some way. So
it's possible.
I mean,
because that's kind of nuanced as well. I wouldn't know how to even comment on that one fully.
I mean, have you ever felt like you casted something out before?
I'm not sure if I understand the question, but what did come to mind with the thought?
Doing a callback to what Bowman said.
Oh, I'll let Bowman respond to that specifically, but you did bring up an interesting point about, I guess, like the energy or the ether types of, but regardless of the words you use, that brings up a scripture of, as a man thinketh, so shall he be. And we all know this, right? If you're obsessed with one subject, and that's what you do, right? If you're obsessed with being both positive or negative, I'm going to leave the specifics in the air because it doesn't matter, right? Whatever you're obsessed with, whatever your thought process is, that's what your life is like. And you see
manifest your reality. Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't choose those words because of how much nonsense connotations they have around it.
Yeah, okay.
It's just a reality, right? Someone who's really good at whatever kind of craft, that's how they think, right? And that's just one element. That's really like almost an irrelevant element of their lifestyle. The more important stuff will be like, how do they treat people? If their whole intent is, I'm gonna let them go ahead of me in the queue or whatever. It's like, okay, that guy's clearly about treating others well, and you see that in their life. I don't need to expand on it really because you already know it, but it's just to kind of get to what you were talking about the kind of the energy, the interconnected stuff. And then the only other scripture I can think of that kind of touches on that subject is that the angels are making record, and that there's a book with your name on it and with all your deeds.
Alrighty then.
But Bowman, he did mention that thing about the casting. If maybe you want to respond to that specifically.
Yeah, I feel like
maybe you can repeat it for him because
I'm trying to remember exactly how I put it. Did you hear me, Bowman?
Yeah, I heard you. I'm listening.
No, did you hear me before? What I mentioned in regard?
I heard you mentioned it. Like, what does it feel like? Is that
what I was asking? Okay, so you guys are both basically. I feel like as far as like I'm more open. You guys are more like from that side of the camp, the Bible camp, I guess.
Gotcha.
And so Elisha was, you guys were both kind of jiving with the same points. And then I questioned Elisha with a similar sort of, in a similar way I did with you. And he said that, well, it's a little more, he's not sure about that. But I said, well, Bowman seems to be sure about it because he's able to cast things away. So he's using his intent to cast away like a physical or presence or something that he can find a reward in.
Well, can I say this? That, I mean, as far as you say intent, because in the moment, my intent wasn't to cast it away by the very words that I spoke. So I'll give you I'll tell you what happened. You know, there was a demon manifested in a hotel room in Nashville, Tennessee, and it was sucking the life out of me. At least that's what, as far as I could understand and feel. And it was,
what was her name?
Pure. What's that?
I'm just kidding.
No,
what was her name?
It put into the room, right? It put into the room a fear that I cannot explain to you. You'd have to experience it. I mean, it would just put anybody. Okay. I just can't explain to it. So, and I said, and I don't know if I couldn't move. I don't know. Jesus, you can't do this. And so when I said that, it left. It immediately left.
Wait, what left? Just the feeling?
No, I saw it leave.
Okay, so it was a physical thing. You know, whether you used words or whatever you did, you looked at this idea right in the face, and you're like, "Be gone, thought," and it just disappeared.
It's not an idea because it physically manifested.
Okay,
it was there right in front of me.
Well, Elisha is not totally sure about that just yet. I don't think. Faced with his
You brought
response.
it up because of what he was saying. I never mentioned anything like that, so I didn't want to.
Yeah, I don't think Elijah mentioned anything about that.
No, I was questioning him about the idea of.
Your question was kind of vague, but I think I get it now a bit more.
Okay, sure. Well, I'm just keeping it really general.
Yeah, so I think, and correct me if I'm misunderstood. You're saying about that the intent. You're asking whether with my intent I can cast things out, or
you can. I'm just saying, does your mind, like I said, general, like just take it back. It's not about like I'm going to turn my table into gold or anything like that. Like if I put my mind to something, I can have a physical result.
Okay. Again, that's why I didn't want to answer that, because it did. Now I've heard 3 different versions of the same question, so it was kind of vague. But
do you agree with any of them?
I don't know, because I'm not sure if you're even sure on the question you're asking. But if I could just go with the general gist, in terms of, say, like a thought that comes into my mind that I didn't like or I don't want, like you're just wandering down the street and some degenerate thought pops in your head. In terms of that stuff, yeah, for me that kind of stuff is super easy. I just go, I don't even need to utter a thought in my mind. I'm just like, nah, man. It's just straight up, get rid of that and carry on with my day. And half the time it could be just because you're walking by, like, I don't know, someone who's special, to put it kindly, or you're walking by an institution that's just kind of degenerate, or I don't know, that kind of stuff. So that,
hey Bowman,
in terms of that, I have no problem, and I've dealt with that. I've had other stuff from the past and stuff in terms of like actual attacks. Nothing tangible. Actually, that might be a lie, but I'm not talking about anything that I don't have clear memory on. So of what I have clear memory on, I can't think of anything tangible, but. Yeah, I guess that's the thing about the faith, right? So
okay, well let's pull back. Like, what about like the rice experiment? You heard of that?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm just saying that your mind and your intent and your focus can have a physical manifestation, have it as an effect in physical.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
See that?
Like
That's
I'm
what, that's
negative,
what I said.
therefore I get
'cause I was
wrinkles.
trying to understand your question thoroughly because. Because now, but now I've heard it 4 times. I think I get it a bit more.
5 times.
Things like that. Yeah, for sure. That's just kind of normal, right? I don't know.
I agree. I think it's normal too, but there's a lot of people who want to, they want to be not sure, or they need to hear it 10 times.
Yeah, I guess. Well, because we're having multiple conversations at once, I suppose. But yeah, like for me, I guess because it seems so normal, that's why I didn't get it. To me, like if you're not feeling well, you just make a decision to feel better and like stuff like that.
Yeah, placebo.
Or vice versa, right? You're feeling fine physically, you're all hunky dory, and then someone says something, and you take that on board, and then suddenly you've got a headache, or suddenly you feel physical pain, all sorts of stuff like that. So that's just a tangible example that's kind of broad that most people can kind of relate with, to just agree with you. And the rice experiment stuff, I've actually done stuff like that with seeds and that, just like done testing.
What were your results?
Well, all the seeds bar one didn't sprout. The one that sprouted was the one that I actually carved in strong seed. Just like super blatant.
Okay. So it didn't really, you didn't follow through, or it just didn't happen?
No, I don't think, maybe you didn't hear. Like all bar the one that I actually carved in, which I carved the word strong seed onto. The rest of them, they didn't sprout, but
I didn't know you carved into it. Was it an avocado or something?
Yeah. It was an avocado. It's just the way I phrased it, I guess.
Yeah. I
But yeah, it's
I was trying to think of a seed you could carve words into.
Right. I didn't think of mentioning that. But yeah, so that one's just a more tangible example of like, yeah, it just makes sense.
There's a scripture for this that we're talking about. And it's 2 Corinthians 10:5. Overthrowing reasonings and every high matter that exalts itself against the knowledge of Elohim, taking captive every thought to make it obedient to the Messiah, and being ready to punish all disobedience when your obedience is complete. So what it's trying to say there is these, like Elijah was saying, these nasty thoughts, whatever they may be, it could be a number of things, right? As soon as they enter in, not necessarily they are coming from you. Just because you have a thought doesn't mean it's your thought. These thoughts can come from outside of you.
Right. So this would be okay. This falls in line with the intent thing. Like if I had to sneeze and I got in a car accident and then a child died in another car, okay, I mean I would feel responsible, but I don't think God would. Sorry, I was reading the chat. I would feel responsible and I would pray for forgiveness, but I already would know that God had forgiven me. I would already have known that. There are accidents, right? So, like, you're not going to be responsible for an idea that enters your mind that's an unclean idea. It's mostly what you do with the information, your intent.
And exactly. Now, not saying all thoughts are not yours. Obviously, there are thoughts of yours. That's up to you to discern, right? But not every thought is yours. But what it's saying is, no matter what it is, whether it's yours or it's not yours, you stop the reasonings. That's what the beginning of the passage says, right? Meaning we can reason our way away to why we want to do such thing, right? We can make reasons. I can excuse, right? Like, oh, I'm mad, or that person really hurt me, or she really did this to me, so I can do that, right? I feel justified, right? It's saying to stop the reasonings, and then also take every thought captive, meaning as soon as you have the thought, you stop, you hold it up against the Messiah, is what it says. And if it holds up, then you can continue on. If the thought does not hold up, you need to get rid of it. And then that becomes a constant state that you're in. It's a constant mindset that you're in. And so now you're constantly being aware of your surroundings and the spiritual surroundings. And then that will actually change you as a person.
say that last part again. You do what, and it changes you as a person.
That when you constantly are being aware of your surroundings and spiritual surroundings, you constantly take those thoughts captive and the reasonings that come with it, then it'll change you as a person because you're continually doing it. If you obviously you have to try and do it every day, right? Sometimes we can forget. Sometimes again, we let.
So you're doing work on yourself, is what you're saying.
Correct.
Or like the principles of God, I guess, would be working on you.
That's the
you're trying to follow.
So the end part is very important there in that passage because it says to hold it in obedience to Messiah.
Okay.
Because Messiah is the standard. If you hold it in obedience to a drug dealer, well, I mean.
So your morals come from believing in God in that context.
Well,
and
I would ask.
That's how you achieve greatness and understanding.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Because I believe in God. I don't believe in that scripture necessarily. I agree with the principle of it. From what I understand, like if you're constantly working on yourself and you have a good work ethic and you value your impression on the world and you know that God's doing work on you, then you're gonna look at everything as kind of like a way to do better or an opportunity.
I would ask this. I would ask, without a higher moral law, where would you get it without that?
People ask me that stuff all the time. Like, where do you get your morals if you don't believe in God, right?
Subjectively and objectively, right? We have subjectively and objectively. So how would you get that?
I'll tell you. So you cannot, it's like the same way that we were talking about the ether before, where you can't escape it. It's literally the canvas that everything's painted on. So I feel like as much as you try to hide God, it's still inferred in everything that exists, that eventually you have to, like, you're dealing with the reality of it, whether or not you acknowledge it.
Scripture says that. Scripture actually says that it's inside it, that it is ingrained in man.
Yeah, you can't like decouple it. It's the reality of things.
Yeah, I mean, well, that if you're going to talk about the ingrained of it, that's fine.
What I'm saying is that I can live my life, and I can live through the experience, and through the osmosis of that, I can infer between right and wrong, good and bad. And it's not because it's because it's written inside of me. It's written in my heart. I didn't ask for that. And so then the more you try to understand things, the more your conclusion comes to that, oh, something made me with this programming that I understand these things. I didn't get it from anywhere else.
Okay, I mean, so we would agree then that there has to be a higher power with moral standards. I mean, that basically we're both agreeing on that aspect.
I would say that it makes sense with the information I have.
Because, without a higher being, again, going back to, if you want to use the evolutionary thing, I know that's, whatever, but whatever. But if you want to use that, the question I always ask is, well, how do you get your moral standards? I mean, they can change over time as evolution occurs, right? And depending on the person, if I want to punch you in the face, well, and it makes me feel good, I'm going to punch you in the face and make me feel good.
Evolution doesn't, like it talks about like making progress and like this gets better, that gets better, but like what's the I mean, what's considered better?
Right, that would be the question.
Like there's literally no point
is it just
to anything
going on. Right.
It's literally no point to anything if you use that argument.
Yeah, that's the hubris, though, of the guys who came up with this stuff. Because look where they're going. They're going with transhumanism and, we're going to make ourselves live forever. We're going to be eternal by our hands. That's where that comes from.
Right.
Well, it's clear where it comes from.
They're obsessed with themselves.
It obstructs the osmosis that you get from nature.
Right, and they're so foolish that they think that they can do something in and of themselves.
Right, because they're making up their own morals. Literally, like
they're trying to rewrite the rules to life. And that's what I'm saying, like this karma thing, this pressure mediation thing. I think they are really setting themselves up for failure, if not in this life, in the next. Like you can't just do the atrocities knowingly with intent and get away with it. I imagine there's a big price to pay. And so I let God deal with that.
Let me ask you this on the karma thing. How do we know that karma hands out equal justice?
I'm just using it as like a concept, not as...
Okay, so you're not saying you are... You're just using... Okay.
Yeah, as a concept between... It's like... People know what karma means. If you do something bad happens to you, or like something, there's a balancing
Even if
act
it's
going
worse
on.
than what you did, right? That's kind of thing I always ask people with that too, because doesn't just because there's justice doesn't mean there's equal justice. Like I could have, stolen a candy bar, but then someone burns down my house. Like that's not equal justice.
Okay.
Right.
Well, if I push a bowling ball, it's on a string, and it comes back and it smacks me in the face, it's not equal justice, right?
Well, did you want it to hit you in the face?
I mean,
then you're getting
maybe God will forgive me because I didn't know.
No, I but yeah,
it'd be you that has to forgive you for knocking yourself out.
But there's,
that doesn't really come into judgment. That just comes into just you reap what you sow. That's irrespect. No.
Yeah, I should have pulled over and sneezed safely. That's what I should have done.
Well, that's a totally different concept, though.
It's just like if at this point, unless you're a child, like at this point, you know that if you keep standing there, that bowling ball is going to crack your nose.
Okay, but this is great example. Thank you. So life teaches you morals, teaches you understanding, and gives you wisdom. Not always, no, but it does. It does. And this is where I got mine from. This is how I navigate through my life. So it's not, you can't just say that you where do you get your morals from? You live a life and you learn how to navigate through that life. And if you want the betterment of everyone around you, you try to imagine what you'd have to do to get there. And then you start to build a foundation for yourself and
but that would be
decide what you'll want to be a part of or not be a part of,
Well, yeah, I follow what you're saying, but that would be again you making up your own morals through your only worldview, right? Because let's take Bush Sr. for example, right? I think we all agree you dig deep enough, he's an evil man, right?
Yeah.
Well, he didn't reap what he was supposed to sow. He didn't get what we think he should get as far as learning his lessons
we don't know
in his
that.
life.
That's not it for me.
As far as we know, right? Because if we're going to bring up that, then we can't use anybody as an example because then we don't know anybody that deeply, right? So we can't. If we're
I just know that the science of the system balances itself out. So I don't have to worry about the judgment of this one man. That I know that nature itself or God will take care of that when that time comes.
Well, that's
Bowman, for that example, there might be something to find in Enoch because it speaks about Sheol and how there's those who who received judgment and then those who didn't receive judgment in their lifetime. So there's a compartmentalization of the different kinds of unrighteous ones, and also there's a compartmentalization, if that's the right word, for the righteous who just righteous and went to sleep or died, however you want to phrase it,
like babies that died in the womb or something like that.
Perhaps, yeah. I would suppose that would fall because under age of accountability. But more specifically, the delineation is the righteous who was slain. So there's a separation, right? You have Abel, he was the first one. He obviously was righteous, but he specifically was slain and hasn't had his the vengeance that is owed him.
That's a good example.
So there's a delineation between those. You can go and find that in Enoch, but it seems to at least as far as I remember, it seems to show that there's those who are those unrighteous who have kind of, I guess, paid everything. Maybe they were executed for their crimes or whatever, and then those who are yet to do it. But regardless, they all end up having the final judgment one way or another.
I agree.
That's in response to kind of the part that you were kind of maybe missing, Bowman, and then the part that Riggs said about the science of the system, using his words, not mine.
I just wanted to say real quick, it's funny how that Enoch mirrors the Norse religion in that the righteous who died in battle went to a different place than the righteous who just died.
Well, it's all the same place. It's just like different chambers within the same place. But I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me that you can. How do I phrase this? You can pull a lot of the strings back, and you'll be like, oh, all these guys were just rewriting Enoch or rewriting this book or rewriting that book from scripture. So yeah, I do see what you mean, Joyce.
Yeah, and just to clarify my point, what I was saying and trying to mean, maybe I probably didn't come across right, but was that it doesn't matter if you get what you deserve in this life or not, you're going to get it in the next. Like, so we shouldn't base our lives on how we, what we get in this life on what we deserve, because what we deserve is going to end up being judged at the end, is what I meant. So we can't really go through life and say, yeah, I know this is right and this is wrong just because of what I say and what I've experienced and what has come back and resisted on me. Really, we need to look at a higher standard, because there's things that we necessarily have not been in or cannot fully understand that we need to look into. And I guess that probably is a bad example as far as how I explained it, but the commandments is basically what I'm trying to say. We may not experience every single thing in the commandments, but we know if we do come upon them without having to experience it ourselves, we have a right answer. Therefore, we don't have to experience every single judgment for not knowing, because he gives us that standard.
Yeah.
Well, I will say at this point, we been talking about this for a while. I don't want to discourage anybody who's new or wants to talk about flat stuff. I'm just trying to fill space with good convo.
Yep, and I thank you for anyone that's been allowing us to talk. I thank you for that.
Yep. Last thought would be for Riggs, if you're with the wisdom thing you were talking about, and also this topic. Yeah. I think, bear in mind, it's somewhat of a heavy read, but I think if you read till the end, and you can probably skip to the end and then go back. But Ecclesiastes would kind of put a lot of this stuff into into some interesting perspective. I'll leave it at interesting because
if you could send me like a DM with the specific, I can look it up.
Oh, just the whole book of Ecclesiastes.
Oh, okay.
If you want to see the conclusion, just read the last 2 verses.
See, I just got this book. I've never.
You're in for an adventure.
Well, I think so. So I'm going to look at it like a storybook until I get a better understanding.
Yep. However, everybody operates differently. So, however you operate, that's how it should be.
You said Ecclesiastes?
Yeah.
Is that an E or an A?
E.
E. Okay.
Should be like a couple of books above Proverbs, I think.
Okay, maybe. So I got the ESV. I don't know if where it is in here.
Close enough.
It's going to be after Proverbs. No. Crap, I forget. I haven't used the ESV in a while.
Is it Old Testament, New Testament?
It's Old Testament.
Okay, I'm looking at it.
It is after. It's directly the book after, my bad.
Page 695. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because some translations have different layouts, so that's also just if you look on the front, it'll help you.
Cool. Well, I will go over that today because that sounds interesting. 695. And I think I just found my highlighters too.
Oh yeah, you're gonna be highlighting a lot.
Yeah. I'm gonna. I'm not gonna do it in the live stream, obviously, but I'm gonna hold a bunch of feet to the fire, man. Because if it's true, let it be true. But I'm no slouch.
That's a good attitude to have, though, because Scripture says that. Scripture says, test every spirit, test everything. God actually wants you to test him according to his word. He wants you to. So
Okay.
he has nothing to hide.
That's like
Yeah, once you got through the book, remember there's other books to test as well.
yeah, it's like 1,300 pages of I dare you. You know,
right? And you've only got like the portable version of the library. There's still more to it.
Yeah, there was that website y'all gave me. I don't remember the name of it. It was hallelujahscriptures.com. That's what it was.
That's my favorite translation.
And they have more books, more information.
Yep.
And bigger, better butter burner. So
yeah.
I'm probably going to look into that at some point.
That's my favorite translation. They got Enoch and all of them and all that stuff, but takes a little bit of getting used to, because they kind of go to the original language, and words they look a little bit different compared to your normal English standard Bible, but just takes a little bit of practice and you get right on it.
Awesome. I'm going to take a little potty break and then go hang out in the sun for a minute, and I'll be back. Someone else, take over. Be great.
Right on.
Appreciate it, y'all. Good talk.
Yeah, you too, man. There's a Immortal Indian, and then there's, I think, Rax. Oh, Rax is verified, so he can speak for himself.
Hey, Bowman, are you worried about a monetary crash? Like, is that something that will make the birds stop chirping?
Yeah, you want to, as you mean apocalyptical? Is that what you mean by that?
Well, I've heard that the US dollar is decreasing 10% every year, and I don't really know much about economy, but that doesn't sound good. And it almost sounds like in 5 years from now we could be headed for one of those scenarios where people are bringing wheelbarrows full of money to buy bread.
Oh, I definitely see that coming. I just don't know how far out it would be, just because heck, I thought it was going to happen last year or the year before that. But they keep pumping money into the system. They keep moving numbers. And then again, it all depends if they start a war. Starting wars tend to eliminate debt. So, if you look at it, right, money, what is it, really? It's a number that everybody agrees upon.
Wow. This is what I was going to ask before I lagged out. Are you aware that when you refer to the dollar, you're not actually referring to money, but currency? Fiat currency specifically, which has no value whatsoever.
Correct. It used to be backed by gold and silver and, precious metals.
Long before your time, though.
Yep. What was that, 30s? I think it was the 30s, and then that's when they got rid of it.
Well, yeah, that was when it was properly, right? And then they fully removed it. So they went from gold to gold backed, and then 71, I think it was, and then it was fully gone.
Well, I think the Federal Reserve was
were
in.
You alive, 71?
Nope.
Yeah, so long before your time.
Right.
And for a time during that war that they didn't win, gold was actually illegal to own. So people had to smuggle it into the country.
Well, the Federal Reserve started in the 30s, like 1933, I want to say, is when they started moving to Federal Reserve. And but in the 70s, and so 70s, maybe, I guess you could say the 60s, what made the U.S. dollar what it is the oil backed. You know, you could only buy and sell oil and trade by the American dollar, which that's what made it worth what it was.
Who was the guy who was talking? I don't want to just dominate the convo. Was it Rax who made that comment?
Yeah.
Yeah, did you have any other specific questions or things you wanted to talk, or would you rather just let us ramble?
Well, that the idea of like someone saying the birds are still chirping, that just sort of stuck in my head, and I'm just thinking like the day before stuff goes down, the birds are still going to be chirping. So I think you just meant it as like a general thing of like things don't look too bad right now, but they're like I think we're gonna realize that things have gotten bad. Like it's going to come at a point where we're not going to be able to like reverse it, and it's going to be too late, type of thing.
Like a calm before the storm.
It's been like that since they started. To do with the financial system, it's always been like that. But in terms of the birds always chirping, yeah, because they haven't vested their life in funny money. So you know, when they get up in the morning, the sun's still going to be there. Well, actually, they get up before the sun, but you know what I mean. And then the food's going to be there, etc., etc. It's only right at the very end that things start to get burnt up and earthquakes and stuff. So yeah, I would say that as a general response, it's only bad for those people who are still tied to that system. And I mean fully tied. You can operate within it if you have that wisdom or that understanding. You can operate, play the game, and then when the game's over, you just walk out and you're laughing. But unfortunately, a lot of people are not like that, and they put themselves in so much debt that they're finished.
Yeah, and the sucky part is that we're a part of most of us, unless you're completely self-sufficient on your property, right? Then you are tied. It will affect you in big time. I mean, if it's going to affect everybody. Grocery stores, you know, whatever.
I reckon the best thing anyone can invest that time in currently would be in acquiring knowledge.
Yep.
Specific knowledge around this topic and the rest of the relevant things would be the best, because they can take everything from you, but if you have an understanding, then they can't take that from you. They might be able to put you in prison, but if it gets to that, then, well, you've probably made too many mistakes. But the point is, you're better off just going, oh, okay, I get it. Now let me find out how I can mitigate all this nonsense. So, for instance, I think Berman talked about self-sufficient. Even if you're not self-sufficient or might not be able to be to that level of, you know, comfort of like a homestead or whatever, just having the understanding of knowing how to make your own fire, knowing how to make your own shelter, basic triage, basic like food gathering, water cleansing, all that stuff. Even if you never have to use it, just acquire it for no other reason than your ancestors knew it, so you should at least just fix up. And then once you got the basics, then just expand from there.
Yep, that's true. There's a saying that we had, and that was, most people have it in the prepper survivalism community, but it's the more you know, the less you need.
And you don't really need much, man. You got some fire and some kind of shelter. You only need to eat like once in a blue moon.
Until it gets to most people, if they haven't fasted before, it's going to be pretty difficult for them.
Yeah, well, they can cry about it.
I think that's also too why Father, he uses a multi tools. Fasting, does get you used to it.
You know what's interesting with this Federal Reserve thing that I wanted to comment on, but I just wanted to make sure that guy had a chance to continue talking if you wished to. Is that the what's it, Titanic? That was connected to the Federal Reserve.
Yep.
Mate, I suspected as much, but I didn't have enough details. I was just always like, look, if the Twin Towers was a scam, then that thing must have been a scam too. And then when I found out about the detail of it, like, oh boy, this was just like all those, all the high level officials from Poland or from whatever country happened to be in one plane at the same time, or in one train, or in one location, and they all just got exterminated. So, oh, that's convenient. And then you look at the well, if you research it, the people that were on the Titanic, it's like, oh my days. So it's basically all those people of any position of power who were in opposition to the Federal Reserve's either initiation or into its. I'm not sure if it had already been initiated or whether it was about the transition of authority that they were going to be given, because there was levels to it. There was like they started it, then they did another thing, then they really overtook it, and it was like privately usurped or something. But yeah, anyway, I just found that one pretty interesting because I was like, yeah, and then when I found the details, I was like, oh boy. And the funniest thing was how nobody seemed to. It was funny is the wrong word, but basically the thing wasn't even seaworthy when it set off. It's one of those, like the moon landings, and there's a guy who always brings it up whenever we talk about that and all that. It's like all those things are never fourth wall reveals. They never break the fourth wall, and it's always framed in a perfect movie framing, right? Same thing for that Zeppelin thing that blew up conveniently for whatever agenda they had for that one, and the same thing for the Titanic, because the Titanic had actually set sail while actually being on fire.
Yeah, that's
an active engine fire, and they set sail. Set sail's a technical term, I guess. They didn't really sail, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, and then connection to the the economy thing that he mentioned before, right? That's why you can't be sure when it's going to happen, because they can just make up a scenario, 9/11, Titanic, whatever, and start back at, I don't want to say zero, but just delay it. So really, I used to be one of those people who watch that stuff and try and like, okay, it's, fall time is always the time to look for it, right? So during fall time, that's when they say the economy can crash the easiest and the hardest. So that's when you watch, right? And so I'd always watch that stuff, and I'd always wait and look, and every time I think it's coming, here it comes, it's coming close, and nothing. So I just started, I guess you could say, understanding, I guess, but like what Elijah was saying, and they can just make something happen, and then it totally just stops it from happening. So really, we will not know until we know. And that's why it's important just to, like what Elijah said, acquire wisdom and knowledge and understanding. So that's what's going to get you through. That's what got people through depression. That's what got through people through hard things in life, whether it's happening to everybody or just a few. That's what's going to get you by, even just in life.
And as rude as it might sound to some people, this stuff kind of makes me laugh even more, because as much as I can prepare, and I'm not gonna be a mug about things. If I have it within my power to do something, I'm gonna try at least. But I put all my faith in the Most High. So all this stuff kind of is laughable to me. It's like, well, if I don't care about my own life, then what is a few pennies and a bit of food here and there? So I just don't care.
You make a great point.
So I don't know if that maybe puts people off or not, but it certainly gives me comfort. So maybe it's something worth considering. So well,
you
can
know,
take me at my word. I'm talking to the strangers right now, but whether you can take me at my word is, you know, your own judgment on that one. But I'm sincere in the fact that I'm at complete peace if they take everything out of my life from me. So that might be something worth looking into, because I don't know if anyone else can. I don't know if people who don't have faith can say that earnestly.
I just heard the end of it, but like if I died today, I'm good. Like I have no fear. You know what I mean? Like I'm not worried about what happens after the physical life. Like I feel confident in my contribution, and my conscience is clear, and I sleep well.
Would you guys go down fighting, or would you just submit?
Depend on the situation.
Yeah, you'd have to give us more examples. Or hypotheticals, perhaps. But as for a general response, if it's a battle, like choose your battles. So, you know, somebody's just cutting you off in the motorway or whatever. That's a highway for you from that side. I ain't gonna waste my time with that. That's not worth my time. But if somebody's trying to rape someone on the street, then yeah, I'm gonna fight for that one, even if I die. I don't care. So that would be like a basic kind of general. That's how I see things. So if it's evil, sticking its nose up to righteousness where there's people involved and stuff, then I'm gonna fight. If it's just evil being a waste of time, then I don't see the point in fighting. And I guess the scripture for that will be, you know, turn the other cheek, and then the other one will be, if you see something. I think Bowman, you said something about this earlier, but there's a specific scripture about if you see a certain crime and you don't report it, then you're guilty of it as well. So yeah, that would be my general response.
Well, that to me, that goes back to like helping your fellow man, or like your brother,
right?
Like anybody you interact with. That, I mean, life is a journey, not the destination. So if you're late to work because you see a woman getting mugged and you don't try to defend that situation or defend her, you know, like that's. So what if I'm late to work? You know, like God put a test in front of you, and the humanity in you should have responded, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this should apply to everything and everyone, but my general take is like, if it's against other people or against like the weaker people, like children or whatever, then you have to do something. But if it's against you, then usually it's like no point. Like just allow it. I'm not sure if that fully applies, but for whatever reason, I've found from my experience that anything they can do to you that you can legitimately just brush it off and be like, well, either I forgive them or I'm not even going to let it offend me to the point where I feel like I have to react. But for whatever reason, when it's to other people, it's always makes you go like, oh, hold on a minute. And something kind of stirs up within you. But that might be different in other places, because I know in other parts of the world, the kind of stuff they do to just the individual means that they don't really have much time to look out for other people because they're too busy being persecuted themselves. I don't know. That might sounded a bit like confusing, but that's kind of what I'm
No, yeah, I mean, you're allowed to defend yourself. You know, it just again, that's why I asked the situation. Is someone just being a punk and a bully? I don't need to waste my time, right? But if someone's
because that
physically
kind of stuff
attacking
doesn't,
you,
that kind of stuff doesn't feel like it's worthy of like me even think. I just laugh at it. Like if someone, even if they're getting physical to the point of putting me in my life in danger, I still find it funny. But that's why I said I'm speaking for myself because I don't think that would apply to everyone else. But you know, Maccabee. I'm not sure if this is, but anyway, I said it now. Maccabees is an interesting thing about that.
Yeah,
but Maccabees, apart from, obviously that you have to take the full thing into context, but specifically with them fighting and what they fought for when they were doing the right thing, it was always about them standing up for righteousness, right? The will of the Father. So they were willing to either fight or die or be tortured for the will of the Father. And I'm using that as a general term because there's a few different examples, and maybe it's not something I necessarily want to bring up here specifically. So if anyone's interested, the info's out there. You can get the physical copy or the online stuff. But I think that's probably an easier way of explaining what I was talking about in terms of I'm only going to fight if it's in for the side of righteousness. Because if it's just the side of, it offended me, I'm going to do something, then it's of no value. That's what I mean by picking the battles.
Yeah. I mean, if someone's putting a gun to my head and saying, hey, denounce Christ, obviously I'm going to not defend myself and go, okay, because this is the point of the whole situation, right?
I'll be like, you better have armor piercing.
Like, okay, fine, do what you got to do, you know? I mean, obviously, and then if somebody's attacking, you know, a family member of mine, yeah, I'm going to do something. But when it comes to, like, the Maccabean situation, and there's a few different situations in that story, it had to be situational, right? Because they thought they could not fight on certain occasions, and they end up finding out, yeah, we need to. And then there's other certain occasions where they thought they needed to fight, and he's like, no, you don't need to fight. So it had to be situational, and I guess coming from me and Elijah's standpoint, it'd be, and you can disagree with me, Elijah, if I'm wrong. I don't mean to speak for you, but is that we be in tune with the Father, and He will tell us pretty much what to do in the situation.
Somewhat distracted, but I don't think I disagree.
Hey, Rax, did you have any other questions?
No, but yeah, you did answer my because you were making statements that were saying that, yeah, you were saying like you've seen it all before, so it's like you are aware that it can happen, but you just made a pretty strong statement saying like, I don't think it's going to happen, when I'm of the mind state of like, it maybe could happen. And so, but I understand where you're coming from. Like, I recently learned about, in history, there was a Ukrainian potato famine where 15 million Ukrainians died. And like just thinking about that, like if it happened once in the past, it technically could happen again. Like I don't trust, like after everything that's happened with like the political scene in the past year, I don't have like too much faith in people, and so I think that another potato famine, like not literal potato famine, but like I don't put it out of question that another starvation thing could happen. Like,
oh, absolutely could. Yeah, of course it could.
Nothing new under the sun.
Mm-hmm. Nothing new under the sun. Yep.
That's I think it's Ecclesiastes, the book that you're going to be reading.
Oh, okay. So, well, I'm excited actually. You know, I've got Got a lot of sunlight here today. I think it'll be good.
But yeah, you're right. I mean, there's a famine, right? Like that's just, that's going to happen. You know, if it happened in the past, just looking at normal history, right? Even if you just look at regular history, if it's happened, there's a good chance it's going to happen again. They can lie to you about the globe. What else can they lie to you about?
Brax, did you come in here with any like flat Earth globe questions or anything like that?
No.
No. Are you? Well, somebody checked you in, so clearly you did have Earth questions or something. I mean, where do you stand on all that?
I'm gonna say I am a flat earther, and yeah, I don't believe in like evolution as well, but I don't believe in God, which is maybe interesting.
Okay, why is that maybe interesting? Like, is that some self-fulfillment, or where did you get interesting from?
Oh, like from my experience, like it seems like if I had to put a number on it, I would say like 80 to 90% of the people here believe in some type of God. So yeah, just like, and the idea of so let's take it that, or like with thinking that evolution doesn't exist, I guess most people just assume that there is a creator. Like you would have to, like the only other option I can think of is you could say that the world always existed, or there might be like maybe some type of scenario where it was created and then the God left, or there was no God to begin with. But yeah, all the things that I'm speaking about, I think like not many people believe them, but I just happen to be in this situation where I acknowledge.
Here, let me. Were you atheist before you came to Earth Subject?
I've never believed in a God. I've been an atheist my whole life.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, you should talk to QE at some point and see how that goes.
Well, it's what you find out is that when you thoroughly look at the evidence and thoroughly look at the philosophical and logical deductions, it cannot make sense that something did not design or create the conditions necessary for life. Something had to have, like spoke it into existence, so to speak.
Well, the way I like to phrase it, and to steal some of QE's lines, you don't have information without an informer. And I like to stack on a lot of other things, like you don't have design without a designer, you don't have law without a lawmaker, you don't have matter without a maker, you don't have creation without a creator. So there must have been a source. What that source is, we can debate. In the Bible room downstairs.
Well, I don't know if we could ever find out what it is, but we could definitely try to understand it.
Well, we can agree that we can try to understand it. Like, I don't know if we can understand it or if we can't yet. I expect it fully to be so imaginably large that it's beyond our comprehension, but I don't know what God has in store for us.
Yeah. I agree with that caution. Mm-hmm.
I think you bring up a good point on, there has to be, you can't have laws without a lawgiver, right? That's one of the main arguments as far as, and this doesn't have to be about scripture or anything like that. It could be just in general, like we're talking about.
Yeah, just purely logical.
Right.
So, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, what I us and Riggs were talking about earlier. I don't know if he was in here then, but we were talking about subjective and objective, right? Objective, and coming up with your own moral standard, right? There has to be a moral standard like above us, and that's kind of like the lines I was talking about.
Well, I guess in my life, like most of my life, before I met other keen individuals who helped inspire me, like I had to just infer the laws of nature, where I inferred a lot of these morals and lessons using my conscience as a mirror to kind of bounce off of. So like, I'm not perfect, but I definitely see the necessity and the benefit of intent and trying to better oneself for the purpose of the whole. Because if the man next to you is a better person, then we can all support each other in like a better way, like a more efficient way. I like efficiency, and it's kind of like the difference of giving a man a fish or teaching him to fish. Like if I can just give pure knowledge and love to somebody, and hopefully that'll sprout into a friendship or a companionship in some way, where they're making, they're finding discipline in what I did and spreading that. And then it becomes a big family of mentors and people that care about each other,
Yeah, I would agree with that. And that, there are basic nature, right, laws, right? I mean, reproduction and those kinds of things, animals, plants, this is, and even, animals living together. Some are predators in that, but they still live together. But, as far as, life go, like above that consciousness living, there has to be a moral standard above us for consciousness living, I guess, if that makes any sense.
Well, I've known one atheist flat earther, and he was actually a really nice guy. He was a streamer, and he's probably still on the server, or maybe the old one, but he just kind of disappeared after a while. He would do activism and tell his friends about flat earth, and it was really actually kind of inspiring because he made it look easy and no one like rejected him for it. I guess he's just like a really easy to like guy, and people loved him no matter like what came out of his mouth. So, but he came in here one day and he was like, oh, well, he's an atheist. And I'm not sure if he defended it or he just kind of like, he just was agnostic. Maybe he felt like he didn't have enough information, but,
yeah, a lot of times that's what it is too. It's just agnostic.
Yeah. There's a slight difference, but I honestly feel like they're basically the same in some sense. Like, I figure atheist is more of like the hating version of an agnostic. Because if you go so far to say that then there's some other motive there, and it's usually a dark one. Or maybe you got slighted. Maybe like your dad died in an accident, and you hate God because of it. So, whatever that extra oomph is to take you from agnostic to atheist, that's kind of how I look at it. But as far as what, I think that those people just don't have enough information, or they'd be able to discern. So, I kind of look at them as the same.
Yeah, my main thing I would ask to an atheist, and maybe we're going in circles on this, but just, how do they get their moral, their moral standards from? And like you said, I understand that argument where, I live my life and then how I want to be treated, right?
I use the golden rule.
Others.
Yep.
Right.
Use the golden rule, and everything just kind of like goes from there.
And I totally understand that view. But the problem I have with that would be there are a lot of people who don't go by that rule and only go for selfishness.
Falls on them,
Yeah, but in their view, that is their worldview. That is what they believe it needs to be done. It's just everybody out for themselves.
Hey, Rax, what is your worldview on that? Do you have a modus operandi?
Atheism and agnosticism, they are very similar, like you were saying. Like, I agree with everything you were saying there.
Do you have a chip on your shoulder? Does something happen to you where you're like, You just think that, if God exists, is an asshole, or you just don't want to believe that God could make tragedies happen, or, babies die from bullets and drive-bys and stuff. Like, what's your reasoning to go all the way with atheist?
Well, I do think it's very weird that if a God existed, that he would, or they would let that happen. But yeah, I'm basically like the first part of what you were saying.
Okay, so you just feel like the information is lacking, right?
Yeah. There's
okay.
no chip on my
What if I told you the information is actually so overwhelming it's right in front of your face, and that you need to pull the magnifying glass away, like maybe you're just not looking at it right. Like it's the perception, it's how you're digesting it internally, the information that you see or understand. Am I close? Do you think that maybe you're missing something that's right in front of you? I mean, let's be real. If God made this whole thing, right, it should be apparent. It should be, right? Like if you're drinking a glass of water, you should be able to see the water in the glass. It's like there.
Yeah, my gut reaction is that it should be apparent, but I understand that it could also be that, like I've heard lots of people say that, like you only find it out if you actually go and look like to a great extent, not just like putting like 2 seconds of effort into it.
Okay, sure. But what if that's just because you have all these preconceptions? Like you preconceived that the earth was a sphere, not through your own osmosis or understanding or inference, but because you were told. So it's kind of like you have to go against your own internal programming. And the search for truth is what battles what you think you know. So it's not so much that you have to go out looking for these things, it's that men have confused you just enough so that you can't see your own nose. And you have to like learn out of that habit so that you can have fresh eyes and literally from the ground up reimagine your existence.
Yeah, I definitely don't feel comfortable being in the same religious camp as all the people that I now, like all the people that I realized have been lying about science that like, months ago I thought were like the gods of logic type of thing.
Right. Yeah. That's what they want you to think too, huh? Which is super suspicious, right? I'm a god of who says that? But that's the life they live. They want to be some kind of idol or deity of science, which is just it's a mainstream religion.
Yeah. So one point that I have is that Witsit gets it. He said the reason that he started believing in God was because he opened up the Bible to a verse and it matched something, like it matched specifically to something that he was having a problem with. And like for me, that's never happened. So I would really like to get some type of like if there's a God, to get some type of signal saying like, oh, there is a God, then I would actually start believing.
Dude, I'm right there with you. You have to ask for it.
Can I comment on that very quickly? So if you want an experience where it's going to be custom to you, where you're going to understand that it's actually from God himself, right? The only way that this ever works, okay, is the Bible states that a grain, basically the size of a mustard seed, will move a mountain of faith, right? And there's a reason for that. Because it's talking about exponential growth of faith. So this is the trick that people don't like to tell you, and this is what people have tried to hide, is this very fact. Is that the very little bit of faith you put in to God, or to whatever, the first miracle that you have, where you had faith and, God fucking follows through for you big time, yeah? Right? That happens, okay? When that happens, your faith will grow exponentially based on that. You'll believe more, just like a little bit more in that faith part. That faith will grow just a little bit, right? Next time, again, before you know it, you'll be in a position of an unwavering, undoubting faith. God doesn't expect blind faith from us at all. That's a lie. That's a lie, actually. God rewards even the smallest bit of faith. And yeah, just be on the lookout for what God is actually doing for you. You ask for something specific, and then you're not looking at what He's actually done. Even if something terrible happens, if you're not looking at the nuances in life of what a terrible situation, even what that can produce, what that can bring, then you ain't looking in between the lines. You ain't looking at the narrow part. Remember, the path is narrow when it comes to God, right? He never promised us glory. He never promised us an ease of life. He actually promised us pretty much the opposite. He said, "You will be persecuted for my name's sake," right? There's a reason for this.
If you're doing the right thing, people will hate you.
I have a parable for this I want to go into, because this is a story that I heard long ago when I was a child, and then I've repeated it over the course of my life because it really speaks to me. It's about a man who really believes in God, but then flooding comes and he is stuck on his roof, and he prays to God, and he's like devout, and has always been so his whole life. So he believes God will save him. So he prays, "God, please save me." And then a man comes up on a boat and it's like, "Hey, you can come with me. We can escape. It's no problem. I have food and stuff." And he's like, "No problem. You don't have to bother with me. God will save me. I'm devout. I have always been good with God, so God will come and save me somehow." And then another man comes by and tries to offer him. He just denies everyone, and until he's almost at death's door, he screams at the he dies in the end, waiting for God, and then he screams at God, "Why didn't you save me?" And God was like, "I sent all these people out to try to save you, but you refused all of them."
Does that make sense, Rax?
I understand what was just said there, but I kind of, isn't that like a reversal of what's sort of happening? Or?
The parable is God can send you all sorts of signs and signals in many ways and work through many things, and can be trying to help you and you might not even notice. So a lot of times we keep asking for things and not actually jumping on the chances that God is presenting us.
And that He uses His creation, as his workman. I mean, that's devout, and throughout a lot of things. So you mentioned that somebody said that how God spoke to them was He opened up His Bible and the verse spoke exactly what he was experiencing or experienced.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, that is great for him. Every person is unique. Every person is unique. That's not going to work for you. God knows that.
That's like the 5 love languages, bro. As well.
So when it comes to you, He knows how you operate. But the thing is, if you're not generally seeking Him, right? You even mentioned that yourself, and you're not going to find Him. It's kind of like me telling my wife that I love her, but if I don't actually do the action of loving her, getting flowers, telling her I love her, giving her hugs, right, thanking her for everything she does, do I actually love her? So we have to actually have these actions with the seeking or doing whatever that we,
I found him in jail. I found him in a jail cell.
Found God in a jail cell?
Yeah.
Were you biting something? Don't answer that.
No. That's actually a fallacy. The rape doesn't happen, and in fact, in 2009, there's major
rape does happen in jail, mate.
Yeah,
it's usually prison is where that happened.
Yeah. Obviously, more likely prison. Yeah, but I was going to say,
I'm sorry for the joke. I just try to keep it lighthearted.
Well,
But what
Okay.
they have safeguards, at least out here. What they do is they put everybody in the dorm, and there's no way for you to like go off to the side. Like even in the shower, you're right.
You got the pods. You got your pods, and
yeah,
in jail, right?
You tell me you didn't get a chance to rape anyone? Oh,
damn.
Darn.
Yeah, I'm not.
Viking.
Man, I spilled coffee everywhere.
Well,
I keep trying to engage with this Rax guy. It seems like he's easy to talk to. I don't know if we need to move it away from the the religious stuff or the God stuff.
Well, what is it? Globo? Is it what?
He thinks I think he's leaning flat, but I guess
why?
The Monkey Wrench was he's atheist.
Oh, evolution. Oh, he believes in evolution.
No, I don't believe in evolution.
I was gonna say, buddy, you got a problem there. Oh.
So how come there's still chimpanzees and apes? You know?
Well, that doesn't prove nothing.
You almost brought the fire on you, bruh.
No. I'll be honest. Look, this whole chimpanzees and apes thing, like, oh, why do they still exist? That doesn't prove anything. But I'll tell you what does prove something. Where the fuck are all the mass graves? Because chimpanzees congregate in death. So people, even going back 2 million years ago, right? 3 million years ago, 4 million years ago, were of the same IQ level, nearly in the evolutionist worldview, right? With a similar IQ right now, yeah, a similar obtainable IQ. So people have congregated in death going back millions and millions and millions of years in the current evolutionary standard, in the current evolutionary, should I say, state. So if that's the case, then it would be so easy to find all of the missing links. It would be easier, in fact, to do that than find all these dinosaurs that predate. Because guess what? These motherfuckers would have congregated in death in fucking graveyards going all the way back to chimpanzee-type intelligence levels. So how many chimpanzees would it take to develop into humans over billions or millions of years to the point where they are now humans? Anyone ever thought about that?
Only Jesuits believe in evolution, man.
That's not true, though. Like, not calling you out. Like, obviously, I don't mean it like that. Sorry.
Well, what I mean is, like, that's their.
Yeah, bread and butter.
They gave that guy like a Nobel Prize. The guy that came up with it, the theory, and he happened to be a Jesuit priest.
Well, the Jesuits.
Kind of like Libby. Libby was a Jesuit priest.
That's what I said, me. All right. Well, what did you say? Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing it. I haven't seen it properly, really. Amazes me. Well, yeah. What's it? Wait there, my phone's not muted, mate. The phone. My phone.
I'm Batman.
Oh, I thought that was Bong.
Who said that?
That was
Who
me.
said that?
That was me.
Joshua.
No, I've actually got a problem and a bone to pick with Batman anyway.
Yeah, right.
Like, what the fuck are those like triangular things that point backwards on your wrists for, mate? Like, they are literally the stupidest thing I've ever seen. For self-defense and that, if you were grabbing someone's wrists on the inside, you would end up stabbing them in the inside wrist, right? And like, they could get attached to you. There's a multitude of things that could happen, right? What's the point in that? Why are you doing that? Get wrecked.
Well, I don't know. Alfred's the one that designed the suit.
No. Wayne Industries designed it, actually.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with that whole lore.
Well, you were right. It was actually Alfred. So you shouldn't have doubted yourself. So I know now that you are not Batman. So don't come in here fucking lying about being Batman.
Dude,
all right?
how come that Batman has like a dad bod?
No, but seriously, what's up with those? Like,
Don't
is it
obfuscate.
supposed to like make his fist go faster?
Don't obfuscate. Pretending to be Batman and it's a bannable offence, mate. And I'm being deadly fucking serious, mate. Alright?
What's it trying to impress?
You watch what you say in the future, alright, mate?
What's it trying to impress
That's your first official warning, okay? You're coming here pretending to be Batman again. Thank you. That is all.
Darn.
Yeah, but some guy ate a bat in China.
Mate, Joshua, mate, I was genuinely joking. Fucking, I hope you realise that. I feel terrible now.
So
That was actually a really good impression. Can you carry on, Joshua, please? You were meant to debate me as Batman then. Like, I think you missed the point. Like, you were meant to call me out, and like, you could have got away with a lot there as well.
So, guys, we have a couple of new members in the room. Jonathan Clay and Matthew Momus. I think if you can... Yeah. So if they want to get VC Verified, hop into the VC Verified rooms and let's get you interviewed.
I will say that, as I was growing up, I thought that most or all religions were pretty cruel. Like in general, if you add everything up together, like it seems like pretty cruel things happen. But now, now that I sort of realize that, like, I'm a bit more educated on this stuff in the Bible, and I'm realizing that there are many things in the Bible that coincidentally they line up with having a society that doesn't crumble. So I will give credit to that just the Bible coincidentally has lots of really good things in it. So although I'm an atheist, it's that religion has a point going for that.
Well, I mean, okay, I just want to say that, I mean, I believe in God and I'm not religious. So there are nuance. There is nuance, rather. And I'm not saying I'm totally dismissing that I will get there one day, but right now it doesn't seem possible for me, considering what I've understood. But I'm still open. Like I just ordered the Bible. I'm about to read it, and try to learn as much as I can.
I think if you just read the red words, you will see that Yeshua was merely preaching to question authority, especially illegitimate authority.
Okay.
I mean, read the whole thing if you want to, but the red words are really short. There's not a lot of them.
What's the difference between being religious and believing in God?
Religion is like I guess. Does somebody want to answer that, or should I answer it?
Yeah, I would call it organized religion is what he's talking about, I think. Because there is a difference between the man-made stuff and the stuff that is just apparent to all that open their eyes. I don't know if that's for everybody. That just may be my own personal understanding of the difference between believing in a creator and being religious.
Well, I guess to me, religion requires faith, and mine doesn't. So that would be like my like compressed version.
I like calling it a cause, principle, or system of beliefs held with ardor and faith.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever heard of, I think it's called panentheism, where everything is God? Like, depending on how you define it, I could, like, we could basically say that, like, people have different definitions of what a god is, and like some people throw that like everything is God, and like to me, the way I define a god, I would actually say, like, I agree with the people that say that everything is a god, because I think that they're not saying what most people are saying about God.
Well, so a little bit of pantheism and animism, like that's what kind of keeps me from religion also is I think that, like, it's often framed that God is like something that used to be, or something that's coming back, or something that will happen when I'm dead and then I'll be judged, or something like that. But I mean, to me, I think that, like, God is just like this just the existence at all. The fact that you can even contemplate these concepts. I mean, that's what it is to me. Like the framework, like if we're trying to say that, well, you weren't here earlier. We were talking about ether. Like, to me, God is kind of like that. Like it's something's pervasive. It's happening all the time. It's alive. Like babies are being born every day. Flowers are blooming every day. But things also die every day. So like, it's the flow of life that's happening all the time. I think that's, if not God, it's evidence of God, in my opinion.
Something else that's interesting is you'll see like fractals in real life, and then like when you take psychedelics, you'll also see fractals there. So it doesn't really say anything about a god.
Oh, you're talking about, okay. Does some of your belief or understanding come from psychedelics? Is that what you're telling us?
No, I've been an atheist my whole life, and there was actually one point when I was doing psychedelics where I was saying, "Oh, I'm actually, like, I'm a believer in God now. I'm not an atheist anymore." But then after I thought about it, but yeah.
So, Rex, what do you think about the shape of the Earth?
It's flat.
It's flat. Okay. Okay. So it doesn't compute in my head. How would you then?
Yeah,
explain
that's how we
creation?
got here.
Yeah.
The best thing I can come up with is it's always existed. There was no creation.
Okay.
Maybe that happened.
So, but isn't an atheist somebody who believes there's no God? So it's still a religion, right? You believe there's no God because you can't prove it.
I lack a belief in a God. Yeah.
Right.
I think I don't know if you missed some of it, Roger, but he basically is. I think he wants to believe in God, but not believe, but know. I think the difference for him is that he wants to know.
Okay.
Like he was asking for, he wished he knew what evidence would be sufficient for him to believe, for him to know it, rather. And maybe he's still trying to understand what that is, and that's fine. I mean, I was there. You know, he's here now. He's willing to look at information and talk about stuff. How long have you been looking at Flat Earth?
I only realized like 2 months ago, Flat Earth.
Okay.
What have you learned? What have you learned, Drax?
Like in terms of like details about the Earth.
Right, yeah.
Like I know about the curvature tests, and I know about like how Einstein, or I think it was Einstein who said that there's no way that we can test that the Earth is spinning. And then the second law of thermodynamics, that makes sense to me now. Before I didn't quite get it, but now it totally, the vacuum and the air pressure thing, it makes sense to me how that couldn't exist.
Awesome stuff.
You can't have a pressurized system adjacent next to a vacuum. That's just common sense. What happens if you pierce the side of a can with butane? With a
Butane
knife?
stays in, man. It stays in.
Well, the liquid butane, the gas. The liquid butane, but I'm on about the gas, right?
You're right.
The gas comes out, and eventually all of the gas that's liquid, when it goes to room temperature, it also turns into gas. What? Alright, sorry, mate. I didn't realise there was water on the phone. But yeah, so like all of it actually does equilibrate over time as well, though, Roger, right? Because
yeah,
the butane itself slowly warms up to room temperature and it does evaporate. And you pierce a butane can and chuck it in a warm bath of water. See what happens.
Gas will always fill the available volume.
Exactly. And that's obviously what explosions are about, is chemical reactions that produce gases, basically gases that are way beyond the capability of being held by their control. That's why firecrackers aren't exactly very dangerous. But when stood on, a firework, like let's say for instance that goes up your sleeve, will deglove you. Right? A firework, however, that blows up in mid-flight in your face may not harm you. May not. Not will not, may not. And all on the velocity and trajectory of the individual piece. But yeah, that's a story for another day.
Hey, Rax, do you think that the Earth is moving?
No.
No, why not?
Like as far as I know, there's no test that we can do. Like I know that there's this test where you take the you take the pendulum, and I think as far as that shows, like
fuck off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
don't tell him to fuck off. That's not nice.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't. Fuck off, pendulum. Yeah, no. Carry on saying about it, dude. I was just letting you know the name, not to stop you.
Yeah, there was one other thing about the Earth spinning. Oh yeah, so there's something where I think it's like the North Star or whatever. When you look at the stars, like because they're all spinning in, I think it's called concentric circles or something, then like to me that sort of shows that we're not in like a solar system where everything is spinning around.
Well, what they say is that the whole solar system itself is in lockstep, right? Like everything's orbiting in the same pattern, so therefore we have relative motion. So it looks that way, but really, obviously it's a load of bullshit, because a lot of the stars that are in our view are not even in our solar system. Right? Think about it. What's in our solar system, guys? I ain't gonna tell you.
Cute women?
Venus? No, but for real, what's in our solar system? Our solar system consists of the sun itself, right? The sun and what emanates around the sun, right? Yeah. Mate, no, wait there. No, wait there. No, you guys.
Well, I just want to say I appreciate everyone entertaining this this topic for so long. It's been really interesting. I imagine it will continue to be interesting. I would like to. I wish we could pivot back to flat Earth, though. I feel like we're kind of consuming most of the time.
What are you saying, Riggs? The Earth is flat or something? Really?
Yeah, so like, how do you honestly like fathom at all then the Earth could even potentially exist? Like, what would be your explanation for that? How does the Earth exist? How does it come into creation? You know, I'm just saying, being an atheist, being FE is just so strange, man.
Yeah, I mean, like, so let's say that, like, I'm open to the possibility that there was a creator that created everything. And so, but like, one thing that puzzles me is, like, is the reasoning just like, because it's a god, like, because it's the creator, nothing created it? And, like, how did, like, can you explain, like, how people deal with how the creator was created?
Well, you need something just as unexplainable to explain the unexplainable, right?
Yeah, that's an infinite regression fallacy, right?
The point. Same with every other creationary method. You either have an intelligent designer or you don't, right? That's the point. It's a deity. That's the whole point.
Yeah, I wish Lulu could talk. Love to hear what she has to say on this.
Is there a, like, could the Earth have always existed? Like, I imagine there's maybe some type of like scientific thing where like all matter has to be destroyed and created or something. I don't know.
No, actually, and something nearly the opposite, but first law of thermodynamics is a little bit like kind of similar to that, but it's more like no energy cannot be destroyed, really. Only transferred.
The only reason why people say that thing, like, could it just have always been here and it will always be here?
What's up, Lou?
What's going on? I think the only reason people do that is because they're trying to avoid, they're trying to come up with any reason whatsoever that that this could all exist, this creation, without a creator. They're just trying to find some way to leave God out of it. But it all of this requires a creator. Like,
I would also like to see the precedence of the explosion that creates worlds. Like, how do you jump from explosions to creating laws and matter and information and all observable?
You're not
reality?
allowed to see that. How dare you?
Well, we can calculate it, right?
But can they? Because they used Newton to start that whole shebang, and he's been abandoned.
Wait, am I coming in low for real?
And not anymore.
What?
Try again. I had you turned up like 130. So
No, it was Lulu who said I was coming in low, so.
yeah, even with me at you at 130 when you were talking earlier, it was low. So I don't know what
Yeah, I've got a different headset on.
yeah, like even when it comes to, like, you know, like it was said about these infinite regression fallacies, you know, every one of them, you know, the Big Bang isn't good enough, because like it would have taken at least something, like they tell you there was nothing, there was no space, there was no time, you know, there was no matter, and then nothing exploded, right? Well, it would take some kind of even if you believed in a Big Bang creating the universe and balls in space, it would take a prime mover. It would take a god, a creator, to get everything moving in the first place. Science deals with, you know, cause and effect relationships. You could go back farther and farther and farther, ever closer to the Big Bang, right? Like, yeah, so they say. And you're just looking for those cause and effect relationships. Like, at some point, you need a cause, and it's going to have to be, God, a prime mover. And now you could say again, well, where is this prime mover? Where is this God? And who created the laws where he is? It just keeps going and going and going.
You can kick that can down the road endlessly,
every creation
because
story.
but there's always gonna be a creator, regardless.
Are we in a simulation?
That's why it's called infinite regression
Is the
fallacy.
person who created our simulation? Are they in a simulation? It's all the same thing every time.
That's why I don't like simulation theory, because it implies that we're just living in something that's simulating something else. What is it simulating then?
Well, if there is a simulation of someone living, we're not it, because a simulation would have to be able to show us that we can. A simulation would have to be exactly the same as how we exist right now for it to ever be a simulation. So, like, we would have to be able to simulate what we experience right now, 100% exactly how we experience it now, for it to be true, in theory. Unfortunately, because like people say, like, you know, what if I'm a simulation inside of a simulation? Well, you know you're not, because you can't show me one simulation where it actually shows anything fucking remotely like what you're in right now. You can't create this experience. And if you can't,
Well, it's like saying we could model it, you know?
Yeah.
It can only be a description of, like, sometimes.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
like
my
what
point.
Elon Musk has to say about that, and it's an interesting way of thinking about it.
But
Like, if
that's
you
my
look at
point.
the progression of, like, computers and computer graphics and stuff like that, like, you look, they haven't been around. We haven't been doing this type of thing for very long, and they've gotten way, like, really nice looking. You know, like, it's becoming almost, you know, like realism, like just realistic. If we could someday in the future, like if any time in the future, we could create.
Huh?
like a virtual reality simulation that is indistinguishable from the real reality. If ever in the future we could do that, then there's a chance that you could already be in that simulation.
I don't see that happening though, because you'd need to simulate it with the visual components. The stuff that you and I could see could be simulated, but the stuff that's non-visual, like I don't know, feelings, justice, the stuff that doesn't have like a visual component, I don't know if you could simulate that.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, they say all of those things are really just electrical impulses, firing in your nervous system, and it all can be coded.
Because that's like two levels of simulation. Because when you're looking at a video game, you're looking at an object that simulates a real object that's presented to you. But if you're talking about electrical impulses, that's kind of like asking your brain to simulate the thing for itself. It's asking the brain to induce its own simulation.
Who told you that could be coded?
But that's kind of my point. The simulations we make are simulations of creation. If creation is a simulation, that would mean that the thing it's simulating is just another shitty version of our world, right?
Yeah, basically. That's that's basically what it says in Genesis, right? Like that we're made in God's image. Like what if God was the creator of the simulation, and he was just simulating his own reality?
It could be. I think they're talking about the spirit world, though. Like, if they're talking about a world that's the real world versus this fake one, wouldn't that just be the spirit world or whatever?
Yeah, you could. That's a good point, Lemon. Because think of it this way: the simulations we make are hollow similes. They don't have what you were talking about earlier, all the emotion and all the other different dimensions of the existence that we experience that just can't be replicated quite yet in the games we use. But what if the so-called next level of the simulation or the spirit realm or heavenly realms would just be then with even more stuff that we don't know, that we don't experience it on this level.
Ultimately, that is the goal, though, right? They have their creationary method. They have their in-between. They have all of their narrative apart from their heaven, which is a collective sort of AI, hive mind type deal. This is why aborted babies are important. Fetuses and stem cells, because you're going to need biological computers and all this shit.
Well, that's what I'm wondering about what they mean by simulation. Do they mean that there's a real version out there that this is a facsimile of?
Well, no, that's simulation theory.
What we see is fake. Well, I mean,
right. Simulation theory is actually denoted as this: that we don't know that what we're in is real whatsoever, because we could be a simulation of a much higher up society that's even more powerful than us, that has more technology than us, right? That has every more higher capabilities than us, right? So that we could be inside of a simulation. Like I said, it wouldn't even matter if that was true, technically, because then that means they could also simulate everything to do with like God, and also they could simulate heaven. But again, it's just a blasphemy. But I'll finish it. 1 second, sorry. The part that doesn't make any sense is the fact that we cannot simulate ourselves. I mean, we cannot simulate the experience that we're currently in. We cannot be. We're the original. That's the point. Yeah. Because
that was my point. Is that we're already getting pretty close. And let's say if 100 years from now we can do it.
Yeah, maybe. But we know we're the original. Is what I'm saying. I'm saying simulation theory as it stands right now. We know we're the original. Do you get my point?
And the difference is, like, with the simulations that we make, we would actually, while we're playing in those games, we know that it is a simulation that we created.
Well, usually a simulation is done for another viewer. You usually don't worry about the things that are within the simulation. A simulation is for the people playing the game or for the people viewing it, but not for the things within the game themselves. So, I mean, I'm just wondering what quality of simulation they're talking about. If they're just saying that, reality isn't real, well, I don't
Yeah,
know.
well, I mean, I'd like to clarify this. Like, I don't like put much stock in everything being a simulation. It is something that I have thought on a lot. It still hangs out there as a possibility. It's just there's a lot of parts of it that sound very far fetched.
Listen,
but no, hold on. The thing is
Sorry.
like the type of simulation, if it were one, that I would think that it is like like basically like a future us, like that is more technologically advanced. Who knows how? Could you just let me make my statement? Anyway, it would be more of like a scientific kind of thing. It wouldn't necessarily be for entertainment. It wouldn't be like playing The Sims or playing Grand Theft Auto or anything. It would be more like you would try to see if you could recreate the conditions in a computer simulation to what created you, to try to find out what made you, you know, and it would be a giant what's the reification fallacy or something. It'd be a fallacy. It wouldn't be scientific, really, according to our standards, but I could see them doing something like that, like trying to recreate the conditions that created them and running many, many, many simulations, just altering one little rule a little bit here or a little bit there or a little bit there to see how it would change the outcome. Sort of playing God with themselves, but simulated them.
Yeah, I feel like this just pushes nihilism and negative thoughts.
I hear a lot. Everybody always says that when it comes to the idea of simulation theory. They say that it creates nihilism. No, this reality, whether it's simulated or not, remains the only reality that matters to you. Like when you delete yourself in the simulation, it still matters just as much. Like it doesn't change that. You still should live your life here.
But more morality goes out the window because you're just deleting things that don't matter.
I don't see why it would change your mind about whether things matter or not.
I argued with people who believe that everything is a simulation and they are the only person that exists. These are psychopaths.
Well, then they're arguing with themselves.
It does breed a certain degree of ennui or nihilist psychopathy that says you're not you're just a simulation, so I can delete you and you'll just be rebooted or whatever, possibly.
That sounds like a form of trauma, though. I mean, they have to be conditioned into thinking that everything is just their own mind repeating back to them.
But that's why I'm like, simulation, no, because you need something to be simulating, and then you're right away into an infinite regress fallacy. So I would rather just say that there's a creator. Beyond that, I don't know until we can establish contact.
Well, as far as the infinite regression fallacy, I would say that with the simulation one, let's say our God is just another slightly more advanced us, right? And maybe he's got one going also, and maybe he's got one also. But at some point, there is a root reality.
Wow,
be a root reality that it all started from, like
we still need to have real ways to figure out if this is true or not. Otherwise, it's meaningless. We could be in a simulation, but if we don't have a real way to figure out whether or not we are, then ultimately it's meaningless.
Simulation. Nobody in a simulation feels anything. This is a pointless argument. This argument comes from a philosophy where actual people that undergo true spirituality know that there is something beyond this, that this is just like a state of being for now, but they've taken that and just put it in this new age context with the movie The Matrix, and everybody's gone mentally retarded.
But is there any wisdom to gain from the discussion?
Well, I think
none whatsoever.
I think there is.
I think they ask questions like this with their just so stories to get the mind working on certain tracks. Like even in materialistic science, they basically work off of there being, little to no God, so that people are as rigorous in their approach as possible, but it gets a little overboard when people actually start taking it seriously beyond just a mental, conceit or a mental exercise to see how far the mind can go without certain presumptions.
Yeah, they've lost track of the whole point of the quote end quote simulation. It's got nothing to do to bear with actual here. They've missed the point of the Matrix and all that other stuff. It's people thinking that they exist but don't exist. It matters and it doesn't matter. It's just gone like way too far. It's taken from an elite people that can see beyond, as I believe people here can go beyond the veil and see that this is just a state of being now. But to rub it off and say it's a simulation or something or other, that is just like, to me, it's the ultimate. It's almost as good of a fallacy as spinning on a ball.
It does kind of undermine trust, because if we're talking about reality in its essence, it's like a rock that you can, trust is going to support you and be there whether you're exercising mental activity to abstract it or not. Like if you're tired, you just rest against the rock. You don't think about the rock's composition. You don't think about whether it's a simulation that it's there. You just rest against it. And so these solipsistic philosophies at their heart are a distrust of, your senses and reality, and a lack of faith, as it were, to see what, if anything, will remain after, hard Cartesian skepticism, where you just doubt everything and doubt everything and doubt everything until you see what, if anything, remains with any certainty.
See, when it comes to simulation, I've talked to quite a few people about it. I don't think I've ever talked to anybody who I would say, like, deep down truly believes that they are in a simulation. I think it's more just, it's fun to think about. It's a philosophy. It's great to, when you're stoned, to ponder on that.
Yeah.
It's just
no, I get that, bro. But just people come on here that truly think that is. Am I really eating? Am I really feeling? Am I really peeing my pants?
And that's a misinterpretation of what simulation.
Am I really peeing my pants?
I
promise you, bro.
That's a misinterpretation of what simulation theory is, though. Simulation theory is that the idea that we may be a simulation inside of a simulation inside of a simulation inside of a simulation, and there would be no way of knowing like which one we're in the infinite universes of worlds, right? That's the thing.
Imagine a world where everybody believes in simulation and that they are NPC. What happens when the elite then tell them, we're players, and so we have the rights to do stuff you don't have?
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
The question is whether or not we can trust our senses and really have faith. Because we're not going to be able to find out everything. Eventually, we're going to have to trust something, be it our senses, God, or whatever. I think some of this comes from an inherent distrust, of faith. Just believing in it because, of faith.
Look, like what I was saying, there's nobody who I've ever talked to who believes that it's a simulation so much that they would be, they love to argue with you online about it, and they'll say that they believe it. But when it comes really down to it, like, okay, well, you see that big building right there? Jump off of it. You'll just, if you really think it's just a simulation.
Bro, I said that to a girl online.
There's like nobody who would go, okay, and just jump. They'd all go, okay, that thing about the simulation, you made your point. Got it.
No, they're not gonna jump, but they want you to jump. That's I talked to a simulation chick on this server just a few weeks ago, I think, And she was telling me how she liked harming her friends because they were just code. They didn't matter. They would just eventually get deleted anyway.
Wow. But
Yeah.
but regression, is it really a simulation, or is it just simulated that it's a simulation? You know, something has to be real to stop it, and most of the time we say a simulation is subservient to a real computer or a real processor processing the simulation. So to ground this stuff, you know, we need to have something be real, otherwise it's an infinite regression.
The whole computer, and this is it's just a matter of fact. A computer is a backwards engineered brain. If people use their brains properly, they would develop a mind, and it is a computer. But people do not want to exercise that muscle to have that capacity. That's all a computer is a backwards engineered brain. I can't put it in here.
And it's very ironic that, you know, we won't rest against reality, but we'll rest against the computations or the activity of the processing computer. So we
Correct.
do need faith to rest somewhere. It just depends on where we're willing to lay down our head, in, you know, the bosom of God, say, or in the simulation.
Yep.
I like to just think which one has the better end for you. Like one has a moral road that leads you to positive things. The other one leads to a darker road, which that's why I choose creation, because logic dictates.
Yeah, your intuition, everything. I didn't hear simulation getting big. Yeah, go for it, bro. Go.
If it's a simulation, it could be. It doesn't have to clash at all with creation.
Yeah.
In creation, it was created in 6 days. It would actually answer how God could have done all that in 6 days because he wrote a program in 6 days.
That
Or
would
you
mean
know,
that-
like it would. It
That would
can
mean
all fit together.
Yeah, no. As soon as you say simulation, that would mean that you're simulating another environment that he is living in, and all this jazz, and you're just inconsequential little programs on his computer screen. That
Occam's razor is that the reality we are seeing is more than likely the reality.
However,
But that's literally where simulation theory comes from, though, is this twisted, in my opinion, twisted idea that you know, obviously we say this, we do, you know, as you know, the kingdom on earth as it is in heaven, right? The idea that heaven here, simulation of heaven here, Eden, twistation of that's a simulation of what it could have been. Like I said, I'm not that well versed in simulation, as it were. Simulation theory to me, like I said, is more about like this idea of backing up string theory in a computeristic sort of numerical sense.
I get what I get where you're coming from. I have my own form of simulation kind of theory, but I call it creation theory basically because it's not a simulation of anything. That's just a misnomer. That's why I don't like it when they try to like, but God could have created the simulation and blah 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 blah. But no, then it's creation because God created it. It's not simulating his environment.
The only, and I agree because often, like, I'll actually, if I talk about this, I'll say that simulation probably isn't the best word for it, and sometimes I'll describe it more like a thought or
simulation,
God's dream. God imagined us. That's, you know, in His image. Imagine, you know.
Exactly. Okay. Here's how I solved it. I just think God thought of an incredibly complex fractal hologram, and we are inside the middle of that fractal hologram, which appears to us as creation, but it's actually just within His mind, His creation.
Well, that's the whole point of these people that are the occultists that have gnosis, that I just said before that get into deep meditation, and every single, even in Christianity, all the prophets and all the rest of it had to undergo this type of thing. Otherwise, they could not write the scriptures and get that sort of information. But this is till, I can't remember what year it was, till that D.R. Tyson, that moron, with this other character was on TV and said, yeah, we found in the universe ones and zeros. It's again like saying we found the galaxy, we're going to, Mars or planet X25Z1 or some crap like that. This guy's trying to sell me to me on TV that he saw in the universe ones and zeros. Like, come on, man. Like, I'll get upset because all you need is like 2-3 idiots like that to say something and people buy it. Yeah, we've decoded there's ones and zeros in the universe. How did you come to that? I'm going to talk about any logic. I don't know. Did they show an experiment? Did they show how? Is there a way to measure anything? Something? No. They just said it, and people go, okay.
A 1 and a 0 depart from any physical object is just a concept, and a concept only exists within a mind. It's not an emergent property from physical matter, proving that mind is over matter. Mind has no formal dimensions and therefore can exist eternally and everywhere all at once. We all know that we experience what we experience within our minds. That's a certainty. The outside world is nebulous at best. It can't be directly known. Nobody can directly know another person's mind, and the statement that mind exists is axiomatic if you think. So it's self-evident that mind pre-exists matter. Therefore, mind is necessary for matter to exist. So if you say matter exists, in the fact of saying that, you're thinking it, and when you think it, as soon as you think it, you prove that mind is over matter, and you prove the eternal existence of the mind, proving either one of two options: either you're God, or you're not God, because you are definitely an eternal being in that sense, because you have no limitation. So then you have to decide for yourself: am I God? And that's, for each person to answer to themselves. And obviously I perceive that my limitations are intrinsic to my nature, and therefore I can't be the entropic source of all things, including my own mind. Therefore there's a greater mind than mine, which would be the entropic source of all minds, which would be the greatest mind, which would be God, quote unquote.
That's exactly kind of how I see it. In my fractal symmetry, we are a consequence of being created by God, the world being created. So we are in His likeness, alike God, but not God at all. We're just like it's kind of like an echo in creation, if you will. So we are kind of like His sons and children, but not. If you know what I mean.
Oh, absolutely. And if you follow the category logic of God being the kind of thing that He would have to be in order for that to exist, you either have to be identical or lesser, because you can't be identical to the source. Entropically, you'd have one less dimension at best. So if God has all dimensions, you'd have all -1 dimensions. And therefore, just like in Flatland, where a 2D man cannot understand a 3D object, we cannot understand God in His higher dimensions that we can't participate in. For example, God is infinite mind that exists at all places because He's non-spatial, but our minds are limited, and that's why we need a spatial reality to engage with, because we literally can't comprehend, omnipotence. We literally can't comprehend universality of location. Like, we function generally in one location at one time, and maybe a few locations where we have proxies, like, for example, we might be watching a screen and operating a robot in another location. But we don't have the ability to, perceive all things at all times, because we're limited, and so we have the spatial, reality, we call it, but it could be simulatory in nature, in the sense, if you look into some of the philosophical implications of the quantum eraser experiment and all that stuff, it appears that, at least mathematically, that reality is rendered for the knower. So when the knower is present, reality is rendered for that person to experience it. Other than that, it's just a probability. Now, that could exist in a computer program, but it can also exist in a mind sense, in a spiritual sense, because entropically, or at least necessarily, God has to be the greatest mind, and he has to be divorced from the necessity of requiring physical things to exist, because he has to cause them to exist. So he has to be completely non-dependent on material things. And because of that, how he manifests material things is unknown to us. It's his mind manifesting them in some way, shape, or form. And you could call that process a simulatory process.
Yeah.
Like, how does spirit manifest physicality? How does that function? We have no idea.
Yeah. In that sense, we are only like a tiny, tiny fraction of the whole, so we cannot understand the whole. So we can never be the whole either. This is one of the reasons why I say fractal, because both fractals and holograms require the whole to be within every part. So within the center of every atom would be a representation of the whole. So the creator, in that sense, would be represented within all matter and all energy and everything. And so it would be omnipresent and omniscient. I don't know how to say that perfectly, but so it would basically see through all of us.
It does. He's the one that made everything, so he is everywhere. When people get that, people want to. I'm not sure how much people read apart from certain books, but if somebody wants to read up on this kind of thing, where you've got the plane of mind, and then you've got like other planes above. You've got the Nagamati texts. You can read those, and there's Yeshua pops up in there, Pyman, and all the rest of it. It's a fairly good book if you want to engage in this sort of simulation thing, but it's more than that. It comes from like a very, very old philosophy that just like bunged it on its head, to where other people don't matter, or oh no, it's just in your mind. Like, it's just in your mind. When you're hurt, you're hurt. Everybody knows what pain is and all the rest of it. So there is a reality, and there's levels above it. If some people have experienced it, they will know. If they want to read up on it, there's lots of old texts writing about it. Even the old patriot saints, they even speak about it in Christianity.
Here's a simile to what I was talking about. Your cells in your body react to individual things and their environment. So they're individual to a degree, but then if you suffer from too much fear or anxiety, the cells react and can die as a result. So there is like, we are a whole. The cells are not us. The cell is, each individual cell is never going to be you, but it is a part of you. Kind of like we are a part of the one.
Yeah, well, if you're talking about the physical, the physics, the physicality of you, yes, correct, and then it will go, and it's a regenerative thing. That's what I was saying before. This plane that we live in, it's not a clay-like box. It's a living organism. Yeah, it's the whole thing, it sort of expands and retracts. They've made sort of even, they've put even God in that state where he's like a mechanic. They've made our world, mechanical. Everything's, clay and all the rest of it. It's the creator cannot make anything that is not living, because the creator is love. Cannot make anything dead. We participate in making objects and all the rest of it, even another human being, but the essence that's inside of him has to come from elsewhere. Otherwise, there is no consciousness, there is no love, soul, spirit, whatever you want to call it. Life begets life, death begets death, So I don't know.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Which is harder to prove? That other minds exist or that the globe exists?
I say globe.
Which is harder to prove? That your own mind exists or that the earth is flat? Let's keep in mind that the experience of your own internal mind is the axiomatic base from which you interpret all stimuli that comes from the perceived outside world, which of course we all experience as a flat, stationary plane from the time we're born to the time we die, except for those 500 people that claim they've been to heaven, where NASA himself revealed to them the truth of the globe.
Do you
With their
talk
own
like
eyes,
that?
they've seen it.
Do you talk like that to everybody in real life too, or is it just for us?
Oh man, it all depends. It all depends.
I could just imagine, like, you're at work or bumping into people in town and you start talking like that and they're like, the fuck did you just say?
You know what? Usually I go like, prove to me that you have an internal mind. Otherwise, I'm just going to treat you like a walking electric mud puddle. Serious, man. If evolution is true, there's no reason to believe that all the other people have a cognitive, internal, sentient experience like I do. I mean, for all I know, they're just automaton retards. Why should I respect them as humans? Think about it.
That's the problem that we have. That people have left and gone into so-called outer space, and because we're in an enclosed system, they can't get back in. So they're fucked.
And that mindset has even plagued what we would consider conservative Christianity as well.
Yep. Yeah. There's a lot of ways of looking at things, but the biggest thing is taking what is here and what is now and dealing with it within boundaries set morally inbuilt into this realm, because there are laws that are set there that are immovable. You cannot mess with them, and even those ones that do all this stuff, they know that. So you can't bust around them and do whatever pops into your head. So no, there's repercussions. It's just that we're not. It doesn't look like we're playing the same game or in the same realm as them. That's the thing. When these guys go and do something, there'll be a group of them, and the mental energy that goes into that is fairly large, and people don't comprehend that. I'll put this. This was once made for good. So when you just say you go to church and whatnot, those, I call them Reverend Bigfoots that stand up there and do all those signs and symbols and wave their hands around and do the chant and whatnot. Because people go there with no conscious mind. These people gather that energy because you don't use it. They harness it for themselves. They get high off it. Believe it, don't believe it. That's up to every individual, but I'm telling you, they wouldn't be doing what they're doing if it, for no reason, I think, anyway.
Yeah, they certainly don't act like they believe in their own worldview, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. They're there for it's every person's got an energy. And if you're going there with that energy and not focusing that energy on that good that you're supposed to be, and you're listening to Reverend Bigfoot, da 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 da, and that's about it. He's grabbing all he can. I'm telling you. These people that run the joints are priests. It's got nothing to do with anything else. They're people that know how to harness energy, how to manipulate energy, and that's why they're the top people in the world, because these people that lead the faith can make people do almost anything. A politician can't, but Reverend Bigfoot can. You know, or the leader of the Vatican, whatever. You guys get what I mean.
I get what you're saying, mate.
Thanks, bro. Sometimes it's hard. It's hard to explain, bro. Like, you know, that's why I need you here sometimes. You know, the English accent helps a bit because my accent's a bit lacking here. But yeah, it's
you damn Balkanite Aussie.
that's it, bro.
Bless you, brother.
Oh, God bless you, bro. But yeah, it's just, yeah, you know what I'm saying. You've you've read about it and you understand the concept. You probably even know how to do it, but you choose not to because it's amoral, you know. How do I give you an example? It's like if somebody loves you and you see that, and you don't tell them the truth that you're not in love with them. You just yeah, and you're dragging them along. So you're taking all that love, that good energy, not giving it back or telling them the truth. So this, you know, sentient being can move on or do something else. You are literally sucking all that goodness from that person, and that's why that person is damaged after.
Yep.
You've taken what is theirs and appropriated it to yourself. Am I making sense?
Mm-hmm.
I know crackfield. That's what I'm talking about. Well, these guys up the top, the Reverend Bigfoots, they know how to do this on a grand scale. So imagine, you know, 100 people rocking up or 1,000 people rocking up. That's a lot of energy. I don't know, just something to think about. Yeah.
If I could ask real quick, if we tried to talk to All Red or All Arid, in here with no rolls. Kenny.
What role is it? But who is it, buddy? What's his name?
Like Kenny or something?
All Arid, just right below our guy. Liz.
English, please.
all ALLARRID. All Arid.
Aliard. I don't know if you, Aliard, if you want to speak, I can. He looks like a probably young kid in that picture. I can't unmute him. No. Aliard, if you want to speak in this live stream, you have to go up to VC Check, and I'm not willing to unmute you like I would usually, but looking at your picture, you look very, very young. So sorry, buddy. You have to go to VC Check-in. One. If you go up there, somebody will follow you up there. No doubt about it. But, if not, then carry on the conversation, young lasses and laddies. As Sean Connery would say.
So when we speak about this kind of stuff, we kind of it's hard to. It's a big thing to comprehend how somebody can take energy, but
We
you
could
can
do a quota
accept.
check.
What?
A quota check. See who's the real deal. So, who's knocked on the most doors to spread the flat Earth truth? Keep in mind, you're not getting to flat Earth utopia unless you knock on 3,479 doors minimum.
That's a lot.
3,000. Well,
That's actually
Wait,
an
what?
interesting exercise. Let's do it. Who's talked to somebody in real life about any of the topics they discuss in here in the past week, and how'd it go?
Me.
Was it cool or was it scary?
Me.
Did you get punched?
I
Did
spoke.
you have a mask on?
Yep, me too.
Well, I was wearing my nuclear biochemical gas mask at the chemist the other day. I got a lift there with my friend in the car. The 24/7 Discord open on my phone. He's like, dude. He's like, is that Effie? I said, bro, if you want to talk about this is going to be a long conversation. I said, I'm probably going to destroy you a lot worse than what you think. I said, I can destroy your religion in seconds, all right? I said, but I'm going to, and I just let him know. And he was like, bro, I'm a flat earther. And I was like, all right, that's cool then, right? Ain't no problem. And I was like, cool. So then I go to the chemist and I'm stood there and I wear a nuclear biochemical gas mask on purpose as a protest because it scares the living daylights out of every person around me. And they're like, whoa, what the fuck? Right? Like it's me taking it to the ultimate level. I don't always wear it, but like you can't go in a chemist here without a mask on. So certain places they will not serve you. So I will wear my NBC mask, right? So yeah, I'm outside, and but basically before long, I end up just speaking to like a woman, and like she, I was like, you don't believe in this, stupid baldy. She's like, nah, I'm a flat earther, man. And like, yeah, dude, like I was in the situation last week. I was with 4 people in a house, and then 3 of them, I said, you want to see me destroy a physicist, acclaimed physicist? This is literally the other night. And they was like, what do you mean? Like, why? What do you mean destroy him? And I was like, well, debate him on the shape of the earth. And then it was like, oh, he's going to think it's round. And 3 of them was like, well, we think it's a globe. And the other person was like, well, I don't really know too much about it. And we sat down, we talked some stuff to them. And then in the end, we sort of watched some videos with them. And in the end, they were like, wow, it's flat. So then, like, after the chemist thing again, this is going back and forth a little bit. The lady I spoke to, I ended up speaking to someone else like the other day in a shop, and they were Effie also. I was just like, "What do you believe in?" And I was like, "Do you think the ball's a globe, or do you know it's flat?" And he was like, "I know it's flat." And then I was like, "Wait, that was I swear I added up like 7 people that told me it was flat, and I swear I've only talked to 14 people this week alone." I'm like, "Wait a minute." They're hiding the numbers on this. And I'm not joking. I said this to Iggs actually earlier today. Exactly that. I said it to Iggs earlier.
Yep.
And I said it to Jin earlier as well. And they're hiding the numbers.
Yes. It's reaching the tipping point, what's the proper term for it? I forget. It's where everything
Critical
comes together.
mass.
Yeah, critical mass. So there's like another term that I use. I forgot.
Overton window.
Yeah, we call it here on the server the Paladin ratio. So what it is, it's actually a real psychological phenomenon. That's not the actual name. Of where once there's a certain amount of people that you know that entertain a certain idea, then it reaches like a social tipping point, like you say, and then it just becomes common to talk about it. And a lot of people don't realize how many other people are believing what they believe around them because they just never bring it up. Like we've had guys on our server that have their kid go to class and their kid said something to the teacher when the teacher made a certain assertion. He said, "Oh no, that's not true. The earth is this and it's flat or something." And then, like a majority of the classroom said, "Yeah, right on." And it turns out that they all were thinking similar things. They just didn't know each other were thinking that until one person crossed the line.
Yeah, you've just said a very poignant thing, but I hope everybody else realized what you said.
I didn't, because I cut right out. Never done that. That was funny.
Do you have Schrodinger's? Do you have Schrodinger's attention span?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I literally cut out.
Cut out.
I didn't hear a word of what you said. Really annoyed me, actually.
Can you repeat that?
Well, it's a social ratio where people assume that they're not allowed to talk about something, but there's actually a certain amount of people within their social sphere that would be willing to talk about it. But until enough people are seen talking about it, the rest won't feel comfortable to talk about it. So eventually someone's got to burst the bubble and be, just talk to someone. And a lot of times you find out that a lot of people agree with you and you didn't even know it.
And
yeah, that's so true.
With the thoughts as well. It's people even having an inkling of something, but not knowing what it is until somebody speaks up. That inkling that they have, or that intuition, the seed's there, but it can't sprout because it doesn't have anything else to feed on, or energy. Because an idea requires energy. You can think of it as like food to build something, or energy as in thought to feed on. So that can either be taken away by Reverend Bigfoot or by somebody that pretends to care about you, whatnot, or you can be given. So I hope that expands on the point that I was trying to make before. It's a thing that's practiced in those circles, and they know what they're doing, and they're not going to share it. That's their weapon. They even did experiments. Where was it? In America, where they had like how much people went to meditate, and then there was like 70% less violence for the next month. People like, and this wasn't that long ago, like.
Right back, Iggs. One sec, brother. I'm not ignoring you, mate. All right.
Yeah. All good, bro. Thank you, brother. Bless you.
He's calling you.
So,
I don't know.
Same way you can look at that as how people give power to.
No, shit. It's fucking wait there. Oh, well, I'm just saying, like, for fuck's sake. I'm literally like really tired. Sorry, guys, I'm not micing now.
No, you're right.
I want the big plate, mate.
Yeah, people give the energy to these so-called stars, whatnot. They've got nothing to offer. They get given the songs to so-called sing or talk, and then they use the voice tune. How much energy goes to these dimwits? Love and faith is the biggest giver and receiver of energy because they go hand in hand. How do you know? When I hear that, I know it's all downhill. How do you know? Do you really know?
What are we talking about? I just popped in.
So, but talking about just, I'll call it stimulation theory.
Stimulation theory?
Yeah, to stimulate the dumbness.
They do a lot of that.
Yeah. One of those things, It's like the stimulus check, that never comes, but it stimulates you.
Yeah. Everybody's.
Yeah.
Some people
Getting
already
stimulated by nothing.
Yeah. Some people got them already.
Yeah. Just some people get them. You might get it a bit later, but how stimulating is it in the meantime, waiting for it? It's awesome. Sit there, you think about it, pops into your head. It's great stimulation. These people know what they're doing, bro.
Well, I'm retired and get Social Security, and I'm good. I could go without it. Just 2 minutes. God.
Well, that was done for a good reason, and you deserve it. You worked hard.
You're good until the economy fails.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to prepare for that.
Not being a prick, obviously. I love you, God Rocking. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
You know what I mean, brother.
Yes, I do.
The whole economy revolves around work. That is the basis for everything, labor. So they can't really, like this. They've actually just other people buy it out. You can't really fall into the crapper because everybody's tied to it, with knowingly, unknowingly. You know what I mean? That's one thing that they can't. That they say they will, try to stuff it up, but that's one thing that they can't like fully steal, like like for the house, like the housing thing and all the rest of it. It's the one thing that surprised me, with all this logic, when they did the housing and about the banks. I don't know why nobody didn't ask if said government bails out said banks for the mortgage crisis. They have just then paid for everybody's house, so everybody's house should have been paid off. Why didn't anybody ask that simple question? Why? It's very simple. I hear all this logic.
They wouldn't give all that money away to foreign countries and for ridiculous stuff. I mean, it's crazy how much money they give away.
Yeah, but I'm saying for just what happened in America with the 2008 bail-in. Everybody that was bailed in, so they gave money to the banks because the people defaulted on their mortgages. So that means the government paid for everybody's house. So everybody's house should have been paid off.
Yeah,
Am I
but
making sense?
the homeowners didn't get any benefit. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why didn't any homeowner ask and say, "Hey, listen," to the bank, "Did you get money for the government for my house? Did they give you, 100,000, 200,000? Yes. Okay, cool. So the debt has been settled by a generous third party, interloper, donator. So I don't have to pay you anything. You can't take my stuff." It's very simple. It's very logical to me. None of this logic seemed to rub off on anybody. I was sitting there thinking, how can you not even just ask? You can probably still do.
That's a good question. Yeah, that's a very good point.
You can still do something about it probably now if you just ask, because there's no such thing as a statute of limitation for that kind of stuff. So at the end of the day, you're the beneficiary of everything.
Or of nothing so far.
We've kind of been robbed sideways and all the rest of it, but that's because we're blind, That's what it is.
We're weak. Weak, no backbone.
That too, yes. Correct, sir. I agree. Nobody's even willing to ask a question. People that are meant to be on the same team will argue against whatever, but to a so-called whatever fictional authority, they won't even ask a question. Just ask. And that's not against the law. They can't do nothing about it. You just pose a question, get the answer back, and they cannot lie once you've written it down, because you've got evidence written down. Then all you do is a bit of research and you can probably fix said problem. People are even scared to ask a question. What was the bailout? Does anybody remember? It was like almost $1 trillion, wasn't it? 800 something billion.
I don't know. I didn't pay no attention to it myself.
I think it was around 800 billion or whatever, close to $1 trillion. That's a lot of houses, bro. That's a lot of.
They give away a lot more than that to foreign countries for ridiculous stuff. I'll tell you what.
Yeah. I read the bills. I actually read the bills. Some of them are like stupid, like 2, 3, 4,000 pages. I'll read them for a laugh. Some of them is utter gibberish. Just need to. They usually stick them on certain pages, all the good stuff, if you know where to look. And you'll, find that they give money for studies, for for whatever research for this, or transgender gifts so people can become that.
And that's so bizarre to me. I mean, it's just, I can't even wrap my mind around transgender money for people. I just makes no sense at all to me whatsoever.
Well, if you read, this was written by a well-respected Mason, MP Hall, in the Secret Destiny of America, and he states in the book that is the destiny of America, to make Adam Kadmon. If anybody knows what Adam Kadmon is, in the philosophy, is the original Adam and is bisexual. And when I say bisexual actually means a man that has both organs, not that a person that sleeps with both genders, but a person that has male and female organs. So apparently we need to get to that state again. And this was written. But people kind of don't. Yeah, they think, oh, the books are evil, this guy's evil. Well, if you want to know your enemy, you need to know what he's up to. And if he's telling you this is the secret destiny to make, neutral genders or whatever, or Adam Kadmons, something's up.
I just can't believe that the people that do the transgender stuff, I can't believe that making those kind of changes to your body, to me, makes no sense why they're not having severe complications of some kind. You know what I mean? I mean, totally, opposite of what your body, was made to do, or, designed to do. And then you change your, organs, vital organs, and get rid of them and whatnot. And there's no complications. It makes
there is. They just don't talk about it. Otherwise, you can't push the agenda.
Of course. And
yeah.
Have you heard of, like, I believe it was either the CDC or the World Health Organization, but they are trying to get like 3-year-olds on on puberty stoppers, if I'm correct on that. Have you guys heard about that?
It wouldn't surprise me. I've read a lot of stuff. It would not surprise me. I know they passed laws in America where, I think, the parents don't need to know whatever the child's doing with the doctor. There doesn't need to be any disclosure. I think after the age of 11, which is nonsensical, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, those laws were passed like last year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, I feel bad for the children. I really do.
That's what I say all the time. Like the stuff that people are entertaining this game theory or whatever theory or retard theory or the stimulation theory is actions are being taken, and there's people being brought into reality, into existence at a very, very, very severe disadvantage with a lot of harm caused to them,
Yeah. Especially with like well, like you were saying earlier with like the transgenders, right? And how like they would crap. I'm sorry, I kind of forgot what you said and like exactly.
No, you're
right. But
you can summarize. It's okay.
Yeah. Please summarize it.
Oh, you want me to summarize? I said you can summarize it, like to get to your point. I won't get upset.
Oh, okay. Okay, I thought you. So, if I remember correctly, because by the way, I joined at like when I guess you were about like almost done with it, so I didn't hear everything you said.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I just heard like the last part of it, and like, if I'm correct, you said something about like transgenders, like damaging themselves, right?
Yeah, they just don't speak about the damages that it causes in public, because the whole thing will have to be thrown aside. People won't do it.
Yeah, of course, and especially that you also got to consider like the what you call it, the suicide rates, right, amongst the transgenders.
Yep.
They're both damaged like physically and mentally. Like fuck, man.
You're on point 100% with it. I'm not sure what the percentage is, but it's a large percentage that commit suicide. I think 80% of them don't get over depression. Maybe 30-40% commit suicide. I don't believe you can be put in a wrong body. Like, I don't even know what that means, to be honest.
I think it's just brainwashing.
Yeah, it is. It is brainwashing bad.
What gets me is how they can, have someone make a decision of that magnitude when they're not of age to make a competent decision. I mean, you got to let a person grow up and mature and decide who and what they are and what they want to do and their life's, goals and, everything. I mean, a person should have to be able to mature to a point to where they would understand all the ramifications, everything involved with transgender, Asian before they would be allowed to, have that done. I mean, it just doesn't make sense that they would let someone at a very young age make that kind of a decision. I mean, they don't know. They don't, there's just no way they could know what they really want in life and who they want to be, what they want to do, what they want to do for a living. Just everything. I mean, at whatever age that happens, I know that it's not at a young age. That's for sure.
It's not before 21. Apparently, you can't have a baby before you're 21, but if you want to lob your genitalia off and throw it behind your shoulder for good luck, it's all right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Come on. That's a big decision there. That's a major fucking change in everything. Your body.
But you can't buy a beer though. You're not allowed to buy beer.
Holy shit!
You cannot drink the beer, but you can certainly rearrange your body. But you can't go to the pub or the bar and have a beer. That's a no-no.
It's so crazy. It's just so backwards.
Yeah, well, but people don't. I don't know if they don't see it or don't want to see it. Even in this fictional world with all these fictional laws, people don't see the sheer hypocrisy as to this person cannot buy a beer till they're 21, but they can lob off an organ, but then they can tell me about mutilation in, Middle East, genital mutilation. It's for me, things have been clear a very, very long time ago, but I just do not know how people don't see these things, don't get it. Do they not care? I don't know.
What gets me is how teachers at in grade schools and stuff like that, they must be stimulating these kids' minds in some way, telling them you can be whatever you want to be. If you think you want to be a girl or you want to be a guy, or if you want to change, you can do these things, and putting these ideas in their head. Someone's got to be doing that at a very young age, a very impressionable age, and giving them, stimulating them with these ideas and whatnot. And that's the part I don't get. I mean, how can a grown adult, like a teacher or whatever, actually be involved in
advocate?
Yeah, in advocating something like that. Yeah, it's just I just can't believe how they can justify.
That's a person with a soul that's not very intact. This is one thing not much people can change my mind on when they say, "Oh, it's my job, it's my livelihood." Man, I
can't help. I can't help but think that they're being compensated in some way to push these kinds of things on these kids. I mean, because any grown adult with a sane mind would have to be swayed in some way to advocate something like that.
I don't think they have to. I think they're swayed, but I don't think it has to be that obvious. Like where you're getting paid to say this. Like they trick the teachers into doing like what they want them to do and teaching what they want them to teach. Just like they have the teachers tricking the kids. The teachers, especially at the young age in elementary school and stuff, the teachers typically are pretty young. They're like, in their 20s, usually, early 20s. They're with early childhood education, most of them aren't old ladies. And so they're still kind of college age kids themselves. And like, they're influenced by, like right now, if they just got done with college, they know a whole bunch of transgender people, and they come out of school and go into teaching, and they have a bunch of kids in there, and they're just like, yeah, you're growing up at a very special time right now. Like people have we're progressed, and if you are uncomfortable in your body, you can just be whatever you want. Like they've got the teachers brainwashed too. They're not all there. They're not like the most brilliant people that are teaching our first graders.
No, obviously not. I mean, to repeat and regurgitate grade school information wouldn't take a genius, that's for sure. We take a very low IQ person.
Yeah, I mean, they can put it into the curriculum too, and the teachers that, like I said, most of them aren't going to question it. They'll be like, cool, like they'll think that it's great that it's finally been added to the curriculum. For the ones who disagree with it, they're probably just going to follow along to do their job.
Yeah, that's the sad bit, bro. How can you just, if you know better, how can you just go along? That's amazing.
Yeah,
I can't accept that.
Me
I
neither.
can't accept that, man.
Yeah, me neither. I just
I've
can't.
sacrificed jobs because of that.
Yeah, I'll damage 10 or 20 children throughout my career just to follow a curriculum and not think about it, not have any remorse or I don't know. I mean, just not. It doesn't make no sense how a person could do that. I can't see it because I couldn't do it. I guess because I couldn't see myself doing it. You know what I mean? There's just no way that I could tell a kid something like that. There's just no way. I could not do it.
When you know that it's wrong, of course you can't do it. And these people are smart enough to know, at least these basic things that are, not correct. You got Sesame Street, with I call them dragons, the drag queens. Like, come on, man. Books and stuff. Mummy's new wife or daddy's new husband. Like, man, it's not up to the school to teach that stuff. That's up to the parents, even with that, whatever they call it, sexual education. Like, I'm not that old, but I'm glad I never got taught that fucking BS. Imagine, I could not imagine a teacher standing in front of the class telling me,
yeah, me neither.
getting a condom out and putting it on a banana or something like that. Like, what the f? Like, come on, man.
Yeah. Standing in front of a classroom with 10-year-old kids or whatever, telling them you can change your sex if you want to. Like, what?
Yeah.
Why would you even bring a subject like that up at that age? I mean, that's just it's beyond me what's going on. I mean,
they're just trying to confuse our children.
Yeah, they are, but it leads into even more deeper things where it's not just becoming. That's why they're getting rid of the things on the birth certificates and whatnot. But then it's not just become male, female, and all the 60 different types of, whatever you are. Then you can become a dog or a cat, a donkey, a horse. What's the difference? What is the difference? Nobody can tell me there's a difference. Yep, Charlie wants to be a unicorn. Charlie, you're a unicorn. No worries.
I'm an attack helicopter. Prove me wrong.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you, brother. How are you gonna? What are you gonna do? I tell people that this is why they made the law that is cruelty against animals. Because people have become animals, so they have to. Even these people that run the show are still trying to protect. Well, not. I was going to say you, not the people here, but these other people. When you say I'm male or female, that's for an animal. The other masculine or feminine is for a woman or a man. People don't even know what the words that they're uttering. So if you're going to say that you're male or female, you need protection, Cruelty against animals. It's not for these. It's not for chickens and things that you eat. When I say this, I laugh. People think I'm probably see you next Tuesday and that I'm arrogant, but I'm telling you, it's the dead honest truth. These people work on like all different levels, and people need to comprehend this. It's got nothing to do with grazing chickens out in the open and whatnot. It's got to do with people. What do you reckon I'll do? Do you think I'm correct or not? Or are you happy with being a helicopter? I don't know.
I think I think we're all essentially children in the Garden of Eden, mate, and we should have the right to enjoy the magical wonder of thought and mystery and belief. And if you want to prance around looking like a unicorn that's got nice furry skin and looks like a unicorn, that's fine. But don't run around with one that's got your bum hanging out and have a child on your knee at the same time, kind of thing. I think there's a fine line between fantasy and reality, and when it comes to childhood, you should never, ever, ever leave the two undefined. You can tell kids all the stories you want, but you have to make that clear to them that that's fantasy. And fantasy is totally different from reality. But when they blur the lines in society, mate, nah, not for me, buddy. That's when I go full attack helicopter on the lot of them.
Yep, that's exactly right. Because people perceive fantasy as reality, especially children. That's why once you tell them, Santa Claus, when you try to take that away from them, it's difficult. I don't know anybody here that's a parent. Please let me know if it's been easy for you to tell your child that Santa Claus doesn't exist. My parents never lied to me, so yeah, there is a Santa Claus, but somewhere maybe. But I'm giving you your gift. He's busy. I don't know. If you just can't stay by that example, but just a Santa Claus thing, that's, what about the rest of it? Especially at that age, they soak everything up. That's the age that you're meant to be probably the most honest and truthful with them. Not put barriers up, but to a certain extent, obviously, you don't let them put their hands in fire, but it's when you give them the most knowledge and truth and fact. But we're operating in the opposite direction, where we're, telling fairy tales. We're telling fairy tales that we don't understand. Or people are telling them like an old poem or something that they don't understand, they don't get. It's the wrong way around. What do you reckon with my theory, old dude? I think he's up in the sky. He's attacking.
Yeah, mate. I think you've pretty much got it, Eggs. You're pretty much on it, mate. They've sold us this story that doesn't really fit, and when you get to adulthood, you're a bit too busy to look into it all. But that's it. You've confirmed it for yourself because you've lived on it all your life. You've been told it all your life, so it doesn't really fit though. But that you just pass it on, eh? Pass on this reality while we're busy living life.
Mm-hmm. A life that's a sham.
Yeah.
Just continue it, and it gets bigger and bigger. And people know nowadays that children learn quick and they go, oh, we should, give them an instrument or learn another language. But you tell them all this other nonsense, so you're contradicting yourself. Do that make sense? It's if they learn and they absorb, give them all proper, truthful, factual information. And you can't go wrong. Let the kid play, don't lock him up. I'm not saying that, but so, Tommy, how do you feel today? Do you feel like a boy or a girl? Should we get the skirts out, or would you like some trousers? Wow.
Natural curiosity is going to want to find out, mate. Eh? And if you don't set the standards, then it's never going to know any different. Never going to know any different. There's nothing wrong with dressing up. Every kid dresses up. I wore my mother's shoes and my mother's dresses when I was 3 and used to run around in the things and make everybody laugh. Yeah, we all do these crazy things. I also wore my grandfather's overalls and my grandfather's big steel boots and run around and made everybody laugh. But I knew the difference, eh? I knew what I was doing. It was explained to me.
But that's something that you pick that. It's not. This is a thing where the adult is forcing it upon you. He's putting it into your head. Yeah, do you want this or do you want that? Do you feel like this or do you feel like that? And the kid's like, you're making the child confused.
Yeah, I mean,
he doesn't know whether to. Sorry.
No, you're all right, buddy. Sorry, but at no point I was going to say, no point in the whole process of being a childhood and exploring all these fun possibilities was it ever put on a table to me at any age of a junior part of my life that I could have a choice in what actual sexual classification I was, whether I was actually male or female, or boy or girl, or whatever way it was. That was never even suggested or inferred, and I had how do I explain it? I had gay couples for aunts and uncles. I had gay aunts and gay uncles in relationships with each other, and it was never a big deal. It was never a big issue. Grew up to understand why people went about with same people and stuff like that. But it was never put across to me, you can be like this. This is an option to you. Where on earth has all that come from in a child's world? I don't get that. Like,
that's very well put, because I was the same too. Like, you see, as you said, my parents were the same too. They never did that, and they said, "Oh yeah, such and such is like that because he likes, him." And you, as a child, think, "All right, you comprehend love because you love your parents, and you love your toy or whatnot." And you think, "All right, if that's like that, that's cool." But if I think you end up putting doubt in the child's mind.
Yeah.
It's inferring these things.
Yeah.
It makes it difficult. The child doesn't know whether to say, it doesn't make sense, or to say something to get your approval, or to say something to get your attention. Do you get what I mean?
Absolutely, mate.
Child,
I'll put it in 2 or 3 words for you. Hiya, flatties. How's my flat gang today? We see it in here all the time, buddy. People want to fit in. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know who they are. They don't know what's real. They come in pretending that they are something that they think they know about.
That's correct. That's correct. And that's the bit that gets to me, hurts me the most, is when when that kind of stuff happens, you know. Because you can lie to some, but you can't lie to all. And at the end of the day, you're lying to yourself. Like, you know, none of us are perfect. We all do like mistakes, but you know, if you're gonna be part of something or for, you know, if you're gonna pick a side, any side, you know which side and do it correctly. The fence sitters are the worst, I think. For me, they're the most dangerous.
People just don't want to be wrong, mate. Folk want to be able to go back in case they were wrong. Kind of like getting off the Titanic. It's never going to sink. It's never going to sink. Why am I going to get in that daft wee boat? Well, I'll get in the boat for a minute, but I can go back in the ship. It's never going to sink. That kind of thing.
Yeah, oh, I get that, but yeah. But you see, we've got like one side in this thing that we're doing. We've got one side that's armed, that's been prepared for, that's been doing this for thousands of years, and they've got plans that, you know, go back hundreds and hundreds of years with a lot of money, doing what, you know, what's in their crazy heads. And then you've got us with minimal resources. We're not out there. We don't have, you know, influences on TV and all the rest of it. And then you've got the whole majority sitting on the fence. And you don't know what they're going to do. They might turn on you.